Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3583. As they spoke, the battle between the desolate god and Emperor Wu Huang had already begun. As expected, the desolate god was completely suppressed. Although it looked better than the star toad, it could not cause any damage to Emperor Wu Huang's overwhelming strength and defense. Emperor Wu Huang did not use any battle techniques or innate gifts, he just relied on pure defense and strength, which far surpassed the desolate gods. Lu Yin frowned. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sang Tian surpassed him in strength, and the only one who could match him was Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang was the strongest spiritualized beast, and he was publicly recognized as the strongest of the 7 great Sang Tians. He was unfathomable, and the desolate god was far inferior to him. The star toad was proud of itself as it healed, finally venting its anger when it saw the desolate god being beaten. Boom! 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 With a rumbling sound, Emperor Supreme kicked the desolation god away, pressing him into the ground. Immediately after, a long spear pierced out, sweeping across the void, leaving behind many afterimages. It swept up ripples of time, striking towards Emperor Supreme. Emperor Wu Huang stood in place, allowing the dagger axe to strike him, but it could not penetrate his body at all. Emperor Wu Huang clenched his fist and punched out, shattering the dagger axe and sending the desolate god flying again. Its chest had been pierced through, and blood splattered across the ground. In the distance, Winged Butterfly looked at Wu Huang. It was time for this battle to end, and Wu Huang's next contestant should be coming down. Emperor Wu Huang thought so as well. In terms of defense, the desolate god surpassed the star toad, and with the dagger axe, it could cause trouble for Emperor Wu Huang. However, it was still lacking compared to the star toad's last attack. Emperor Wu Huang felt that the attack looked familiar, but he just could not recall where he had seen it before. At that moment, Emperor Wu Huang was still thinking about the star toad. Sequence particles shot up into the sky as the desolate god took a step forward, its body transforming from human to beast. A violent pressure swept out in all directions, bringing with it an indescribable savagery and violence. Compared to the star toad, the desolate god's performance was much better. The star toad could be sent flying by a single palm strike, but the desolate god could withstand multiple attacks and even retaliate. However, it was useless. Whether it was once or 100 times, it could not injure Emperor Wu Huang. The star toad's last attack had been too stunning, and no matter how well the desolate god performed, it would not be able to surpass it. Emperor Wu Huang sent the desolate god flying again, but this time, the desolate god's body, the sequence particles. The desolate god rushed out again. His body was covered in blood, and his imposing manner gradually attracted Wu Huang's attention. He stopped thinking about the star toad and stared at the desolate god who was rushing at him with all his might. He leaped out and swept out with one leg, shattering the void and even stopping time. The kick landed on the desolate god's neck, almost knocking his head off. The desolate god's neck was twisted, and his body was smashed far away, sinking into the ground. Atop Boundless, Celestial Victor tightened his grip on his staff. My turn. Emperor. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and stared at the ground. The desolate god's indestructible body and undefeatable weapon were extremely powerful. Now that it had broken through to the spiritual prime realm, it could fight against all primordial realm powerhouses. Even if it had lost its long years of cultivation, it was still not something that regular powerhouses could contend against. Of all the spiritualized primordial realm powerhouses that Lu Yin had encountered, the desolate god was definitely at the top. However, compared to Emperor Wu Huang, the difference could not be made up for. If they continued fighting, the desolate god might die. The indestructible body did not mean that it was truly immortal. The desolate god could be reborn after its body was destroyed, but Emperor Wu Huang could beat it until there was not a single fragment left. Lu Yin believed that Emperor Wu Huang would do that. Not fighting with him did not mean that the desolate god was afraid, especially after being ambushed by the star toad. The desolate god walked out from underground, its eyes frighteningly calm. The Avicii dagger axe appeared once more, and sequence particles flowed around its body as it charged at Emperor Wu Huang. Bang! Another loud sound rang out as Emperor Wu Huang increased his strength and kicked half of the desolate god's body to pieces. The desolate god coughed up blood, and its body reassembled. The indestructible body was displayed before the spiritualized primordial realm for the first time. After its body recovered, it charged out once more. Bang! This time, half of the desolate god's body was pierced through and shattered. Blood dripped from the ground, but it still recovered and charged out. Bang! Bang! Loud sounds rang out one after another, signifying that the desolate god was on the verge of shattering again and again. Even the spiritualized cultivators from the myriad beasts border and the spectating spiritualized cultivators could not help but hope that the desolate god would back down. The desolate god's ability to regenerate his body was coveted by countless people, but it was not the reason why he had the confidence to challenge Emperor Wu Huang again and again. Emperor Wu Huang had won too easily, so easily that he did not even use any battle techniques. This was the strength of the number one Sang Tian. If not for Emperor Wu Huang, the desolate god would not have ended up in such a miserable state against the other 6 Sang Tians. Are you courting death? Emperor Wu Huang's face darkened. The Startoad's ambush had infuriated him, and now, he was being harassed by the desolate god. He clearly had an overwhelming strength, but he felt extremely sullen. His patience had reached its limit. Come again, and I'll crush you to pieces. The desolate god's body continuously reassembled as it coughed up blood. It looked at Emperor Wu Huang with a mocking smile. The great Emperor Wu Huang, publicly acknowledged as the strongest of the 7 Sang Tians, since when have you become so timid? What, are you afraid of our Lu Sang Tian? Emperor Wu Huang's eyes widened, and he took a step forward, appearing above the desolate god. He pressed down with one hand. You're courting death. It sounded like a bell of death, and it rang through the void, causing boundless ripples. Emperor Wu Huang wanted to completely crush the desolate god with this attack. Lu Yin clenched his fists and stared down. The ground collapsed, and a huge figure rushed out and slammed into Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang punched out, and with a bang, the punch that could easily send the desolate god flying could not move an inch forward. The desolate god appeared in front of Emperor Wu Huang, but it was different from before. The desolate god's body was flowing with a blue-red liquid, and it was that liquid that blocked his punch. Emperor Wu Huang frowned and pushed the desolate god, but it did not move. At this moment, the desolate god actually had the power to block Emperor Wu Huang. Above Wu Jiang, Lu Yin was shocked. The power of the desolate god. Strength Beast and Su Wang looked at each other and felt the power. At this moment, the desolate god had transformed. Chu Yi was shocked. Master, this. Ancestor smiled, but his tone was bitter. In the era before Above the Sky was created, the primordial space was ruled by astral beasts. Besides the missing Hunji, there were many powerful astral beasts. Some of them even forced me and eternity to work together to fight against. The great desolate scorching sky beast was one of them. After Hunji disappeared, the primordial space beast became the master of the astral beasts. It was the source of Big Yellow's bloodline. Lu Yin was shocked. So, that thing belongs to the great desolate scorching sky beast. Ancestor nodded. I killed it and obtained its heart. It's actually an innate gift of the great desolate scorching sky beast's bloodline. I didn't want to give it to Big Yellow, as it would know that I was the one who killed it. But there was no other way, as the knot in its heart could only be untied after death. Otherwise, it would never be able to reach the bitter adversity realm, let alone break through. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3584. Chu Yi understood, so you accepted Big Yellow as your disciple because you wanted to make up for it. The ancestor laughed, there's no need to make up for it. Our standpoints are different. The great desolate scorching sky beast wants to lead the astral beasts to rule the Genesis space and even the Tian Yuan universe. We can only kill it. Then you said that you accepted Big Yellow as your disciple to balance the relationship between the astral beasts and humans? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor said, that's not the case. Big Yellow didn't want to accept me as his master. He's an astral beast and has his pride. He wants to lead the astral beasts to survive, so I gave him this reason. Otherwise, with my strength and the eternal strength, we could have completely wiped out the astral beasts. I accepted him as my disciple because this universe can't be completely ruled by a single race. Everything is predestined. Back then, I didn't let my disciples break through to the primordial realm because of that premonition. Once they break through, the Tian Yuan universe's overall strength will change. No one knows what will happen. The ancestor sighed, I wanted to wait until I broke through to the eternal realm before letting my disciples break through. Who would have thought that the spiritualized universe would plot against us? If I had known this would happen, I would have let them break through one by one. That way, they wouldn't have been powerless against the Eternals. Lu Yin looked at the desolate god, who was fighting with Emperor Wu Huang. It was too complicated. If the ancestor hadn't accepted the desolate god as his disciple, the astral beasts wouldn't have been dissatisfied with the humans. They would have been destroyed without being able to fight back. The desolate god didn't know about this at all because the astral beasts were enslaved. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Emotions were the most complicated. Who was right and who was wrong? There was no need to think about it anymore. It had already happened, and the desolate god had died once. The knot in its heart had been untied, but the ancestor still had to be honest with it about killing the great desolate scorching sky beast. That was their problem. However, the premonition that the ancestor had mentioned concerned Lu Yin. At the ancestor's level, he wouldn't speak without thinking. He must have felt something. Not letting the 3 realms and 6 Daos break through to strengthen the Tian Yuan universe was a subconscious decision. There had to be a reason for this decision, but from the current situation, it was better to break through. Where was the reason? Was it gone, or was it not there yet? Lu Yin's gaze fell into deep thought. Down below, the desolate god used its reborn form to resist Wu Huang. Wu Huang used to be able to suppress the desolate god with a single palm strike, but he couldn't do it now. Both sides clashed on the land of the 10,000 beasts border, and the desolate god was not at a disadvantage. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. After all, he represented the peak of the astral beasts in the Tianyuan universe. It was normal for him to be able to resist Wu Huang at this moment. However, Wu Huang had yet to use any other means. He hadn't even revealed his spiritual molt. Supreme Emperor in his human form could no longer suppress the origami. Everyone could see that clearly. On the surface of Desolation God's body, the blue-red liquid completely blocked Sovereign Wu Huang's power, giving Sovereign Wu Huang a feeling that he couldn't break through. He had always felt this way when others were fighting against him. When had it ever been his turn to experience it? The battle with the origami had lasted longer than the battle with the star toad. Right then, Emperor Wu Huang had already forgotten about the humiliation of being ambushed by the star toad. Not even the bluish-red liquid could block it. The origami was shocked. Soft attack. Wu Huang's expression sank. Soft defense. He then grinned. I'm destined to be your nemesis. He then slashed out once more. Above Wu Huang, the progenitor's expression changed. Big Yellow can't hold on any longer. Previously, he had not cared about the origami's fatal attacks, but now he knew that because he was the only one who had fought against the Great Desolate Sky Beast before. The bluish-red liquid on the Great Desolate Sky Beast's body is strong against strong opponents. Back then, Wu Huang and I couldn't break through it no matter what we did. It was very difficult to deal with, but Wu Huang's jagged blade is actually a soft attack, and the seemingly sharp blade is actually a liquid. They have the same characteristics, one for defense and the other for offense. Master, let Big Yellow come back. He's already done his best, Chu Yi said anxiously. The progenitor nodded. He has indeed done his best. That Wu Huang is extremely powerful, but he only revealed his jagged blades so far. Old Tao said bitterly, Wu Huang's strongest point is his defense. He has the lifeless technique and grasps the second foundation, which is called sky sealing. He's one of the few existences in the spiritualized universe that can challenge Yu Sang Tian. He was ranked second among the 10 foundation sequences in the spiritualized universe. It was called sky sealing, and it was formed by the 299 powerhouses of Wu Huang's sequence laws. These 299 powerhouses of Wu Huang's sequence laws were all beast-shaped spiritual molds. This was the inheritance of a beast-shaped spiritual mold, and it could only be used on beast-shaped spiritual molds. It had always been in Wu Huang's hands. Wu Huang's strength was already terrifying, and with the sky sealing foundation, Lu Yi knew that he might not be able to defeat him, let alone the origami. Wu Huang had revealed his jagged blade, but that was not his bottom line. It was just that the origami was not strong enough to force him to use his sequence foundation. A powerhouse with unparalleled defense might be able to remain undefeated against Wu Huang, but it would be very difficult to defeat him. Wu Huang's forte lay in his defense. Senior origami, you can enter the bitter adversity realm, right? Lu Yin suddenly asked. The progenitor, Chu Yi, and the others looked at Lu Yin in confusion. You want Big Yellow to enter the bitter adversity realm? Lu Yin looked at the progenitor. We can try. If Senior is unwilling, then let him come back. I don't plan on winning against Wu Huang, and it's fine to fight until now. Someone will send that Wu Ji over. The progenitor frowned and looked down. The origami's body was constantly being torn apart by Wu Huang's jagged blade. If this continued, he would either retreat or die. After all, his opponent was Wu Huang, the strongest of the spiritualized universe, Sang Tian. He represented the upper limit of the spiritualized universe, and the fact that he could fight to this extent was enough to make all the spiritualized cultivators fear him. He was strong enough to fight for Sang Tian's position, so there was no shame in retreating. The bitter adversity realm was a process, and no one could say for sure whether it was good or bad. Even the origami himself did not know what his bitter adversity would be, let alone the progenitor. Perhaps it would be the exact opposite of Bao Qi's personality, or perhaps it would be a knot in his heart. In terms of cultivation, the origami was qualified to enter the bitter adversity realm. The 3 realms' 6 paths, including Lu Tianyi and the Forgotten Ruins deity, could all enter the bitter adversity realm, but it was up to them whether they wanted to or not. The progenitor could not make the decision for the origami. Chu Yi could not help but shout at the origami, Big Yellow, come back. That's enough. The origami ignored him and attacked Wu Huang with sequence particles, but Wu Huang pushed them aside and slashed out with his jagged blade, leaving a bloody wound on the origami's body. The origami did not care and turned around to claw at the jagged blade. The powerful force forced Wu Huang to take a step back. This was a blessing from the sequence laws. If not for this, the origami's strength would be about the same as Wu Huang's. Every time the origami retaliated, it would increase its strength and destroy the sequence laws. Even though it was suppressed by Wu Huang and easily torn apart, it still boosted the origami's strength. However, all of this was meaningless in front of the jagged blade. The origami slashed out again and again, leaving bloody gashes in its wake. The ground was dyed red as blood melted the rocks and splattered everywhere. All of the spectating cultivators were moved. The spiritsloves in the myriad beasts' territory looked at the origami with respect and not just hostility. The origami's tenacity and unyielding spirit had won everyone's respect. Above Wujiang, the progenitor shook his head. It died once, and although the knot in its heart has been untied, it is still controlled by the great desolation scorching sky beast's dignity. Back then, when Eternal and I fought the great desolation scorching sky beast, it had the chance to escape, but it chose not to. It fought us to the death and finally died at our hands. Ever since Hun Ji disappeared, the great desolation scorching sky beast has ruled over an entire era. The dignity and dominance that has been branded into its bones will not allow it to retreat. Lu Yin sighed. Then we can only give the origami one more chance. He then looked in a certain direction, where Mad Dean Shaochen had walked out. He wanted to crush them at the same level. If he was afraid of the desolate god's power after crossing the bitter calamity, then even if he stopped him now, he would still cross the bitter calamity. This battle would erupt sooner or later. Thinking of this, Sovereign Wu Huang raised his head and looked at Wu Jiang, then at Lu Yin. What realm was this person? He looked like a soul progenitor, but it was impossible for him to really be one. He had to be at least a spiritual prime. Another spiritual prime. Suddenly, Sovereign Wu Huang saw the progenitor, and his eyes narrowed. An indescribable fear and coldness rushed to his head. What was this feeling? He stared at the progenitor and clenched his sawtooth blade. Even his breath was heavy. This was an absolute powerhouse. Wu Jiang actually had such an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin looked down at Sovereign Wu Huang and smiled. It seems like he saw Senior. The progenitor smiled as well, but he did not say anything. He just looked at Sovereign Wu Huang with a smile. Sovereign Wu Huang's face darkened. There was more than one absolute powerhouse above Wu Jiang. Was this why Yu Sang Tian had not made a move? Sovereign Wu Huang had never understood why Yu Sang Tian had not made a move. He had thought that Yu Sang Tian wanted to use Wu Jiang to deal with them, but now it seemed that was not the case. Foolish Old had not gotten an answer, but now, the answer had appeared. Of the two powerhouses from Wu Jiang, each one was not easy to deal with. This third one. Sovereign Wu Huang looked up and his gaze landed on the crazy headmaster. He actually walked the path of the secular world. The Tian Yuan universe could not be underestimated. Sovereign Wu Huang's original plan to conquer the Tian Yuan universe dimmed. Right, there was still the primordial origin. Sovereign Wu Huang's gaze turned cold. No wonder the primordial origin was controlled by the Tian Yuan universe. He had gone there so early to weaken the scale of the future. Just as he was thinking, the crazy headmaster returned to Wu Jiang. Below, the desolate god had also entered the bitter adversity zone. There was not much of a commotion after entering the bitter adversity zone. Just like Bao Qi, even his aura did not change much. Lu Yin and the rest looked at the desolate god. Did he enter the bitter adversity zone? So Wang Tian did not understand. The star toad rolled his eyes. It's not as big as me entering the bitter adversity zone. The progenitor said, "The bitter adversity zone is a process. Entering it may not cause much of a commotion, but stepping out will cause a huge commotion." "Nonsense," the star-toad muttered. Luin glanced at the progenitor. Stepping out. Since the ancient times, who had stepped out? Was it that grass master? No one knew how he achieved immortality, but there was a high possibility that he had rebooted a certain universe. Anyway, no one had heard of anyone passing through the bitter adversity zone. Once one passed through the bitter adversity and stepped out, the commotion would be unimaginable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3586. The Startoad's jaw dropped. It had fought Emperor Wu before, and it knew how terrifying he was. Big Yellow had actually suppressed him. Were the 3 realms and 6 Daos all freaks? Fortunately, the primogenitor had not allowed the 3 realms and 6 Daos to break through. Otherwise, how could the Eternals fight? The 3 realms and 6 Daos had all broken through to the bitter adversity realm. In the starry sky, everyone looked at Wu Jiang. How many experts did Wu Jiang have? This astral beast could obviously compete for Sang Tian's position, and that toad had beaten Emperor Wu into the ground in one move. Who could withstand such a ruthless attack? With Lu Sang Tian, Primal Origin, and the others, Wu Jiang's power was beyond imagination. In the past, everyone's attention had been on Luin and Primal Origin, but now, they saw another side of Wu Jiang. A random astral beast could actually compete with Emperor Wu. Who would have believed this before the battle? On the ground, the desolate god's body was covered in bloody scars. The Avicii polearm in his hand had recovered, and he stared at the dust. Suppressing Emperor Wu. What a joke. Emperor Wu had not revealed any of his sequence laws, innate gifts, or spiritual mold. He could only try his best to force out Emperor Wu's power and let Lu Yin see Emperor Wu's bottom line. The ground trembled, and the dust turned into a tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Within the dust, a black shadow twisted and expanded. Finally, an arm pierced through the dust, and with a wave, the dust dispersed. What appeared in front of everyone was a humanoid monster that was 10 meters tall but had no face. There was a red vertical line on its face that contained a dark red glow. Its entire body was black, and it roared at the sky. That was Emperor Wu, the spiritual molt of a beast, Hui. Spiritualized cultivators could molt into various astral beasts according to their own cultivation methods, experiences, and fantasies. Some astral beasts had never appeared before, and this was a mystical molt technique. Emperor Wu Huang was the first beast that had evolved into a Hui. His bloodline descendants were all Hui. Once the Hui appeared, all beasts prostrated. Countless beasts prostrated themselves, not daring to raise their heads as they trembled. This was a type of bloodline suppression, an unparalleled dominance. In the starry sky, someone sighed, "We see it again, Emperor Wu's spiritual molt. The last time we saw it was a long time ago." Wu Huang used his human form to suppress most of the great beings in the spiritualized universe. Even if they were all Sang Tian, who could force Wu Huang to appear in his Hui form? Right, Sang Tian. Not far away, Shang walked out. "You old fellows are still alive. Soon. For this battle, we specially came out from the Gate of Arts. Now, we are not disappointed. To be able to see the appearance of Ho, this is the first time I've seen it. You're much younger than us, and you weren't there when Wu Huang and Yi Pei fought." Yi Shang looked at 10,000 beasts border. "Qi, its defense is invincible. Other than you Sang Tian, who else can break it? In the past, even the 3 of us, Sang Tian, together couldn't defeat it. What other experts does Boundless have?" Above Limitless, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. He felt suffocated by the sight of Pyrolite, as if he was being stared at by a terrifying creature. Was this Wu Huang's spiritual mold? His strength was more than just a little stronger than his human form. The violent aura caused boundless to sway, and even the starry sky to shake. The one who was under the most pressure was obviously the desolate god. He stared at Emperor Wu and suddenly rushed out. The Avicii long spear slammed down from above. Time, space, battle skills, everything was useless at this moment. If he couldn't compete with Emperor Wu in terms of strength, everything would be useless. Everything was just a joke. Wu Huang looked up, stretched out his hand, and slapped out with his 5 fingers. Before his hand arrived, the pressure shattered the void, and the Avicii dagger axe and the desolate god were pushed back. Wu Huang grabbed at the desolate god with one hand, but the sawtooth blade had disappeared. Bang! The desolate god was hit by the palm, and his skin cracked inch by inch. His body flew back rapidly, and Wu Huang took a step forward to pursue. The desolate god's gaze was ferocious. He suddenly looked up and punched out. Bang! Another loud sound. The desolate god's arms were almost crushed, and he was pushed back again. Wu Huang raised his hand and slashed down. Boom! This time, the desolate god managed to block it. Although his body was pressed into the ground, he still managed to block it. With his almost shattered arms, he circulated the sequence particles and blocked the desolate god's arm slash. The desolate god grabbed the desolate god's arms and threw him away. It was as easy as when the desolate god threw the desolate god away. In the sky, blue-red liquid boiled on the surface of the desolate god. The moment he landed, Wu Huang appeared at the same time and stabbed out with his hand like a blade. The hand stabbed into the desolate god's body, but half of it was blocked by the blue-red liquid. I almost forgot. This is a soft defense. Wu Huang and the desolate god were very close. They looked at each other and saw the ferocity in each other's eyes. Then I'll beat you to death. With that, he turned the blade into a palm and pushed the desolate god back. The desolate god's strength increased once again, and the voice of the primogenitor's scripture became louder and louder. His strength increased at the same time, and he fought Wu Huang to the death. The progenitor exhaled. No matter how strong the annihilation law is, it can't make up for the difference between him and Wu Huang. He went from the primordial realm to the bitter calamity realm in such a short time. If he had more time to cultivate, the difference wouldn't be so great. Lu Yin said, if he opened the 9 skies and fought with the 9 skies change, he would be able to force Wu Huang to use everything he has. There's no need to fight anymore. Chui frowned. I understand Big Yellow's temper. He has his own plans, and now is not the time for him to retreat. He'll fight until his last breath. Lu Yin said indifferently, who said that? We're fighting one-on-one. The ground shattered, and the desolate god coughed up blood. Wu Huang's palm landed on the desolate god's body, and even though the blue-red liquid blocked most of the attacks, the remaining force still caused the desolate god to cough up blood. The desolate god endured. He wanted to force Wu Huang to use his full strength in this battle. At this moment, above the boundless border, figures descended one after another. The most familiar one was the toad. The star toad grinned, and the gang fight began. In terms of experts, unless the entire spiritualized universe was mobilized, who could compare to boundless? The myriad beasts border had many experts, but how many of them had reached the primordial realm? Go! The pitchfork shot towards Wu Huang from above. Wu Huang casually pushed aside the pitchfork, and figures appeared one after another to surround him. Chu Yi, Lu Tianyi, Celestial Champion, and the Star Toad were all present. Killing intent descended from above boundless, and the progenitor's gaze made Wu Huang extremely fearful. Wu Huang's gaze sank. You want to fight? Chu Yi smiled. I didn't say that we would definitely fight one-on-one. Of course, if you want to fight one-on-one, you can fight all of us. Wu Huang clenched his fists in fury. Did Boundless really think that it could suppress the myriad beasts' border? Aside from the School of Arts, who would dare say that they could bully the myriad beasts' border with numbers? The old fellows from the School of Arts did not belong to the School of Arts, but rather came from various powers in the spiritualized universe, including independent cultivators. The myriad beasts' border had the most experts. He wanted to fight, but the progenitor's aura continued to descend. The progenitor, Luin, and primordial origin. The existence of these three peak experts made him extremely fearful. The myriad beasts' border was in an uproar. Many cultivators roared angrily, "Boundless is despicable." They actually besieged the border master. War! 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 The winged butterfly and the nine-tailed fox looked at each other. How did the situation suddenly go out of control? However, Lu Sang-tian did not make a move. Were they really going to fight? In the distance, at the center of the myriad beasts' border, where Wu Huang was in fear. He was imprisoned here and could not escape. He could only watch as Boundless arrived. Seeing that Wu Huang was suppressing the Boundless experts, he heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know what was waiting for him. He only hoped that Wu Huang could defeat Boundless. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have killed Yu Qing. Who would have thought that Yu Qing could escape to the 100-grass region? Who would have thought that two people from the Dayu villa would be implicated? Ba Lu, a mere spiritual mold of a beast, had caused him to be in such a miserable state. Die, it would be better if everyone from Boundless died. In front of him, the void distorted, and a figure walked out. Wu Huang saw the person and narrowed his eyes. "You?" Countless spiritual molts of the myriad beasts' border roared. Wu Huang was besieged. They could not bear it, no matter how strong Boundless was. The winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox headed towards Wu Huang. At that moment, Wu Huang appeared in the sky, attracting countless gazes. Wu Huang also saw Wu Huang, and his expression changed. Boundless murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Lu Yin was beside Wu Huang. Lu Yin looked down at the myriad beasts' border. The people of the Grand Universe Villa cannot die in vain. This guy is called Limitless, and he's the one who killed my people and attracted Limitless to the myriad beasts' border. Now, I'll take care of him and put an end to this matter. In the myriad beasts' border, in the starry sky, all eyes fell on Wu Huang. There was resentment, sympathy, and sorrow. The dignified Wu Huang's bloodline had met such a tragic end. His name would be recorded in history. Wu Huang screamed in despair, Border Lord, save me. Ancestor, save me. Ancestor." Lu Yin allowed Wu Huang to scream for help. Below, Wu Huang was furious. "Lu Yin, let him go." Lu Yin sneered and looked down. "Wu Huang, I'm helping you. Once I take care of him, you and Boundless will have nothing to do with each other. Everything that happened in the past will be trivial." Wu Huang was furious. Killing Wu Huang in front of so many people, where would his face go? Only Lu Yin could hear Elder Yu's voice, "Master Lu, this is against my conditions. Why do you have to do this?" Lu Yin pretended not to hear him and waved his hand. Wu Huang's head flew up and slowly fell to the ground under everyone's stunned gazes. Wu Huang was just a nobody. His death was nothing, but Lu Yin had killed him in front of so many people. This was not giving Wu Huang any face. Was he going to start a war with Wu Huang now? Wu Huang's gaze was piercingly cold, filled with malevolence and savagery. His berserk aura soared into the sky. Lu Yin looked down from above. Above Wu Huang, Primogenitor's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Wu Huang. Wu Huang felt a chill down his spine. He was not afraid, but he knew that both Lu Yin and Primogenitor were top powerhouses who could fight against him. The Star Toad and the Desolate God could not compare to them. He had to be more cautious against these two than against the other Sangtians. Just a little bit more, and he would succeed. But they still wanted to force him. A monstrous battle intent surged out. All the beasts in the myriad beasts border roared, wanting to fight to the death with Wu Huang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3587. The two mountain lords, Winged Butterfly and Nine-Tailed Fox, released powerful auras. They were both spiritual primes, and there were many other mountain lords below them. There were no less than 10 sequence law adepts. This was the foundation of the myriad beasts border. It was far more powerful than the Chamber of Commerce, Intent Realm, and Heaven's Hand. After all, almost half of the spiritualized universe's spiritualized powerhouses had gathered there. If not for Big Goldwing, Yu Xia being captured, and death of the three heads dying, the myriad beasts border would have been even more powerful. Just as everyone thought that the war was about to begin, Wu Huang's fighting spirits suddenly dissipated. The skies of the myriad beasts border calmed down. Everyone looked at Wu Huang in confusion. The sudden calmness extinguished the fighting spirit of the myriad beasts border's cultivators. Wu Huang's gaze was gloomy as he stared at Lu Yin. All grudges will be decided in the Battle of Fu River Origin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's what I meant too. The myriad beasts border has targeted my Dayu villa many times. They must pay the price. If you just leave like this, how will my 10,000 beasts border survive in the future? The desolate god, Victor Celestial, how are we going to explain and the other powerhouses to the entire spiritualized universe? The cultivators of the myriad and the 10,000 had yet to roared again. They were not afraid of death, and they only wanted to fight for their dignity. Nine-tailed Fox stared at Wu Huang in shock. Why should they retreat? Was this still the domineering and fearless Wu Huang? How could he tolerate this? This chapter is not clearly about to fight when Wu Huang forced them to hand over Wuji. The fighting spirit just now was not fake. Waves of voices swept through the 10,000 beasts border and into outer space. No one could figure it out. They formed a violent battle universes that carried the wills of countless cultivators and pressed down on Wu Jiang. He could challenge Yu Sang Tian without a word. Xiao Qin sighed. Wu Huang had been called the strongest of the 7 great Sang Tians after his battle with the 3 great Sang Tians. This is a good thing. With such power, it's better than only being able to pass down the responsibility to Wu Jiang. Even the spiritualized beasts who did not join the myriad sovereign battle master gripped his golden staff tightly. Many spiritualized beasts wanted to join the myriad calamity border and become its vassals. Everyone said that I was tragic. Such a peerless emperor had actually given for the Eternals. Was Lu Sang Tian really that terrifying? It's tragic, but to put it bluntly, so powerful that even Wu Huang did not dare to attack. Immemorial City has always been in a last-ditch struggle, and the others could not understand. This feeling is too familiar, the myriad beasts border. The spectating cultivators could not either. When the news spread, the entire spiritualized universe would not understand. Looked down at the 10,000 beasts border. What was Wu Huang worried about? I hope it'll always be them. The myriad beasts border was silent. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. No one could stop him. He let out a loud voice that suppressed the entire expression was gloomy. Border. If Wu Jiang was allowed to leave, you ran away from the battle in the abyss of space. Survive in the spiritualized universe. Now you're here to fight me again. However, the old salamander stood at the peak and looked at Sovereign Wu. This battle does not belong to me. They would be even more powerless. It belongs to the 10,000 beasts border. Wu Huang stared at Wu Jiang. You've trampled on their dignity. No one knew what he was thinking. None of the beasts will agree. Just as Wu Jiang was about to leave, a rumbling sound came from a corner of the 10,000 beasts border. You can keep me here if you have the ability. The old salamander came out and shouted, not care. Wu Jiang cannot leave. His tone was full of mockery, everyone looked at which the old infuriated the 10,000 beasts border. Nine-tailed Fox, the old salamander spoke and the others hurriedly looked over. I can fight. He had come out even of seclusion. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Had he broken through? However, Wu Huang slowly turned his head and looked at the old salamander. I cannot ignore the rules. Limitless stopped, and then looked at stood at the bow, looking into the distance with a calm expression. What do you say about this battle? Beside him, the progenitor and the other powerhouses looked at the other mountain masters, as well as the countless cultivators in the 10,000 beasts border. He looked old and his eyes were gloomy. They could not retreat. He walked forward step by step and stared at Wu Jiang. You came to my 10,000 beasts border, in this battle, besieged the border lord and killed countless people. Wu Huang faced the old salamander. You've lived for so long, but you've never stood out. The 10,000 Beasts border is just a place for you to retire and replace the Gate of Arts. Why do you want to stand out now? The old salamander smashed his walking stick on the ground, causing the peak to crack. The 10,000 Beasts border is like the mountain beneath your feet. Once there's a crack, it can never be repaired. The 10,000 Beasts border was once a holy land for beast-shaped spirit molts. Not only did it gather beast-shaped spirit molts, but it also represented the last breath of beast-shaped spirit molts. This breath cannot be retreated. If it is retreated, will there still be any beast-shaped spirit molts in the spiritualized universe in the future? Border Lord, you represent all beast-shaped spirit molts since ancient times. You're known as the strongest. If you retreat, no one will choose to shed their beast-shaped spirit molts. I've lived for so long, and I still want to live. However, I can live because of my beast-shaped spirit molts and the 10,000 Beasts border. If I don't have these, then what's the point of living? The earth trembled. The old salamander's words stirred up more and more beast-shaped spirit molts. They could not help but reveal their beast-shaped spirit molts. Border Lord, why are you retreating? The old salamander shouted as he stared at Wu Huang. Why are you postponing the battle with Lu Sangtian until after the day of the sacrifice? Can't you do it now? We'll fight for the 10,000 Beasts border's dignity and kill Lu Sangtian. Wu Huang will have no leader. They are all from the Tian Yuan universe. They are enemies. Winged Butterfly shouted, Border Lord, it's time to fight Lu Sangtian. Nine-tailed Fox could not help but say, Border Lord, please fight. Countless beast-shaped spirit molts shouted, Border Lord, please fight. Border Lord, please fight. Outside the starry sky, many cultivators were puzzled. Wu Huang is not right today. First, he was forced by Wu Huang. Now, he's being forced by the 10,000 Beasts border. It seems like everyone is forcing him. I feel it too. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Something like this has never happened before. With Wu Huang's temper, he would not allow Wu Huang to leave. Strange. Something feels wrong. Above Wu Huang, Lu Yin sighed. People say that the older you get, the closer you are to a demon. It's true. Old salamander, what's your goal? To replace Wu Huang and Sang Tian's position? Why didn't you fight for it before? Lu Yin's words stunned everyone. What did he mean? What did this have to do with Sang Tian's position? How could it be related to that? The old salamander frowned. I don't understand what Lu Sangtian means, but today, no matter what Lu Sangtian says, Wu Huang cannot leave so easily. Border Lord, let's fight. Whether we win or lose, the 10,000 Beasts border will have no regrets. I believe that Border Lord's strength is enough to defeat Lu Sangtian. Wu Huang spoke. His voice was terrifyingly calm. I didn't expect it to be you, old salamander. The old salamander looked at Wu Huang. Border Lord, please fight. Lu Yin looked at the old salamander. You were the one who spread the rumor that Beyond Sky wants to kill Wu Huang after the day of the sacrifice spirit. Everyone looked at the old salamander in surprise. This rumor came from the 10,000 Beasts border. Wu Huang said in a low voice, you were also behind the Yueqing incident. Nine-tailed Fox and the others looked at the old salamander in confusion. The old salamander shouted, Border Lord, if you don't want to fight, then back down. I'm willing to fight to the death for the 10,000 Beasts border, but to accuse me with such despicable actions, it's not Sang Tian's doing. You and Lu Sangtian slandered me at the same time. Did you reach some conditions? It's as if you could have started the fight just now, but you suddenly stopped. Everyone was confused and looked at Wu Huang. You were the one who issued the order. Rumor has it that the Yueqing incident seemed to be Wu Huang's doing, but in fact, you were the one behind it from the beginning. Your purpose was to lure Wu Huang here and force me to fight with Lu Sangtian. If I win, then so be it. If I lose, you can replace me as Sangtian because the beast form's spiritual mold cannot be without Sangtian. This is the rule. Other than me, only you are qualified to replace Sangtian. Even if you lost once, I believe that you must have a reason to reverse the consequences of that failure. The reason why you fought in the Battle of the Abyss was to test Lu Sangtian, and not because you promised me to help the Golden-Winged Great Golden Wings fight for Sangtian's position. If Lu Sangtian did not appear, the Golden-Winged Great Golden Wings would not be able to succeed Sangtian because you will be the next Sangtian. Wu Huang's voice resounded through the 10,000 beasts border starry sky, as if a layer of clouds had been lifted. Winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, and the others were even more confused. It sounded reasonable, but it was based on the fact that the old salamander really wanted to fight for Sangtian's position. But did the old salamander really want to fight for Sangtian's position? The old salamander laughed bitterly. Wu Huang, is that what you think, or have you been deceived by others? If I wanted to fight for Sangtian's position, I wouldn't have waited until now. Wu Huang's aura changed. That's because I've always been here. You have no confidence in defeating me, so you can only wait. Wait until the end of my lifespan. Then what's the use of Sangtian's position? The old salamander shouted. Wu Huang could not explain it, and this was what he was most confused about. Why did the old salamander want to fight for Sangtian's position? If he wanted to fight for it, he would have done so long ago. Now that he was so old and his lifespan was almost up, what was the point of letting him become Sangtian? The old salamander sighed. I've lived for so long, and even Master Su is open-minded. I once said that I won't fight for Sangtian's position. What's the use of a mere Sangtian's position to me? End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3588. After a pause, the old salamander looked deeply at Emperor Wu. So what if I become Emperor Sangtian? It's not that easy to restart the consciousness universe and the Tian Yuan universe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now. Even if I can't become Emperor Sangtian, once the two universes restart, I'll still be qualified to step in and obtain the opportunity to break through to immortality. Why must I set my sights on the Emperor Sangtian's position? Border Lord, your guess is too ridiculous. Emperor Wu couldn't defend himself. In fact, the reason why he didn't start the battle was because Elder Yu wanted him to slow down and force out the mastermind. He believed it, otherwise, he would have started the battle. When the old salamander walked out, Elder Yu told Emperor Wu about his guess. Instead of saying that it came from Emperor Wu, it was more accurate to say that it came from Elder Yu. However, the old salamander's words were impeccable. Not to mention Emperor Wu and Elder Yu, even Lu Yin couldn't explain it. He and Elder Yu both felt that there was someone behind the scenes doing something, but they couldn't see through it. According to Elder Yu's idea, they should follow the agreement and let both sides step down. They could slowly find the mastermind. However, Elder Yu didn't know that Lu Yin suddenly changed his plan and killed Emperor Wu in front of everyone, intensifying the conflict. Indeed, this had forced the old salamander out, but now, the old salamander's words made Elder Yu unconfident. He was smart, but he wasn't omniscient. The old salamander was right. Why would he want the Emperor Sangtian's position? It was meaningless. Without a motive, how could he act? The process and conclusion seemed to be correct, but the only thing missing was the motive. The process and conclusion could be used on the old salamander and others, but they didn't point to the old salamander. Emperor Wu was willing to say those words and believe Elder Yu because the old salamander's temperament was too different. He understood the old salamander. It would be normal for anyone to stand out, but the old salamander was abnormal. However, he couldn't refute the old salamander's words. He couldn't be sure of everything. Clap 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 above Wu Jiang, Lu Yin clapped and praised. Well said, no one can refute your words. Sometimes, age is the greatest weapon. My lifespan is approaching, so I don't care about the Emperor Sang Tian's position. The old salamander looked at Lu Yin. Does Lu Sang Tian think that I'm wrong? Lu Yin said, yes, how is it wrong? You're absolutely right, there's no way to refute it. But. He looked deeply at the old salamander and said, why did you do this? What does it have to do with me? Do you need to explain your motives and whether you care about Sang Tian's position? You did it. Only you know the reason. What I want to do is to find you. That's all. The old salamander laughed heartily. Lu Sangtian truly is the lord of the Tian Yuan universe. Only you can say such overbearing words. There's no reason at all, yet you insist on pushing this matter onto this old man. Could it be that you think this old man has nothing better to do and decided to play around? Or do you think my 10,000 beasts border has no one? Can I be humiliated by you without restraint? Lu Yin slowly raised a hand and tapped the void, causing ripples to spread out across the entire myriad beasts border. Emperor Wu Huang looked at Lu Yin and touched the ripples. It wasn't an offensive power, so he allowed the ripples to continue. He didn't want to be used, be it by Miao Wu Huang or the old salamander. Plus, he had yet to successfully cultivate his power, which was why he had resisted the urge to attack. However, that didn't mean that he would allow Lu Yin to attack the myriad beasts border as he pleased. If Lu Yin made a move against the myriad beasts border, he would have to take action as well. The ripples continued to spread. They swept past winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, the old salamander, and the other cultivators. The old salamander was uneasy and looked at Emperor Wu Huang. Border Lord, do you want to fight? Emperor Wu Huang was silent. Lu Yin's voice fell. First. In the myriad beasts border, far away from the old salamander, there was a small, skinny man hiding in a corner of a mountain. When the ripples spread out, his body shone brightly, trapping him in place. He was confused, terrified, and uneasy. The old salamander looked over and narrowed his eyes. He suddenly raised his walking stick and slammed it into the man shimmering with light. The walking stick was restrained by the light and couldn't move an inch. Lu Yin shouted, "Don't worry, old man. This is the first one to help you spread rumors about beyond heaven. There are more than 10 in the myriad beasts border. Look, I've found the second one." As soon as he finished speaking, a seductive woman shone brightly. The old salamander's expression changed, and his walking stick couldn't move an inch. He looked at Lu Yin. "Are you trying to frame me?" Lu Yin didn't care. The third one. Winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, and the others looked at the old salamander strangely. The old salamander's attack was too decisive and heavy. It was more like he wanted to silence them. If Lu Sangtian wasn't confident, he wouldn't have pointed them out one by one. At this moment, the old salamander felt like he had seen a ghost. How could this person find them? These people who spread the rumors were his trusted aides, and they were all weak. They didn't know each other and only listened to him. How could they be found? Even Heaven's hand couldn't find them, let alone Lu Sangtian. How did this person find them? The path of karma was more profound the more one cultivated. When Star Toad, Desolate God, and the others were fighting Emperor Wu Huang, Lu Yin used the karma spiral to penetrate the bodies of the cultivators in the myriad beasts border. This was one of the reasons why he agreed to Elder Yu's conditions. The myriad beasts border was huge and there were many cultivators. No matter how fast the karma spiral was, it couldn't penetrate every cultivator in a short time. It needed time. This was why Star-Toad and Desolate God fought Emperor Wu Huang. Elder Yu wanted to slowly find out who was behind this, but Lu Yin couldn't agree. He had to find out who was plotting against him as soon as possible. Before this, 8 Willows and Yi Yao had been killed and had tricked him once. They had lured him to Bai City in the Grand Entirety region and forced him out of Jikong domain. Although the relationship between the Chamber of Commerce, the Gate of Arts, and the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce hadn't suffered any losses, what Lu Yin wanted to do had been fruitless. Now that the mastermind had acted again, he had to find out who it was. Yu Shu hadn't fled to Hundred Grass Domain on his own, he had been forced there. The old salamander had forced Yu Shu to Hundred Grass Domain, which had led to limitless killing Yu Qing. Lu Yin had no choice but to find trouble with Emperor Wu Huang and force him to fight while he reaped the benefits. It would be ridiculous if he let the old man succeed. After all, Lu Yin had mastered the path of karma, which was different from others. If it weren't for the path of karma, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to the old salamander. This old man's scheming was definitely not inferior to Elder Yu's. It was only now that Lu Yin realized that 8 Willows and Yi Yao's deaths hadn't been collateral damage, but rather something the old salamander had done on purpose. The old salamander had wanted to force Emperor Wu Huang to fight Lu Yin after he returned and help him succeed. Being lured to the Grand Entirety region was just a side detail of the old salamander's plan, and it didn't affect the old salamander's overall plan. Even so, this side detail had been enough to trick Lu Yin. Moreover, Lu Yin was also very curious as to why the old salamander had obtained Sang Tian's position. He had some guesses, but he needed the old salamander to confirm them. 9. These are the ones who spread the rumors. The next one is the one who's been keeping an eye on Limitless. With that, a ripple surrounded a cultivator that flickered with light. In the surroundings, the cultivators from the myriad beasts border stared blankly at the woman who had been circled. This woman was Wu Ji's most beloved maid. The old salamander's eyes narrowed once more. He knew everything and had investigated everything. Impossible, how could he have done such a thing? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked down from above. This woman knows everything about limitless cooperation with Yu Qing, and she's one of your people. Yu Qing fled to the 100 Herb territory because you sent people to force him into a corner. He had no choice but to rely on the Dayu Villa. Unfortunately, he didn't join the Dayu Villa, which is why you killed 8 Willows and Yi Yao. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to drag me into this. Hiding your aura, hiding from Limitless, and killing people with brute force. Old man, I'm not wrong, right? You're the one who did it. The old salamander stared at Lu Yin. You want to frame me just by circling a few people? Lu Yin was about to speak when a rumble came from afar, causing the mountains to sway. Everyone looked over. That's Mountain Lord Man Kuei's territory. Why is it shaking? Could it be that Mountain Lord Man Kuei is still alive? That can't be. Boom! There was a loud rumble as the mountains rumbled. Shockwaves surged into the sky, shattering the void. Then, an angry roar resounded throughout the myriad beasts' border. Who dares disturb my slumber? Sharp claws pierced through the sky, connecting heaven and earth. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a giant monster that crawled out of the mountain range. Turbulent shockwaves swept through the myriad beasts' border, and terrifying power continued to pile up, causing the stars to sway. Nine-tailed Fox was shocked. Senior Man Kuei is still alive. How unexpected. Winged Butterfly sighed. That's great. Of the 7 mountain lords of the myriad beasts' border, 2 had crossed Kuei. One was the old salamander, and the other was Man Kuei. The old salamander was the longest living existence in the spiritualized universe, and he had even surpassed Yu Sang Tian. Although Man Kuei had not lived as long as the old salamander, he was about the same age as Emperor Wu. He had even fought with Emperor Wu for the position of border lord of the myriad beasts border. A long, long time ago, Man Kuei had gone into seclusion and had not come out since. There were rumors in the outside world that he had died, and the Zhan family of the Door of Techniques had sent people to investigate. If Man Kuei was nearing the end of his lifespan, they wanted to bring him to the Door of Techniques, but Emperor Wu had stopped them. The cultivators of the myriad beasts border did not have to go to the Door of Techniques when their lifespan was nearing its end. This was not a rule, but a confidence. But now, no one had expected that Man Kuei was still alive, and he had crawled out with terrifying power. His aura was just as imposing as it had been in the past. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. What he feared the most about the spiritualized universe was Yu Sang Tian's unfathomable strength, and he could not see through his foundation. After all, the spiritualized universe had been developing for a longer period of time than the Tian Yuan universe. In addition, there was the Supreme Extreme, which was a unified cultivation method that had created an unprecedented era. There was also the beast-shaped spiritual molting, which was a cultivation method that was completely different from normal people's. As a result, no one knew how many undying old fellows existed in the spiritualized universe. One was the Door of Techniques, and the other was the myriad beasts border. They represented the spiritualized universe's foundation. Lu Yin was not surprised by Man Kuei's appearance, but his sudden appearance had disrupted his plans. Man Kuei crawled out of the mountain range and appeared in front of everyone. His gray body was covered in scars, and he was even crazier than Emperor Wu in battle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3589. Who disturbed my slumber? Where did that power come from? Man Kuei's voice shook the world. The old salamander sighed. Old friend, it's good that you're alive. The 10,000 beasts border has been underestimated. Man Kuei's aura continued to surge as he stared at Limitless. You dare to provoke the 10,000 beasts border? Die. The old salamander's expression sank. Lu Sangtian, no matter what you say, you will not change the humiliation of the 10,000 beasts border. Today, Limitless will not leave easily. Lu Yin did not care. If the 10,000 beasts border really wants to go to war, we can accompany you. After all, the mastermind has already been found. Even if the 10,000 beasts border does not take care of it, I will. Limitless, what do you think? Everyone looked at Limitless once more. Man Kuei's gaze was ferocious as he stared at Limitless. He sounded dissatisfied. TCH, you've changed. Limitless remained calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Man Kuei continued, the current you is not worthy of being called Limitless. It's time for the 10,000 beasts border's border lord to change. Countless cultivators in the 10,000 beasts border were shocked. Man Kuei actually wanted to challenge the border lord's position. In outer space, many cultivators were similarly stunned. This Man Kuei is very confident. Could it be that he has not died after so many years and has even broken through? That shouldn't be the case. Man Kuei's aura is still the same as before. He has not broken through. I wonder what Limitless will do. Limitless should be telling the truth. Lu Sangtian has already found evidence, but Man Kuei destroyed it. No wonder he's forcing Limitless to fight today. The old salamander wants to force Limitless to fight for Lu Sangtian's position. Now that Man Kuei has appeared, there's another competitor. It doesn't make sense. Why would the old salamander want Lu Sangtian? It doesn't make sense. That's right. Unless he's helping someone else fight for it. In the entire spiritualized universe, aside from himself and a few spiritualized beasts, no one else is qualified. Even Man Kuei is not qualified. Could it be Annihilation Limitless? Annihilation Limitless challenge is related to him. It's getting stranger. Limitless stood calmly on the shattered ground. Ever since Lu Yin had circled out that group of cultivators, he had become abnormally calm. Limitless was limitless. Limitless was the limitless was limitless. At that moment, they were all waiting for Wu Huang's response. A moment before, when Wu Jiang wanted to leave, Emperor Wu didn't stop him because he wanted to force the old salamander to come out. Everybody understood that Emperor Wu didn't want to fight against Wu Jiang, and he wasn't afraid of Wu Jiang either. What was he going to do now? Whether or not the old salamander was really the mastermind, Man Kuei's provocation and Wu Jiang's disregard all fell on Wu Huang. Especially at this moment, Man Kuei's words made the truth no longer important. They had lifted Wu Huang up and forced him to fight Wu Jiang. What would he do? Lu Yin was curious as well, but it did not matter to him whether he fought or not. The old salamander would not be able to escape, as the entire limitless frontier was watching him. He was someone who had to be killed, and the old salamander's only chance at survival was to force the myriad beasts border to go to war with the limitless frontier, which would lead to the greatest battle in the spiritualized universe. Emperor Wu slowly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. He didn't look at anyone. He raised his foot and stomped down. The ground shook and cracked with him as the center. The entire 10,000 beasts border was rising and falling. The 10,000 beasts border was the largest of the 36 filaments. It was vast and boundless, and there were countless small worlds within. At this moment, the entire 10,000 beasts border was crushed by Emperor Wu's stomp. An earth-shattering power surged out from his body, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the heavens. With a whoosh, the power spread out and pushed through the heavens. Emperor Wu's body grew infinitely taller, and behind him, a black shadow appeared like an abyss that devoured everything. On his face, a dark red vertical line suddenly shot out streaks of red light that pierced towards various locations in the 10,000 beasts border. Each streak of red light pierced deeply into the ground, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire 10,000 beasts border. The old salamander, man kuei, winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, and the other mountain masters did not know what Emperor Wu was trying to do. Their bodies trembled along with the earth, the eruption of volcanoes, and the collapse of the heavens. They felt Emperor Wu's indescribably terrifying aura, as if a monster was lying in the heavens, overlooking the entire 10,000 beasts border. It was completely different from when he had fought the desolate god, as if he had become a completely different person. Wu Jiang swayed, and Lu Yin stared down. Emperor Wu's aura was terrifying and boundless, and it gave him a suffocating feeling. It was oppressive and stifling, and Lu Yin wanted to break this feeling. There was a low growl from Emperor Wu's body, and it turned into a sound wave that surged into the heavens. At that moment, where the red light had pierced, various auras shot up into the sky. There were auras of sequence laws, primordial realms, and even those of crossing calamity. They rose up from the ground of the 10,000 beasts border, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was as if the heavens and earth had been turned upside down, and the stars had entered the sea, embellishing the darkness. The old salamander was stunned. These auras. Man Kuei was shocked. They're not dead. None of them are dead. Winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox exchanged glances. They could feel the auras of the former mountain masters from the underground. They were actually not dead. How was this possible? Those mountain masters should have clearly died. The old salamander did not know this. He looked down at the familiar auras. Many of these powerhouses that he had thought were dead were actually still alive. Although none of them had lived as long as he had, why were they still alive? They should have been dead. Lu Yin exhaled. He had finally seen the 10,000 beasts border's true foundation. As expected, a group of old fellows had been left behind at the gathering place of the spirit slayers. Although none of them were particularly powerful, these old fellows undoubtedly had a great influence on the current 10,000 beasts border. They were the ancestors, fathers, and mentors of many cultivators. Emperor Wu shook the ground and revealed the 10,000 beasts border's greatest secret. I, am Emperor Wu, the master of the 10,000 beasts border. I was once, and I am still one. The ancient powerhouses that exist beneath the ground have fought for me. They trusted me and buried themselves for me, waiting for me to awaken and continue fighting. Ask them, do they acknowledge you or me? Is the title of Emperor Wu something you can abolish just because you want to? Emperor Wu suddenly raised his head. A third of the spirit slayers in the spiritualized universe have not joined the 10,000 beasts border, but that does not mean they will not listen to me. I am Emperor Wu, the king of the spirit slayers. Only I can lead the spirit slayers to rise. In the heavens above and the earth below, only I am Emperor Wu. On the ground, roars echoed, stirring the blood of countless cultivators in the 10,000 beasts border. They were so excited that they knelt down. Similar roars came from beyond the stars. They all submitted to Emperor Wu. Only Emperor Wu could lead the spirit slayers to spiritualize. At this moment, Emperor Wu's aura was so powerful that it shocked everyone, including the old salamander and man Kuei. The old salamander stared at Emperor Wu. Absolute power was always the law of the cultivation world. As long as Emperor Wu was the strongest, no matter what he did, he was always right. No one could replace him, unless he could surpass Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu had absolute control over the spirit slayers. After so many years, there were very few powerhouses in this generation of 10,000 beasts border. They felt Emperor Wu's true aura. At this moment, they felt that he was the true master of the 10,000 beasts border. No one could replace him. The spirit slayers enjoyed some of the benefits of the astral beasts, but they also bore the characteristics of the astral beasts that were carved into their bones. Emperor Wu did not need to do anything. He only needed to be invincible. He looked at the old salamander. Tell me clearly. 10,000 beasts border does not allow traitors. The old salamander's face sank. It was now his turn to be speechless. Man Kuei slammed his claws into the ground, wanting to destroy Emperor Wu's aura. However, Emperor Wu's body was no smaller than his, and when he turned around, the red color made him feel like he had fallen into hell. Even someone as arrogant as Man Kuei subconsciously took a step back, recalling how Emperor Wu had almost killed him. Lu Yin praised, "Can we continue now?" Emperor Wu looked at Lu Yin. "Continue." Lu Yin pointed, "He was the one who led Yu Qing to the 100 Herbs region." A spirit slayer was circled out, his body glowing with a dazzling light. This cultivator's face was deathly pale, and he was extremely terrified. He had wanted to escape and tear through the void, but he could no longer do so. Kill Yu Sang-tian. He was the one who forced Yu Shu to go to the 100 Herbs region. Emperor Wu wanted to work with the cultivator was circled out to kill Yu Sang-tian. The old salamander had given the outside world the impression that he was just waiting to die. This old salamander had changed the topic in order to not be seen that the truth had been exposed. He had recruited people from the 10,000 beasts border. Needless to say, this explanation was even more believable than the 10,000 revelation of the old salamander. Rejected outsiders. After all, but now, the old salamander wanted to fight for Yu Tian's position and frame Emperor Wu. The old salamander's expression sank, there was no motive, he smiled bitterly, and no one could explain it. It seems that Lu Sang-tian and the Border Lord are working together to put on a show. And Emperor Wu working together to kill Yu Sang-tian, the Border Lord get rid of us old fellows. So is he going to let go of his grudges and give up on the suppressing spirit slayers? And fabricating Wu's greatest wish was to defeat Yu Sang-tian. It seems like you won't get anything. Everyone was at a loss, but I know that you want to work with the Tian Yuan universe to kill Yu Sang-tian. It was getting harder and harder to understand. The 10,000 beasts border was in an uproar. The old salamander's voice rang out. In outer space, many onlookers were in an uproar. The reason why the Border Lord wants to work with outsiders to deal with us is because I oppose the Border Lord against Yu Sang-tian. Although Yu Sang-tian is Spirit Slayer in human form, he has led the spiritualized universe to this day. He has suppressed the consciousness universe and the Tian Yuan universe. If we lose Yu Sang-tian, how can the Tian Yuan universe be contained? I didn't want to make this matter clear, but now that things have come to this, I can only say it. The spiritualized universe cannot. Above Wu Jiang, old Tao sighed. What a righteous old salamander. He has turned the situation around and molded himself into a spiritualized universe that is willing to fight Emperor Wu and the Tian Yuan universe to the death. I have to say that this old fellow is really sinister. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3590. Looking at the old salamander on the ground, the ancestor sighed. If I had half of his shrewdness, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Chu Yi rolled his eyes. Master, it's enough if you have 1/3 of his shrewdness. You'll never be able to overturn the heavens. The origami nodded in agreement. The primogenitor was speechless. Save me some face. On the ground, everyone was waiting for Emperor Wu Huang to speak. The old salamander had revealed that he had collaborated with the Tian Yuan cosmos to kill Yu Sang Tian. This was a huge blow. Once it was confirmed, it would be difficult for Emperor Wu Huang to gain a foothold. The Tian Yuan universe was the enemy. The sky beyond sky and Yu Sang sky had their reasons for tolerating them. However, Emperor Wu Huang was a spiritualized universe. If he cooperated with the Tian Yuan universe, he would be a traitor. These were two different concepts. Wu Huang faced the old salamander. I want to kill Yu Sang Tian. The old salamander looked at Wu Huang. That's right. Emperor Wu admitted. The old salamander's face changed. He had said that to confuse the public. Did Emperor Wu Huang admit it? The others didn't expect Wu Huang to admit it so straightforwardly. Lu Yin raised a brow. Did this guy really want to kill Yu Sang Tian? A peerless emperor's aura suppressed the 10,000 beasts border, causing heaven's expression to change. To kill Yu Sang Tian, I will fight him fair and square. I will not cooperate with others. You will never succeed, Yu Sang Tian, with your schemes. The old salamander was about to speak. Lu Yin's voice rang out, you've made up stories that don't exist, and the others believe you. Old man, Emperor Wu Huang has already confirmed that you're the mastermind. Who's lighter? Which is more important? The old salamander's pupils constricted, and a fearful expression appeared on his face. Emperor Wu Huang was suppressing the myriad beast territory. So what if he made everyone believe that Emperor Wu Huang had joined forces with the Tian Yuan universe to kill Yu Sang Tian? Even if Emperor Wu Huang was a traitor, what would happen to him was a matter for the future. Now, he deliberately said this to make Emperor Wu Huang believe that he was the one behind the scenes. Previously, Wu Huang might not have been sure, but now he was sure. Otherwise, why would he make up such a lie? The old salamander had schemed against Emperor Wu and wanted to take over Sang Tian's position. However, he wasn't Sang Tian and wasn't as overbearing as Emperor Wu and Lu Yin. For that kind of person, was it important to explain? It was enough to know who the enemy was and where they were. Lu Yin's goal would be achieved as soon as Emperor Wu confirmed it. This was a tacit understanding between the two of them. Without hesitation, Wu Huang's indomitable figure stepped on the old salamander. Winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Wu Huang's might was unparalleled, and no one dared to challenge him. His target was the old salamander. The old salamander shouted, the 10,000 beasts border is united against the outside world, yet you are helping an outsider against your own people. You are not fit to be called the peerless emperor, and you are not fit to lead the spiritual molting of beasts. The boundless emperor stomped down, shattering the earth and shaking the 10,000 beasts border once again. Underground, many powerful auras locked onto the old salamander, ready to attack at any moment. Who dares to touch the 10,000 beasts border? Today, I'll kill them. You want to steal Sang Tian's position? Come, let's fight. If you win, you'll be the supreme emperor. The old salamander kept retreating. In front of him, a sharp claw stretched out from Man Kuei. He was actually attacking Sovereign Wu Huang at this moment. It was no wonder that Man Kuei had appeared at such a perfect time to interrupt the people he had circled. It turned out that Man Kuei had joined forces with the old man. This old fellow was advancing step by step, and his eloquence was not below his strength. If he did not meet people like Wu Huang and himself who did not need to reason, as long as he wanted to debate with him, he would not be able to do so. Led into a ditch. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Keep an eye on that old fellow. Don't even think about escaping. Lu Yin instructed the experts on the boundless border. He believed that the old salamander definitely had a backup plan, and such a person would definitely be prepared to face failure. Even if the possibility of failure was 1 in 10,000, he would still leave a way out for himself. Just like the little salamander, who was not even in the 10,000 beasts border at this moment. Bang! Man Kuei and Sovereign Wu Huang were both colossi, and they stood tall in the 10,000 beasts border as they clashed. The roaring shock waves from the collision caused countless cultivators to be unable to raise their heads, not even daring to look. Sovereign Wu Huang grabbed Man Kuei's claws tightly. Man Kuei had 6 claws, and Sovereign Wu Huang grabbed 2 of them while the other 4 viciously swatted at him. With 2 cracking sounds, 2 of Man Kuei's claws were instantly torn apart, causing green blood to splatter onto the ground. Sovereign Wu Huang used his unparalleled strength to instantly tear apart all 6 of Man Kuei's arms. Man Kuei howled and charged at Sovereign Wu Huang. His strength was definitely at the peak of biological strength, and strange wool seals constantly flickered around his body, trapping him and Sovereign Wu Huang within. His head pierced through Sovereign Wu Huang, and Man Kuei disappeared within the wheel seals. Sovereign Wu Huang punched at the wheel seals, causing them to tremble but not shatter. Man Kuei turned around, and his 6 arms regrew, overlapping with each other to form a strange posture. 6 heavenly wheels annihilation, all sounds turned to nothingness, annihilation. The wheel seals suddenly turned red and imprinted themselves into Sovereign Wu Huang's body. Immediately after, the wheel seals spread out like giant pythons slithering within Sovereign Wu Huang's body. It was a shocking sight. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What a vicious battle technique. Transferring one's strength into the enemy's body through battle techniques and releasing it within the enemy's body. The wheel seals that spread out were equivalent to one's own clones. This was an avatar in the form of a battle technique, and even Sovereign Wu Huang couldn't break free from it immediately. An avatar wasn't just one's own body, but also a battle technique. It was similar to Lu Yin using his consciousness to open the 9 skies. Lu Yin had never thought that his talent was unique, nor did he think that his wisdom was unrivaled. What he could think of, others could think of, and what he could do, others would be able to do in the future as well. But he hadn't expected to see the method that he had painstakingly thought of appear on another creature so quickly. As expected of a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, he hadn't lived for so long in vain. Sovereign Wu Huang's defense was unparalleled. His sawtooth blade was a soft attack, but his defense was the hardest. However, these wool seals were soft. Only the softest could break through the hardest. Sovereign Wu Huang bent his legs and placed his right hand on the ground. He looked up at Man Kuei. You pretended to be dead for so many years just to create this technique to deal with me. Man Kuei was satisfied. You can say that. If I defeat you, I'll become the Myriad Beast Border's border master, and that's enough for me to take the position of Sang Tian. Lu Yin's voice rang out. The old salamander schemed so hard against Sovereign Wu Huang just for you. Man Kuei looked at Lu Yin. I haven't appeared for many years, and the world has changed. Even people from the Tian Yuan universe can come to my spiritualized universe. How laughable. Once I defeat Qi, you'll be next. Lu Yin laughed. Above Limitless, the progenitor laughed. The desolate god, Qi, celestial champion, and the rest all laughed. All of them were laughing so hard that it was hilarious. In the Myriad Beast border, countless spiritualized beasts watched in a daze. In outer space, the spectating cultivators were speechless. Lu Yin wasn't Sovereign Wu Huang, he was an opponent that even Sovereign Wu Huang wasn't confident in defeating. He had no choice but to postpone the battle until after the tribute spirit. Man Kuei, after so many years, he had created a ruthless technique to deal with Sovereign Wu Huang, but he couldn't create another technique to deal with Lu Yin, especially since everyone knew that Lu Sangtian had no weaknesses. Whether it was his physical strength, battle techniques, spirit, consciousness, concept, or battle techniques, he was so terrifying that it made others tremble. He was especially proficient in the time domain. Only someone like Sovereign Wu Huang, who had an unparalleled defense, could fight him. Otherwise, one would have to reach Yu Sangtian's level. Even if Man Kuei could defeat Sovereign Wu Huang, his chances of victory against Lu Yin were minuscule. Moreover, he hadn't defeated Sovereign Wu Huang yet. Sovereign Wu Huang's lips curled up. A long time ago, you said that you're very similar to me. We're the same type. Man Kuei looked at Sovereign Wu Huang. That's right. So if you can become Sovereign Wu Huang, I can too, as long as I defeat you. Sovereign Wu Huang slowly stood up, allowing the Luin seals to disperse the power in his body, enduring the pain. Wrong, I'm smarter than you. You've been tricked by that old man, idiot. As he spoke, his hand pierced into his body. Under countless shocked gazes, he tore his body apart, grabbing the scattered power out of the Luin seals, crushing it. Then, he tore his body apart, grabbing the python-like power out of the Luin seals. Even though his body was covered in blood, his expression didn't change. This scene made Man Kuei's scalp go numb. He had tried his best to create a soft attack similar to the sawtooth blade, and the inspiration for this battle technique came from Sovereign Wu Huang's sawtooth blade. He had been easily defeated by the sawtooth blade before. He didn't expect Sovereign Wu Huang to be so ruthless, shattering himself. Man Kuei's gaze was ferocious. Once again, Luin seals appeared around Sovereign Wu Huang, using self-injury to break. Let's see how many more times you can take. Sovereign Wu Huang was cold and arrogant. On the surface of his body, the originally bloody body recovered visibly, turning black. At the same time, he raised his hand and punched out. The Luin seals that could defend against Sovereign Wu Huang's power were shattered by the punch. Man Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood. This power wasn't something he could use as he wished. At this moment, the Luin seals were much weaker than the first time he used them. Sovereign Wu Huang's power was much stronger than before. He looked at Sovereign Wu Huang blankly. Your power. Sovereign Wu Huang took a step forward, raising his hand to grab Man Kuei. Man Kuei was grabbed by the neck and lifted up easily. Who do you think you are? You spent so many years just to deal with me. I don't even need to think about how to deal with you. My power is not something you can understand, trash. Boom. Sovereign Wu Huang smashed Man Kuei to the ground, his head cracked open and Man Kuei coughed out blood. Sovereign Wu Huang raised his foot again and stomped down, crushing Man Kuei's body. One stomp after another shook the 10,000 beasts border. Under his feet, the green liquid continued to spread, forming a lake. The huge Man Kuei, an expert who had crossed bitter adversity, was crushed by Sovereign Wu Huang. This was Sovereign Wu Huang, cruel and domineering. Everyone was silent as they watched the scene unfold. Above Limitless, the desolate god's expression was solemn. Sovereign Wu Huang had been holding back against them because he was worried about Lu Yin. Otherwise, the desolate god would have died long ago without being able to break through. There was still a huge gap between the current him and Sovereign Wu Huang. The star toad was speechless and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too cruel, too terrifying, and too much of a scam. It would never provoke such a monster in the future. Man Kuei's defense, power, and battle techniques were all worthy of the bitter adversity realm. His Luin seals could injure Sovereign Wu Huang and kill an ordinary expert who had crossed bitter adversity, such as Mr. Li. But against Sovereign Wu Huang, he was trampled to death. This was overwhelming power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3591. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. He was becoming more and more interested in sovereign strength, which definitely surpassed the limits of a living being. But where were his limits? Was he weaker than Lu Yin, the same as him, or had he surpassed Lu Yin and reached the level of eternity when using the freedom technique? Even with such strength, Sovereign had still pushed back the date of the final battle to the day of the tribute spirit. Not only was he afraid of Lu Yin's strength, but he also had other plans. Outside of space, everyone watched as Man Kuei was trampled to death. Everyone had assumed that he was dead, but now, he was truly dead. From start to finish, the old salamander had not interfered and had only watched coldly. Man Kuei was his pawn. He always knew that Man Kuei wasn't dead and was studying Sovereign Wu's weakness. He wanted to defeat Sovereign Wu after he came out of seclusion. That was why he found Man Kuei and reached an agreement with him. He wanted Man Kuei to help him scheme against Sovereign Wu and eventually let Man Kuei replace Sovereign Wu's position. Would he really let Man Kuei replace Sovereign? Of course not. The old salamander didn't care about Man Kuei at all. Even Sovereign was more suitable than Man Kuei, but Man Kuei was brainless and had decent strength. He was also confident that he could defeat Sovereign, so such a person was too suitable to be used. If Lu Yin hadn't seen through his transmigration and circled out those people, the old salamander and Man Kuei would have been enough to force Sovereign into a final battle with Lu Yin. Even if Sovereign won, Man Kuei would have taken the opportunity to defeat Sovereign. What the old salamander needed to do was wrap things up and replace Sovereign with the support of the myriad beasts in the myriad beasts border, suppress Man Kuei, and become Sang Tian. The reason why those people who worked for him were still in the 10,000 beast border was to slander Man Kuei and push all the blame onto him so that he could take control of the 10,000 beast border. Many things had already been thought out, and everything was perfect. But Lu Yin had somehow managed to get Sovereign to cooperate with him and force him to show himself. He had even circled out those people and restored the situation, causing the situation to spiral out of control. The old salamander's gaze turned cold. Now that he had lost the brainless idiot Man Kuei, his plan had completely failed. Even if he could defeat Sovereign, he would only be able to force Sovereign to lose his position. Lu Sangtian would definitely avenge the 8 Willows and Yi Yao and then attack him, making it impossible for him to become Sang Tian. What he needed to do now was to leave and plan again. The green blood continued to spread as Man Kuei's huge body was crushed. All the cultivators in the 10,000 beast border were reminded of the terror of the Supreme Emperor. At this moment, even if Emperor Wu Huang announced that he was joining forces with the Tian Yuan Cosmos, they wouldn't dare to object, let alone allowing Wu Jiang to leave. Nine-tailed Fox's face turned pale. Thinking about how she had always been impudent in front of Wu Huang, she felt chills all over her body. Would she be skinned alive? Hong, Wu Huang walked out of the deep pit. The ground was filled with green blood, forming a lake. That was Man Kuei's blood. Man Kuei, the powerful beast-shaped spiritual molting that had crossed Ku adversity, would forever remain there. Wu Huang walked out step by step, staring at the old salamander. Winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox subconsciously distanced themselves from the old salamander. Now, no one dared to oppose Wu Huang. Yu Sang Tian represented the strongest of the human-shaped spirit molting. No emperor represented the strongest of the beast-shaped spirit molting. The old salamander had wanted to leave long ago, but there were murderous intent staring at him from the boundless sea. If he moved, there would be experts attacking him. He couldn't move at all. Even though leaving would be the wisest choice. Emperor Wu Huang walked towards the old salamander, his huge body connecting the sky and the earth. Every step he took shook the earth and brought about a terrifying pressure. He was bigger than a mountain and taller than the sky. The old salamander raised his head and watched Emperor Wu Huang approach. The myriad beasts border has lost enough powerhouses. Goldwing and Right Summer have been captured by Lu Sang Tian, and Man Kuei has been trampled to death. You are wasting the resources of the myriad beasts border. Emperor Wu Huang's voice fell. I am the master of the myriad beasts border. He then stepped towards the old salamander. Lu Yin watched this scene. The old salamander was definitely not Emperor Wu Huang's match based on his strength in the spatial abyss. But was that really the old salamander's strength? If so, how could he scheme against Emperor Wu Huang? Such a shrewd person would not leave his future to someone else. The only possibility for his scheme to succeed was for Emperor Wu Huang to lose to Lu Yin. That would be too laughable. Even if he succeeded, he had already lost to Lu Yin once. It would be difficult for him to replace Emperor Wu Huang. A shadow loomed over the old salamander. Man Kuei, who had helped him block Emperor Wu Huang, was already dead. At this moment, he was alone. The old salamander sighed helplessly. This was the worst-case scenario that he had predicted, but even in this situation, he could at least see Emperor Wu Huang's limits. However, he could not see Emperor Wu Huang's limits, just like how he could not see Lu Sang Tian's limits during the spatial abyss battle. They were indeed the same type of people. He did not know if his own limits could be withstood. The old salamander raised his walking stick and enlarged it infinitely, turning into a towering tree that blocked Emperor Wu Huang's foot. Emperor Wu Huang exerted strength, and the black color of his body deepened. This was his innate gift, hardening. It was a very ordinary innate gift, but Emperor Wu Huang had cultivated it to the limit, reaching an unimaginable level of defense. Crack! The walking stick cracked, and the old salamander leaped up. His body expanded rapidly as he transformed into his beast form, spirit-molting salamander, and fiercely attacked. Emperor Wu Huang grabbed the old salamander and tore it apart, splitting the old salamander's body into two. This way, he could not kill the old salamander. The old salamander had the perfect spiritualization innate gift of rebirth. Lu Yin had seen it before. Emperor Wu Huang tore the old salamander's body apart again, wanting to tear it to shreds. Even an innate gift had its limits. At that moment, the old salamander's body that had been torn apart started to wither. In the distance, the old salamander reappeared. The power of his punch should not have been able to hurt him. The old salamander was stunned, and his body was almost crushed. Emperor Wu Huang sneered. Emperor Wu Huang had sealed him once, and now he wanted to seal him a second time. He was Emperor Wu Huang. Above Wu Huang, Alpha was shocked. He cut off his arm to separate it from his own power, but his arm still retains the power of his punch. This person's fighting talent is very high. Emperor Wu Huang had only been sealed once, but he had already found a way to deal with it. Emperor Wu Huang was a deified that the old salamander was proud of. Not even Lu Yin had expected to fight him in such a way. Facing Emperor Wu Huang's attack, the old salamander had to seal Emperor Wu Huang's power before he attacked. Otherwise, when Emperor Wu Huang attacked, the old salamander's 8 hands of closing door would be useless. Emperor Wu Huang wasn't using his own power to attack. He was using inertia to attack. Even if inertia prevented him from increasing his power, the old salamander was still unable to breathe. It took the old salamander a while to recover. He wanted to rush out of the ground, but his head was hit again. He was pressed down again. The same thing happened again. First, Man Kuei was stomped to death by Emperor Wu Huang. Now, it was the old salamander's turn. Nine-tailed Fox felt a chill. The old salamander's defense was not as good as Man Kuei's. Although Man Kuei had been stomped to death and broken into pieces, there was still a body left. The old salamander would be crushed to a pulp. Winged Butterfly was scared, too. Emperor Wu Huang was the strongest beast spirit molt. No one could replace him. The ground shook, and the power spread through the cracks in the ground. Emperor Wu Huang was going to punch the old salamander to death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3592. The old salamander wasn't easy to kill, but even if he was smashed to a pulp, he wouldn't be able to be reborn. He understood Wu Huang, and Wu Huang understood him as well. Both in and out of space, everyone watched quietly. The old salamander was dead for sure, this antique from the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin frowned. How could he die so easily? Unlike this old fellow's shrewdness. Suddenly, a strange aura emerged from the ground. It was unfamiliar yet powerful. The moment the qi appeared, Emperor Wu Huang subconsciously stopped. His face was filled with fear and disbelief as he looked down at the ground. In the myriad beast territory, all the spiritualized beasts felt a chill run down their spines. The winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox exchanged glances. They had cultivated spiritualized beasts and had gained the intuition of astral beasts. This aura was strange and frightening. Above Boundless, the star toad grew nervous. What was this aura? The desolate god growled and cautiously blocked the progenitor. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and stared down. A chill enveloped him. The old salamander had indeed hidden his strength. Under everyone's gazes, the earth wriggled and then split open. A giant creature soared into the sky and let out a world-shaking roar. It resounded through the starry sky and spread in all directions, bringing thunderous explosions to countless creatures that heard it. It also carried an indescribable might. Lu Yin stared blankly at the creature that had emerged from the ground and was heading towards the heavens. Primal chaos. Above Boundless, the progenitor and the rest were stunned as they stared into the distance. Primal chaos. No one had expected to see primal chaos in the spiritualized universe. This creature's appearance was exactly the same as primal chaos. The progenitor's eyes flickered. How was this possible? The old salamander was primal chaos. Primal chaos was clearly a creature from the Tianyuan universe, so how could he be in the spiritualized universe? Primal chaos had existed for even longer than the progenitor and eternity. He was a creature from the Tianyuan universe's previous era. But how long had the old salamander existed? He had even surpassed Yu Sang Tian, who had existed for an incomparably long time and had cultivated to the peak of Kuai. Perhaps Yu Sang Tian and the eternity were from the same era, but the old salamander had lived longer than Yu Sang Tian. Could he really be primal chaos? Primal chaos from the Tianyuan universe? The spiritualized cultivators were shocked by the old salamander's strength, while the Tianyuan universe cultivators were shocked by his appearance. Han Ji was very special in the Tianyuan cosmos. He was once believed to have broken through to eternal life. Why was he here? Lu Yin appeared above Boundless. Senior, could it be chaos? Primogenitor shook his head. I don't know. Underground, the old salamander flew out, its body winding through the starry sky. It looked down at Wu Huang and roared. Then, it slashed down with its claw. The old salamander now was completely different from before. Wu Huang grinned, laughing maniacally. Old bastard, this is your real beast form, you've been hiding it all this time. Then, he raised his hand, clashing with the old salamander's claws. The two colossal beings grabbed each other tightly. Their power vibrated and spread, distorting everything that was visible to the naked eye. This was a phenomenon that could only occur when one's power reached a certain level. It was truly capable of shaking the starry sky. This was the first time the old salamander had faced Han Wu Huang head-on in terms of strength. This was something even Man Kuei could not do. Desolate God had once suppressed Sovereign Wu Huang in terms of power, but it was not Sovereign Wu Huang at this moment. As he thought about this, he clawed at Lu Yin with his right claw. Lu Yin's body was very small and could not be compared to the old salamander. Even the old salamander's claw was as big as a mountain. When the right claw attacked, the sequence particles of the gate sealing 8 hands entered Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's strength was also locked. The old salamander closed his claws and wanted to crush Lu Yin. However, the claws stopped halfway. It was not that the old salamander did not want to close them, but that he could not. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and dominated the world. The karma heavenly Tao was not something that could be suppressed by strength. The old salamander was not Yu Sang Tian, so he could not do it. In the starry sky in his heart, the ancient sword slashed at the old salamander. The old salamander's body did not dodge, and he took the attack head-on. He was confident in his current body's defenses. Lu Yin's karma spiral whistled out from his fingertip and rushed towards the old salamander. He wanted to see if this old man was Hun Ji. The old salamander sensed something and shrank his body to avoid it. He looked at Lu Yin in shock, but he could not see the power that made his hair stand on end. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the karma spiral followed. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside his ear. "Be careful." Lu Yin turned around and unleashed the great sky-split disc with his consciousness. Behind him, Emperor Supreme's sawtooth blade slashed down and slashed at the disc, causing a screeching sound to ring out. The sawtooth blade was a soft attack, while the great sky-split disc was a consciousness attack. It also did not have a physical body, so it perfectly blocked the sawtooth blade. Scram! "It's mine!" Emperor Supreme roared, and the sawtooth blade slashed down, splitting the great sky-split disc apart and heading towards Lu Yin and the old salamander. Lu Yin frowned. He wanted to find out the old salamander's identity, not interfere in this battle. As long as Emperor Supreme suppressed the old salamander, the result would be the same, and the old salamander would pay the price for his actions. However, seeing that Emperor Supreme had been injured, Lu Yin could not wait any longer. If the old salamander really was Hun Ji, then why had he come to the spiritualized universe? Did Yu Sang Tian know? Lu Yin could not sense any aura from the old salamander that did not belong to this universe. Could this also be Yu Sang Tian's doing? If Yu Sang Tian interfered, then Lu Yin and Emperor Supreme might not be able to stop him. This was why Lu Yin had been so anxious to act. He had not expected Emperor Supreme to disregard everything and attack him as well. Lu Yin dodged the sawtooth blade and raised Emperor Supreme to slash at the old salamander, completely ignoring him. The old salamander endured the ancient sword's attack and hurriedly dodged the sawtooth blade. Soft attacks like the sawtooth blade were very strange. Emperor Supreme relied on the sawtooth blade's horizontal slashes to force the old salamander to dodge continuously. However, the old salamander could not dodge for long. The sawtooth blade's slashes seemed random, but they followed the heart of the salamander. It was like Mr. Lee's sword of calligraphy wild grass. There was only one sawtooth blade, but the slashes kept increasing until they covered the sky and landed on the old salamander's body. In an instant, dozens of bloody wounds appeared. The old salamander's 4 claws grabbed at Emperor Supreme, 2 of them grabbing at Emperor Supreme's arm in an attempt to stop the sawtooth blade. Emperor Supreme's blade rotated and slashed at the old salamander's claws, almost severing them. The old salamander howled in agony as the other 2 claws pierced into Emperor Supreme's body and tore apart his flesh. The land was dyed red. The myriad beast territory had never experienced such a desperate battle before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3593. Emperor Wu Huang was about to counterattack, but Setting Sun's martial art caused his mind to go blank. At the same time, Lu Yin raised his hand and slammed it down on the old salamander. Earth and the sky, overturning sky palm. The old salamander roared, but his body was pressed down by the mortal realm and slammed into the ground. He couldn't even make a sound before being blocked. Luin landed on the mortal realm and stared at the old salamander. "If you don't want to talk, I'll make you wish you were dead." The old salamander looked up, his severed claws quickly recovering. "This old one is a 5-clawed Tian Ho." The claws pierced through the land and reached for Luin. Behind Luin, Emperor Wu Huang was enraged and slashed out with his sawtooth blade. His cosmic realm consciousness howled, still using the great sky-split disc. Even though Luin was prepared for Emperor Wu Huang's sudden attack and the disc was much clearer than before, it still couldn't block the sawtooth blade. His consciousness had opened the 9 heavens, but it couldn't reach the cosmic realm in battle. Naturally, he couldn't block Emperor Wu Huang's sawtooth blade. The sawtooth blade tore through the great sky-split disc and cut a huge hole in the ground. Emperor Wu Huang gripped the sawtooth blade tightly. This person's consciousness wasn't as strong as the rumors said. Winged Butterfly and the rest of the cultivators from the myriad beast border kept retreating, worried that the border wouldn't be able to withstand the battle and would be torn apart. Above Boundless, Progenitor walked out. It was time to take action and capture the old salamander. His identity was important. On the other side, Elder Yu walked out to capture the old salamander as well. The old salamander's spirit molting state was extremely special, and he must have kept it a secret for so long. Every additional powerful beast-shaped spirit molting state was a kind of improvement to the spiritualized universe. Many pairs of eyes looked at the old salamander that was crushed under the ground of the 10,000 beasts border. Just as Progenitor was about to walk out, a figure appeared in the sky. His eyes narrowed. "Yu Sang Tian." In the distance, Elder Yu's expression changed. "Yu Sang Tian." On the ground, Luin evaded the sawtooth blade and saw Yu Sang Tian looking down from above. As expected, he'd been lured out. This was troublesome. "Yu Sang Tian," the old salamander blurted out. Emperor Wu Huang looked up. Why was he here? Suddenly, Progenitor shouted, "No, Dreamland. Not good. It's Meng Sang Tian." He hurriedly looked underground and saw a door dragging the old salamander away. "Is that the Thousand Gates Flygate?" Luin quickly, but it was too late. Qian Men Faidu had not torn through the void to take the old salamander away. Instead, he had been using his door. This door was rather mystical, and when Luin had wanted to kill Qian Men Faidu, all he had done was break his mouth. Qian Men Faidu should be a secret disciple of the Zhikong domain, and he should be helping Elder Yu. But why Meng Sang Tian? Meng Sang Tian was currently with the Eternal. The Zhikong domain, the Thousand Gates Crossing, the Dreamland Sky, and the Eternal Sky. Were they related? Luin looked at foolish old man in the distance. At this time, old Yu, Wu Huang, and the others finally reacted, but they couldn't see the old salamander. They didn't even see Qian Men Faidu make a move. In the entirety of the myriad beasts' territory, only Luin and the Progenitor were able to see the door. Luin frowned as he looked at Elder Yu's bewildered gaze. What exactly is the relationship between them? Was Thousand Gates Fairy helping the wisdom domain or the eternity? Meng Sang, you're courting death. Emperor Wu Huang rushed out of the myriad beasts border and headed in a certain direction. Winged Butterfly looked at Wu Huang. This Lu Sang Tian was even more domineering than Emperor Wu Huang. They couldn't refute him, and other than Emperor Wu Huang, no one could stop this Lu Sang Tian. Wu Huang slowly left, and before he left, Luin said, "Tell Emperor Wu Huang that the battle at Fu Heyuan will be more fun for me." Watching Wu Huang slowly disappear into the starry sky, many cultivators in the myriad beasts border couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had finally left. Before this, they hadn't felt the Daiyu Villa's will of might and the hand of annihilation, but now they had experienced it more deeply than anyone else. There were too many experts in Wu Huang, and more than 2 or 3 were qualified to join in the siege against Emperor Wu Huang. One was a star toad, and the other was a desolate god. After today, the powers of the spiritualized universe would be reshuffled again, and Wu Huang would definitely surpass the myriad beasts border and become an existence second only to the Outland. Although there were many old fellows hidden in the School of Arts, those old fellows didn't belong to the School of Arts, and they were just waiting to die. Elder Yu He also left the myriad beasts border and returned to Jikong domain, along with Lu Yin. He and Elder Yu hadn't fulfilled their conditions yet. Wu Huang returned to 100 Herbs domain. It seems that Emperor Wu Huang's strength didn't pressure Master Lu. Elder Yu sighed. At this moment, they were walking through the starry sky towards Jikong domain. Lu Yin was indifferent. There is pressure. I didn't see the limit of Emperor Wu Huang's strength, and if he used the Sealing Sky Array's foundation, there would be no limit. He wouldn't use Sealing Sky against the old salamander since it belongs to all beast-shaped spiritual molts, but it's different for me. Elder Yu was surprised. If that's the case, why did Master Lu provoke Emperor Wu Huang? Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. What do you think Emperor Wu Huang is suppressing? Elder Yu's gaze was calm. I don't understand what Master Lu means. Lu Yin laughed. It's fine if you don't understand. Elder Yu smiled. Speaking of which, I didn't expect the old salamander to do such a thing. Who would have thought of it? But Master Lu, you should have informed me in advance if you changed your plan so that I could prepare. Prepare for what? To destroy my plan. Master Lu, you don't trust me. Why? Elder Yu smiled bitterly. Master Lu and I are on the same page when it comes to the interests of the 3 universes. Master Lu cannot trust me, but you can't not trust me. Lu Yin's tone was calm. Why did the old salamander fight for Sang Tian's position? Man Kuei was obviously being used. He wanted to make Sang Tian his own. Elder Yu's eyes flashed. For the day of sacrifice. Lu Yin's gaze was deep. You think so too? Elder Yu said, this is the only reason. If it wasn't for the day of sacrifice, he wouldn't have forced Emperor Wu Huang step by step. Before Emperor Wu Huang returned, he set up the Dayu Manor and even helped Emperor Wu Huang by issuing a challenge. When Emperor Wu Huang postponed the battle, he spread the rumor and lured you guys to 10,000 beast border. He was too anxious, that's why he was caught by you. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's so special about the day of sacrifice? That wonder. Maybe. Have you seen it? Elder Yu laughed. I'm not Sang Tian, how can I see it? Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. Is that so? Elder Yu was very serious. Master Lu should trust you Sang Tian on this point. In fact, Master Lu should have seen that even if Sang Tian were to appear in Jikong domain, it wouldn't mean much to you Sang Tian. So why did you Sang Tian not allow Jikong domain to have Sang Tian's position? It's also because of the day of sacrifice. Lu Yin also thought of it. Elder Yu nodded. On the day of sacrifice, you Sang Tian and the 7 great Sang Tian, except for you Sang Tian, can definitely see the wonder. Among the 7 great Sang Tian, whoever can see the wonder will be the next Yu Sang Tian. This is a rule passed down since ancient times in the spiritualized universe. Both Old Man Beneath the Stars and the current Yu Sang Tian saw the wonder. Therefore, Old Man Beneath the Stars died. Either he becomes Yu Sang Tian or he dies. There is no third choice. Lu Yin stared at Elder Yu. Jikong domain has no record of the wonder. Your history is even older than Yu Sang Tian. Elder Yu sighed. Even the old salamander has lived for so long, but he hasn't seen the wonder. Lu Yin said, the old salamander could have fought for the position of Sang Tian long ago. If he wanted to, he could have become Sang Tian. Why wait until now? Why take the risk to scheme against Emperor Wu Huang? Elder Yu and Lu Yin looked at each other. This is also the reason why I want to bring the old salamander back to Jikong domain. Today is Labor Day. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3594. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yu Lao. Yu Lao smiled bitterly. Master Lu, don't look at me like that. The Zhikong region has been around for a long time, and their foresight is a generation ahead. However, they are not omniscient and omnipotent. Just like the old salamander's plan, if Master Lu and Emperor Wu had not cooperated, he would not have been forced out. Who would have thought that an old man who is nearing the end of his lifespan would fight for the position of Sang Tian? Sometimes, the smarter a person is, the more they are confused by appearances. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and silently walked towards the Zhikong region. Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin's back for a while before chasing after him. Master Lu, you still don't believe me? How much do you know about Meng Sang Tian? Lu Yin did not answer and instead asked another question. Yu Lao was not surprised that Lu Yin would ask this question. After all, Meng Sang Tian had interfered and allowed the old salamander to escape. Meng Sang Tian is a spiritual mold beast, but it has never interacted with the 10,000 beast border. It cannot be considered the second Sang Tian. Before this, no one would have thought that Meng Sang Tian would suddenly make a move. In terms of strength, it cannot defeat Emperor Wu, but it is also impossible for Emperor Wu to keep it here. It might be the best at escaping among the 7 great Sang Tians. The ability to enter a dream is much more useful for a sneak attack than a real battle. Lu Yin was curious. Have you ever suspected that Meng Sang Tian might have been planted by Emperor Wu? Otherwise, why would he save Emperor Wu? Yu Lao shook his head. Never. First of all, Emperor Wu is not that kind of person. He is born with a tyrannical nature. He is not shrewd. He would never do something like that. Second of all, Meng Sang was born with the position of Sang Tian. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was related to Yu Sang Tian, just like Bao Qi. It was actually arranged by Yu Sang Tian. How could someone arranged by Yu Sang Tian be related to Emperor Wu? Yu Sang Tian is a spiritual mold beast, and Emperor Wu is a spiritual mold beast. Even if they wanted to work together, they would not be able to do so. This is not something they can decide on their own, and it represents the traditions of the entire spiritualized universe. They represent the standpoints of the 2 spiritual molds. This is the cultivation culture of your spiritualized universe, Lu Yin said subconsciously. Yu Lao was startled for a moment before he agreed. That's right. It doesn't depend on a person's willpower. That's the attribute. Master Lu, you've seen through it. Regardless of whether it was business, war, gambling, or social interaction, as long as the target was a human, there would be cultural attributes. When dealing with a person, before completely understanding his personality and methods, the only thing that could be seen through was the cultural attributes of his existence. This was what Wang Wen had said. In the spiritualized universe, there were 2 major spirit molds, the human-shaped spirit mold and the beast-shaped spirit mold. Before Wu Jiang set off from the Tian Yuan universe, Wang Wen had already determined that the human-shaped spirit mold and the beast-shaped spirit mold would not coexist peacefully. They would definitely compete with each other, but he did not know how intense the competition would be. This was also the reason why Lu Yin had subconsciously separated the myriad beasts border from the beyond Avalon. He didn't need anyone to tell him their position. He was very sure that Yu Sang Tian and Sovereign Wu weren't working together. Sometimes, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, what he had experienced or was experiencing would be determined by his cultural attributes. Even he himself could not change it. Lu Yin was hostile to the spiritualized universe because this universe was hostile to the Tian Yuan universe, and the Tian Yuan universe was the cultural attribute of Lu Yin's cultivation, and it could never be changed. If he wanted to clearly see whether the Wisdom Sky Domain and Meng Sang Tian were related, he could use this point. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's understanding of the spiritualized universe was too shallow. Spatial abyss had not recovered, and it was still the same shattered landscape. Many people visited it every day, and they all sighed at the intensity of that battle. Many people analyzed the terrain of spatial abyss and tried to deduce the specifics of that battle. Although many people had seen that battle, not every move or technique could be clearly seen. Those who could see it clearly would not have come here, as they were all qualified to watch the battle at the myriad beasts border. As they looked at the many cultivators walking around spatial abyss, some of them seemed to have figured out something and shouted excitedly, attracting even more cultivators to survey the terrain. This even attracted murderous intent, as some people were specifically watching to see who could comprehend what. This was the cultivation world. Yu Lao sighed. To them, the terrain after that battle is a gift. Lu Yin thought back to the Daosaur sect's ruins, where he had seen progenitor Qin leave behind a palm. Many people had studied the terrain of that palm in hopes of obtaining the inheritance of the 9 clones technique, and they had all experienced this before. Lu Yin turned around and saw that the wisdom sky domain was right in front of him. Even though it was only separated by a single spatial abyss, and it was a shattered spatial abyss, none of the cultivators dared to take a single step into the wisdom sky domain. The difference of a single step was like the difference between heaven and earth, and it was as distant as the distance between heaven and earth. If it was high, it could be climbed. If it was far, it could not be measured. Lu Yin arrived at the edge of the wisdom sky domain and looked ahead. Scroll 15. Yu Lao nodded. Does Master Lu want to give it a try? Of course. Alright, I'll wait for Master Lu at the reeds. Yu Lao then walked in and slowly left. His figure gradually disappeared. Lu Yin took a step forward. The wisdom sky domain did not seem to have anything on the surface, and it looked very ordinary. There were only a few people living here, but in reality, there was a sourcebox array. He loved reading books. When Lu Yin stepped onto the withered grass on the ground, everything around him changed. He saw a flourishing dynasty appear in front of him, with a 1,000,000-strong army that intimidated the heavens and the earth. The emperor reigned supreme, and beautiful women danced and sang. The world was at peace. From time to time, officials were conferred titles. From time to time, there were battles. The rivers and mountains were as beautiful as a painting, and millions of creatures sang praises of the emperor. In the blink of an eye, the flames of war had spread throughout the land. Horses had trampled over the capital, and whales had filled the land. Generals had died in hundreds of battles, and emperors had been buried along with them. Everything had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a sad song of the yellow earth. Occasionally, one could find poems from the dynasty that reminisced about that flourishing era. How many heroes had there been since ancient times? Lu Yin felt like he was walking through time, and he saw the rise and fall of the dynasty. He saw how short life was, and he felt the joys and sorrows of each generation. Dynasties replaced each other, and heroes throughout the ages left behind only the yellow earth. Carved railings and murals lamented the sorrow of separation. This cup of wine was a toast to the changes that had occurred since ancient times. It was the sorrow of the ages. Lu Yin stood in place with one foot on the withered grass, and he was unable to put his other foot down. The sorrow of the ages. This was scroll 15. There was no strong killing intent, and there wasn't even an offensive technique. Lu Yin stood in place for half a day. This was not an offensive sourcebox array, but rather a concept. Lu Yin put his foot down, and everything in front of him returned to normal. He took a step forward and appeared in the reeds. Elder Yu had already poured wine and was waiting for him. Lu Yin sat across from Elder Yu and looked at the wine in a daze. He picked it up and drank it in one gulp. Elder Yu poured another cup. Lu Yin still drank it. One cup after another, and soon, the entire pot of wine was emptied. When it was the last cup, Elder Yu raised his cup. Master Lu, I'll drink this cup with you. Lu Yin looked at the wine in a daze. Scroll 15, The Sorrow of the Ages. He looked up and stared at Elder Yu. Origin. Elder Yu smiled and raised his cup. Lu Yin raised his cup, and they clinked, producing a crisp sound. He drank it all in one gulp. Every master of the Zhikong domain is a heavenly master of spiritual treasures, and every master must leave behind a spiritual treasure array. It could be 1, 2, or even more. This scroll 15 was left behind by the previous master of the Zhikong domain, who was also my master. Elder Yu said. Lu Yin frowned. It was created by the Zhikong domain. Elder Yu laughed. Why? You don't believe me. Then, he tapped the cup with his index finger, and the crisp sound turned into ripples that spread to the lake. The lake water boiled, and the drops of water moved as if they were alive, gradually forming a pattern. Tomb of landscape. Lu Yin said in a low voice. Elder Yu nodded. It's a fake tomb of landscape. It's a real spiritual treasure array. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. This old man was really a heavenly master of spiritual treasures. It was said that the Master of Su was the #1 heavenly master of spiritual treasures in the spiritualized universe, and this old man in front of him might not be inferior to the Master of Su. The Master of Su's spiritual treasures were the same as Lu Yin's understanding, the orthodox heavenly master of spiritual treasures. However, Scroll 16 and Scroll 15 of the Zhikong domain were quite strange. In Lu Yin's opinion, they were unorthodox, but they were very powerful unorthodox. As for the title, it was even more unorthodox, to the point that Lu Yin couldn't understand it. Scroll 15 will be given to Master Lu. With Master Lu's ability, you are worthy of it. Elder Yu said. Lu Yin accepted it as a condition, but unfortunately, he couldn't store it in the starry sky in his heart. This was an existence similar to a concept battle technique, and it wasn't a pure path of slaughter. Is the title also a heavenly master of spiritual treasures? Lu Yin asked. Elder Yu said, I know what Master Lu wants to ask, but Yu Sang Tian is guarding against him, so I don't know much about him. If Master Lu is willing, you can go to Yushan Mountain. Lu Yin found it funny. Yu Sang Tian will let me in. Elder Yu smiled. If he doesn't let you in, then so be it. But if Master Lu doesn't go, how do you know that Yu Sang Tian won't let you in? Lu Yin also smiled. Makes sense. Elder Yu took out a jug of wine and drank with Lu Yin. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he stayed and chatted with Elder Yu to understand the situation in the spiritualized universe. A few days later, their laughter spread throughout the Zhikong domain. Those who didn't know would think that they were old friends reuniting. Oh right, where is Qianmen Ferry? Lu Yin suddenly asked. One of the reasons he stayed in the Zhikong domain was to see if he could find traces of Mang Sang Tian and Qianmen Ferry. He wasn't sure if Qianmen Ferry saving the old salamander had anything to do with the Zhikong domain. Elder Yu felt strange. Why are you asking about him? There's something I need his help with. Lu Yin's lips curled up, besides, his life is mine. Elder Yu remembered. That's right, his life is yours, but he isn't here. I don't know where he is. You don't know. I don't know. Master Lu knows that he has joined the dark sect. The actions of the Zhikong domain's overt and dark sect are not restricted by the Zhikong domain itself. It depends on their own abilities. Lu Yin asked again, Mr. Li has been captured by me. Who is their protector now? I'm curious. Elder Yu smiled. Master Lu wants to intervene in the battle between the overt and dark sect. Lu Yin stood up. Not really. It doesn't matter. I'll leave now. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, the day of sacrifice is coming. Can you tell me if you see something strange? Lu Yin didn't care. Sure. What's the price? Master Lu will be satisfied. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3595. On the other side, Emperor Wu Huang had killed his way to Meng Sang Tian's territory, but he couldn't find any traces of Meng Sang Tian or the old salamander. He had searched for more than a month before returning to the myriad beasts border. He had gone into seclusion as soon as he returned, as Wu Jiang had given him a lot of pressure. In the final three-way battle, he had first broken Lu Yin's great sky-split chart, believing that Lu Yin's consciousness had not reached the cosmic realm, but it was not far from it. This had affected him greatly. After that, he had been kicked by Lu Yin, and that kick had allowed him to truly feel Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin was clearly a human, but he had enough strength to make Emperor Wu Huang wary. This was just one of Lu Sang Tian's methods. Emperor Wu Huang had to cultivate his own strength, or even if he could win the battle at Fu Heyuan, it would be difficult for him to face Yu Sang Tian. As for the old salamander, no one asked about it. No one from the myriad beasts' territory mentioned it, and the rumor about the realm beyond heaven had completely disappeared. Emperor Wu had used his strength to prove his terrifying battle prowess. He had also made a move against Lu Yin during the three-way battle. He was fearless and tyrannical. This was Emperor Wu. Everyone was waiting for the day when the tribute spirit would appear, and the battle at Fu Heyuan would begin. In the blink of an eye, the day of the sacrifice spirit had arrived. The 7 great mulberry skies were about to gather at beyond heaven. In a few days, the entire spiritualized universe had changed. All the cultivators who were connected to the universe were sincerely waiting for the day of the sacrifice spirit. During this time, cultivators burned incense and bathed, and cultivators could be seen sitting cross-legged everywhere, gazing at beyond heaven as they waited for that moment. Even though Yu Sang Tian and the 7 great mulberry skies would appear on the day of the sacrifice spirit, that day also represented the end of the year for the spiritualized universe. There were also rumors that not only Yu Sang Tian and the 7 great mulberry skies would be able to see this scene, as others might as well. This rumor originated from ancient times, and it was impossible to verify. Even after so many years, it had never been proven. Beyond heaven had even denied its authenticity, but even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, everyone still wanted to try. Everyone believed that they were the chosen ones. After all, when a person died, the world would disappear as well. The world's operation and the universe's chaos was just a game. Who wasn't the only master of this world? In the 100 Herbs region, Lu Yin and Yuan Qi left Boundless and headed towards the 100 Herbs region. 100 Herbs region was one of the 36 regions, so it naturally had a connection to beyond heaven. When Yuan Qi entered the 100 Herbs universe, there were many people here, and they were all looking for the 100 Herbs. Although they were not in the spiritualized universe, those cultivators still remembered the day of the spirit sacrifice. On this day, they all sat cross-legged, waiting for that moment to arrive. I never thought that I would be able to enter the sky beyond heaven again in my lifetime. Yuan Qi sighed. He's of course, he's of the heavens, heavens above heavens, and had never thought of returning. Return. His goal was to wait for the Tian Yuan universe to restart and attempt to step into the eternal life stage. Otherwise, he would die. It could be said that he had grasped the greatest secret of the spiritualized universe, and there was no way he could return. Lu Yin wasn't afraid that Yuan Qi would betray him, as there was no way that the old man would betray him. Even if they all died and the Tian Yuan universe was reactivated, Yuan Qi's past would still be a stain on his record. He wouldn't be welcomed in the spiritualized universe, so it was better for him to focus on following the Tian Yuan universe. He had seen no hope in the past, but after the Tao discussion on the boulder, he saw hope. Yu heavens. The one he feared the most was still Master Qin Chao. He had no other choice. Even if he knew that Master Qing Chao wanted to wipe out the heavens, he could only remain in his current position. It's a pity that your bell is gone. Don't let anyone see it, or you might win if they challenge you, Lu Yin reminded him. Yuan Qi was helpless. The destruction of his bell had greatly reduced his strength, so he couldn't let anyone see it. Spiritual molting was divided into human molting and beast molting. The moment a powerhouse molted, they would spiritualize, and they could have innate gifts or weapons. Spiritualized weapons and innate gifts were formed according to one's cultivation and fighting habits, so they could not be completely controlled. Spiritualized weapons generally had higher attack power, but once the weapon was damaged, it would take a long time to recover. Spiritualized innate gifts were different, as there was no problem with them being damaged. Yuan Qi had relied on the power of the bell to become Sang Tian, and it was known as one of the most powerful spiritualized weapons. However, Yuan Qi's success had been due to the bell, and Yuan Qi's failure had been due to it as well. Now that the bell had been damaged, Yuan Qi's strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, he would not have lost to Lu Yin. He was a little nervous about going to Beyond Heaven. Soon, the two arrived at Beyond Heaven through the 100 Herbs dimension. This was Lu Yin's second time here, and he still saw the unreachable extreme palace, the beautiful maids, and Lan. Lan's expression did not change when she saw Lu Yin. She bowed slowly. Lan greets Lu Sang Tian and Yuan Qi Sang Tian. Yuan Qi was surprised to see Lan. You're still alive. Lan looked at Yuan Qi and smiled. Long time no see, senior. Yuan Qi sighed. Yes, it's really been a long time. I thought that you wouldn't be able to break through to the spirit prime realm, but not only did you break through, but you also survived bitter adversity. Lan smiled. I also didn't expect to see you again like this. Yuan Qi shook his head. In front of the junior that he had once thought highly of, he was ashamed. Long time no see, Yuan Qi. Zhang Ming had already arrived, and his body was covered in a lethargic aura. His eyes were cloudy, but no one dared to underestimate him. Yuan Qi looked at Zhang Ming and raised his eyebrows. Indeed, long time no see. I'm surprised that you're not dead. Zhang Ming's voice was old. Zhang Yan, thank you for taking care of me. Don't mention it. That girl is capable and didn't die in the Tian Yuan universe, Yuan Qi replied. Zhang Ming looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I heard that Lu Sang Tian and Wu Huang will fight in half a year. Lan said, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin looked away and did not ask any more questions. At this time, a figure walked out. Lan stepped forward and said respectfully, Lan greets Meng Sang Tian. Lu Yin and the others stared at the newcomer. It was Meng Sang. Meng Sang was wrapped in a black robe and walked over slowly. She faced Lu Yin and the others as if she did not see them. Meng Sang, where have you been all this time? Zhang Ming suddenly asked. Meng Sang's voice was low. I was cultivating in seclusion. Su Sherdao frowned. The entire spiritualized universe is looking for you. It has nothing to do with you. Meng Sang's voice was cold. Zhang Ming looked at Meng Sang deeply. If you want to die, please go to the Gate of Techniques. Your sequence is very useful. Meng Sang did not speak again. Lu Yin did not pay attention to him. He had taken action several times under the Eternal's instructions. Previously, he had saved the old salamander from the 10,000 beasts border. Even if Lu Yin wanted to find the old salamander through him, now was not the right time. Meng Sang was not the main person. The main person was the Eternal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3596. At this time, the ninth spirit arrived, still drunk and hazy. Lan frowned and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Lan greets the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit burped and faced Lon with a smile. Sorry for being late. She looked ahead and saw Lu Yin and the others. She greeted them. Old Shan Ming, you're not dead yet. I remember someone in the consciousness universe saying that you were dead. What a pity. She looked at Meng Sang Tian. Isn't this Meng Sang? Everyone says that you're missing, but you're not dead. What a pity. Finally, she looked at Lu Yin. The most pitiful one is you. Why didn't you die together with Ho? Lu Yin looked at her. Let's talk after the day of the sacrifice. Zhan Ming, Lon, and even Su Sherdao did not understand why Lu Yin wanted to talk to the ninth spirit. She did not seem to care about worldly affairs, aside from a few mischievous interests. The ninth spirit burped again and waved her hands. Don't look for me. I don't know you well. Emperor Wu arrived, his height oppressive. With his arrival, the 7 great mulberry skies were all present. Lon led the way, not to the extreme palace, but to the border of sky beyond. Standing there, one could look out into space. Just one more step and they would be out of sky beyond. Yusang Tian was already waiting there, his back to the group. The 7 great mulberry skies had arrived. Yusang Tian spoke. Sacrifice spirits. At the end of the spiritualized universe, attitude is more important than form. Previously, the sacrifice spirits were all in the Lushan region. Now that the 7 great mulberry skies are missing, they have all moved to sky beyond. He looked up into space. In an hour, the sacrifice spirits will begin. An hour was a short time. But in the history of the spiritualized universe, Yusang Tian and the 7 great mulberry skies had rarely gathered. It was almost always the day of the sacrifice spirits. At this moment, the entire spiritualized universe was silent. Countless cultivators faced sky beyond. Some were muttering to themselves, while others were bowing in worship. Everyone had their own way of expressing their piety. And at this moment, above boundless border, Jiang Qi, who was wrapped in a blanket, was shivering, trembling more and more. The day of the sacrifice spirits was very important, but there were only 8 people. These 8 represented the entire spiritualized universe. Soon, an hour passed. Yusang Tian raised his hand and tapped the void with his index finger. The starry sky was like a mirror, smooth and complete. At this moment, time and space stopped. Only Yusang Tian's voice could be heard, Tai, Sang Tian not. Yusang Tian and the 7 great Sang Tian acted at the same time, using their respective powers to form a mulberry heavenly knot. It was only one mulberry heavenly knot, but it gathered the power of 8 peak experts. The mulberry heaven knot has been formed, guardian spirit. Sang Tinjia flew toward the deep starry sky and gradually burned. The flames illuminated the entire spiritualized universe, illuminating every corner. In the spiritualized universe, all the practitioners saw the fiery light and knelt down in unison. Guardian Spirit. Guardian Spirit. Guardian Spirit, let the heart be round, the spirit word heavens, sacrifice to the great Tao. Yusang Tian's voice echoed throughout the entire spiritualized universe. If Dancing Butterfly Horizon was here, would he have given him a blow? Lu Yin watched his back. Actually, he also wanted to attack Yusang Tian, but the more he understood Yusang Tian's strength, the more he realized the gap between them. A sneak attack was meaningless. If he could injure Yusang Tian with a sneak attack, it meant that he had the strength to fight Yusang Tian head-on. Clearly, he was still lacking a bit. Indeed, only he could see it. Of the 7 Sang skies, whoever could see the spectacle would be the next Yusang Tian. There were very few Sang skies who could see the spectacle at the same time. Yusang Tian and Elder Xingxia's generation had seen it at the same time, and in the end, Elder Xingxia had died and Yu Sang Tian had ascended to the top. Lu Yin was still immersed in the spectacle and didn't notice Yuan Qi looking at him. Soon, Su Shidao also looked at Lu Yin, followed by Wu Huang, Zhan Ming, and the rest. Lu Yin's abnormal behavior was a little too obvious, and it made them uncomfortable. The spectacle of the spiritualized universe's tribute spirit had actually been seen by an outsider. Yu Sang Tian's back was still facing the seven Sang skies, and he didn't need to look to know that only Lu Yin could see the spectacle. What would Lu Yin think if he saw it? Lu Yin didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't understand what this spectacle meant. The word spirit in the 36 filaments and the funnels in the 7 directions were also the 7 karmic lands. He thought back to when he had borrowed the power of inaction in the intent realm. The sword had also seen the spectacle. His eyes twinkled. Could there be another universe within the universe? As the Ling character and the liquid disappeared into the heavens, no one knew where they had gone. Even Lu Yin could not see them. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering rumble as the Ling character and the 7 funnels shattered and turned into clouds that enveloped the entire spiritualized universe. Similarly, only Lu Yin could see this scene, no one else could. The clouds suddenly dispersed, and a ray of green light pierced through the darkness and spread throughout the spiritualized universe, illuminating every corner of space. It was so obvious and bright, but still, no one could see it. Lu Yin stared blankly above the green light, where an incomparably large figure covered in light stood up. It seemed to have just woken up, and it stretched lazily and yawned, its back facing everyone else. That figure was so large that it covered the entire sky, but Lu Yin couldn't see its appearance clearly. All he could see was a green light that swirled about, almost blinding him. It was like a deity, and he couldn't look straight at it. Suddenly, all of the green light converged and transformed into a sharp blade that slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly dodged. The green blade swept past his body and disappeared. In an instant, everything was gone. The clouds, the green light, the figure, everything disappeared in an instant, including the green blade. The only change was that Lu Yin had moved away from where he had been standing. He was the only one who had moved. Yu Sang Tian turned around and looked at Lu Yin. The other Sang Tians also looked at Lu Yin, and even a fool would know what Lu Yin had seen. Lu Yin looked at the heavens again, but there was nothing there. What had just happened seemed like an illusion, but was it really an illusion? When the green blade had slashed down, Lu Yin's scalp had gone numb, and he had felt a sense of horror that he had never experienced before. He had been powerless to resist, and he had felt even more powerless than when he had faced Yu Sang Tian. He did not dodge the cyan blade. Instead, it was the cyan blade that disappeared on its own. The strangest thing was that no one had seen such a vast scene and such a terrifying power. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only he and Yu Sang Tian had seen it. Lu Yin felt like he had seen a ghost. He could see karma that others could not, and that gave him a sense of superiority. But now, he did not wish to see that miraculous scene or that godlike figure. He was the master of the Tian Yuan universe, and he had even faced a grass master before. But at this moment, an indistinct figure had given him the illusion of a god. What was that? Hey, did you see it? The ninth spirit blinked and stared at Lu Yin. Wu Huang, Zhan Ming, and the others all looked at Lu Yin deeply. Lu Yin's expression slowly returned to normal, and he tried his best to disperse the fear in his heart. No. His hoarse voice revealed his restless heart. The ninth spirit rolled her eyes. So what if you saw it? Stop pretending. Congratulations, Lu Sang Tian, Zhan Ming congratulated, but his expression was not normal. No matter how shrewd he was, he could not accept the fact that an outsider like Lu Yin had seen the miraculous scene of the spiritualized universe. Could this outsider really become Yu Sang Tian? Wu Huang turned to leave, preparing for the battle at Fu Hiyuan half a year later. Yu Sang Tian spoke up. I have something to announce. Everyone looked at him. Yu Sang Tian's gaze swept across the 7 major Sang Tians, and he said mildly, Wu Huang and the Ninth Spirit have returned from the consciousness universe and captured Yi Meng of the 13 celestial phenomena. Yi Meng has already revealed the location of the Earth of Yi. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3597. Hearing Yu Sang Tian's words, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. The land of Earth had actually been found. The land of Earth was where the 13 celestial phenomenon resided. Rumor had it that as long as one could find the land of Earth, they could destroy the 13 celestial phenomena and completely overturn the consciousness universe. It was where all consciousness began and ended. From Lu Yin's perspective, it was similar to the immemorial city of the Tian Yuan universe. Wu Huang and the Ninth Spirit were shocked. Yi Meng confessed. Zhan Ming was shaken. How is that possible? Since ancient times, the 13 celestial phenomena have been captured, but none have confessed. Is Yi Meng telling the truth? Su Shidao sighed. Yi Meng really is not dead. Qi Yuan guessed right. He is not dead. Yi Meng will not die so easily. Yu Sang Tian said, Yi Meng must be telling the truth. I have decided to launch an all-out attack on the consciousness universe and completely end the 13 celestial phenomena. I will restart the consciousness universe and step into eternal life. Everyone, quickly prepare to follow me into the consciousness universe. With that, he vanished. Zhan Ming looked at Wu Huang and the Ninth Spirit. I still can't believe that the 13 celestial phenomena would confess. Wu Huang grinned. Who cares if it's true or not? It's time to end the consciousness universe. After that, the next one. He looked at Lu Yin. Is the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin met his gaze. We'll talk about it after you survive the battle at Fu Hiyuan. Wu Huang stared at Lu Yin. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly grabbed at Meng Sang. Meng Sang retreated. Lan moved to block Wu Huang. This is beyond sky. If you want to fight, leave this place first. Wu Huang stared at Meng Sang. Where is that old man? Meng Sang did not respond. Wu Huang's gaze was fierce. Meddling in the affairs of the myriad beasts border. I will tear you apart. Meng Sang looked up at Wu Huang. We'll talk after we survive the battle at Fu Hiyuan. Wu Huang was enraged and wanted to attack. Lan immediately called Xiao Sang over, wary of Wu Huang. Wu Huang left in the end. The most important thing now was to cultivate that power. Zhan Ming also left, wishing Lu Yin victory over Wu Huang before he left. Lu Yin replied, if I win, I'll be a guest at your door of techniques. Zhan Ming didn't dare to respond to Lu Yin's words. No one had welcomed Lu Yin as a guest, which meant that Lu Yin was clearly an unwelcome guest. The Gate of Techniques was a special place, as some of the old fellows were still alive. Furthermore, it was a place that produced the sequence foundations, which was extremely important to the spiritualized universe. Master Su also left. The Ninth Spirit left faster than anyone else, afraid that Lu Yin would target her. He wasn't afraid that she would run away. Her hatred for Fengbo ran deep, and she would definitely come looking for him. I'll head back first. Yuan Qi asked. Lu Yin nodded. In the end, only Lu Yin, Meng Sang, Lan, and Xiao Sang were left. Lu Yin looked at Lan. I won't make a move here. There's no need to keep an eye on them. Lan did not believe her, but she knew that it was useless for her to keep watching. Lu Sang Tian, being able to see the wonders means that our universe recognizes you. Furthermore, you are Sang Tian, so please maintain basic respect for the heavens beyond heaven. With that, she left with 36 Xiao Sang. After they left, Lu Yin faced Meng Sang Tian and slowly asked, "Where is the old salamander?" Meng Sang said in a low voice, "Exchange." "How?" Lu Yin asked. Meng Sang looked at Lu Yin, "Exchange Shan Yen for the old salamander." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It seems like the god of forgotten ruins ambushed and killed Shan Yan in the Tian Yuan universe and stole the key. That key should be in the Eternal's hands right now. He even told you this. You really are under his control. Meng Sang did not refute and continued, "This is his condition. Exchange Shan Yan for the old salamander." Lu Yin said, "Do you think that the old salamander is worth as much as the key to the door of arts? What if he is chaos?" Meng Sang asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Impossible. I don't need to argue with you. To me, I don't know what chaos is. Since he wants to exchange the old salamander for Zhan Yan, he must be confident. It's up to you whether you want to exchange it or not," Meng Sang said. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. "No." Meng Sang turned and left. Lu Yin stared at her back with a heavy expression. No wonder Meng Sang had saved the old salamander. It turned out that the Eternal wanted to exchange the old salamander for Zhan Yan. Lu Yin knew how attractive the old salamander's identity was to the Tian Yuan universe. If the old salamander really was chaos, it meant that he had been to the Tian Yuan universe a long time ago and had done something there. On a deeper level, could the appearance of the primogenitor and the others be related to him? Even the primogenitor did not know how the Tian Yuan universe had appeared, but they had appeared naturally. As for the spiritualized universe, there were people in Mr. Mu's spacetime. It was unlikely that all the universes had coincidentally given birth to humans. The people of the Tian Yuan universe must have come from somewhere else. Where was it? Perhaps chaos could provide the answer. This was the Eternal's confidence. Was the old salamander really chaos? Based on the time, it was not impossible, but Lu Yin felt that the possibility was not high. Just as Meng Sang was about to leave, she said, "Even if you don't exchange it, he can still pay a price and leave the key, like me." With that, she disappeared. Lu Yin sighed. What price had the Eternal paid to keep Meng Sang? What price had he paid to keep the spirit seed? Lu Yin did not know if the Eternal could still afford to pay this price. However, since the Eternal wanted Meng Sang to exchange it, it meant that the price was extremely high. It made sense when he thought about it. How could the price of suffering a karmic backlash be small? Also, since the Eternal was willing to exchange the old salamander for Zhan Yan, it meant that the old salamander was not in the hands of the Ji Kong realm. The Eternal and Meng Sang had not cooperated with the foolish old, or the foolish old would not have agreed to hand over the old salamander. Did that mean that the Qianmen Faidu had betrayed the Ji Kong realm? That could not be right. The foolish old also needed the key, and the Eternal could use the key to cooperate with the Ji Kong realm. Lu Yin frowned. It was not easy to analyze the situation, and the best way was to fight his way out. Qigong's theft of the White Willow was so complicated, and it had only been exposed because Lu Yin had inadvertently taken away the Deming realm's astral river. The Small Book Pavilion. The Yuqing incident had exposed the old salamander, and he had relied on strength to force Sovereign to cooperate. In the end, strength was the foundation of everything. Lu Yin walked out of beyond heaven and headed in a certain direction, the intent realm. Lu Yin could not let go of the guardian spirit's wonder, and he needed to find Wu Wei and try to see it again. He also needed to make up for the changes in the 9 heavens. In the intent realm, after the guardian spirit's disappearance, all cultivators returned to normal. Some cultivated, while others went out. The cultivators of the Alliance Crusaders cultivated in a much larger area than before. In the past, more than half of the intent realm had belonged to the Qi family, but after the Qi family's defeat and the discovery of Qigong's theft of the White Willow, the Qi family had been unable to recover. Nobody cared about the intent realm anymore. It was only because of the monolith's Tao discussion and Qi Yuan's appearance that the Qi family was able to stay here with peace of mind. Otherwise, they would not even be able to stay here. The outside world always looked at the intent realm with a mocking attitude. It was the biggest joke in the world that a person in the intent realm would steal from another person. The Qi family's courtyard was rebuilt, and although it looked exactly the same as before, it lacked its former majesty. The strongest person in the Qi family was only a spirit ancestor, and he was an elder from a branch family who had not been favored before. His name was Qi Lu. The name Qi Lu was too casual. When the Qi family had prospered, he had been a branch family elder without much authority. He could not change his name at will, so he had always been called Qi Lu. Now, however, the Qi family's experts were either dead or missing. He had become the family head, so he wanted to change his name. Outside the Qi family's courtyard, a youth sat at the entrance and stared at the stone tablet fragment in a daze. Qi Zun had walked out of this stone tablet before, but even he, who was comparable to Sang Tian, had not been able to protect the Qi family. Qi Mao, what are you still squatting here for? Scram! Don't you think we've been scolded enough? A group of people walked out of the courtyard, all of them members of the Qi family. They had once been from the branch family, but now that the direct line had been defeated, the branch family had risen to power. Because Qi Gong had stolen the White Willow, they had been ridiculed, which made them loathe the direct line. Qi Mao was Qi Gong's grandson, which made them even more unhappy. Qi Mao ignored them and sat on the ground by himself, staring at the stone tablet fragment in a daze. The group of people scolded him, even punched and kicked him, but he did not care. Not long after, the group of people left. Some people from the Alliance passed by. This was a place they did not dare to approach, but now, there was no one left in the Qi family. Sometimes, they even dared to step into the Qi family's courtyard and laugh wantonly, venting their dissatisfaction. Some of these people mocked Qi Mao, and some punched and kicked him like the Qi family members, but Qi Mao did not care. When these people left, there would still be people passing by. Qi Mao was already used to it. Do you want to become stronger? A low voice sounded in Qi Mao's ears. Qi Mao's expression changed, and he looked around with confusion in his eyes. Do you want to become stronger? The voice sounded again. Qi Mao was at a loss. Who is it? Do you want to become stronger? Qi Mao looked at the stone tablet fragment excitedly. Ancestor Qi Zun, is that you? I know you're not dead, you're still alive, you're still living in these fragments, right? Ancestor Qi Zun. If you want to become stronger, then listen to me. The low voice sounded again. Qi Mao was excited. I'll listen to you, whatever you say, Ancestor. Junior Qi Mao pays his respects to Ancestor. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, and the shadow covered Qi Mao. Qi Mao turned around, and his expression changed. Sure, Lord Shi Xiu. Shi Xiu's face was gloomy, and he threw Qi Mao into the Qi family's courtyard. His consciousness swept across the Qi family, and he brought pressure. Look after your people. If you let him be bewitched by Wu Wei again, your Qi family will cease to exist. In the Qi family, Qi Lu was shocked, and he quickly bowed. Yes, Lord Shishio, don't worry, it won't happen again. As he said that, he glared at Qi Mao fiercely. This trash, how could he do such a thing? Shishio snorted, and his figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already at the corner of the intent realm, where Wu Wei was. He looked at the dark land in front of him. Wu Wei, you bewitched Qigong to steal the White Willow, and joined forces with Saint Dayu to lure Lu Sangtian to take away the consciousness life. The realm beyond heaven did not pursue this matter, so do you really think it's okay? Lord Yu Sangtian did not have time to care about you, but you still dared to bewitch the younger generation of the Qi family. Do you really think no one can stop you? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3598. Wu Wei said in a low voice, the Qi family descends from Qi Zun's bloodline. They are very talented in cultivation of consciousness, especially the direct descendants. I just love talent and want to teach them. Who asked you to have no talent? Otherwise, I would teach them too. Shishio shouted, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You still want to create another Qigong. That will never happen. You better know your place, or else you will not have a good ending. Wu Wei did not answer. He did not expect Shishio to keep an eye on the younger generation of the Qi family. How long had it been since the incident with Qigong? He was just about to teach the descendants of the Qi clan when he was discovered. It seemed that this path would not work in the future. What a big temper. It seems like you are very dissatisfied with Wu Wei. Do you want me to help you? A voice rang out from behind him with a teasing tone. Shishio's expression changed, and he suddenly turned around. When he saw who it was, his pupils shrank. Lu Yin. In the distance, Wu Wei's consciousness trembled. Formless killing intent flashed past. It was this person, someone he had to kill. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Shishio. What did you call me? Shishio's eyes flickered. After a while, he bowed and said respectfully, Shishio greets Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin grunted and looked past Shishio. What's wrong with Wu Wei? Who made you so angry? Shishio's mind was in chaos. What was Lu Yin doing here? Although Sang Tian had the right to enter and exit the intent realm, he had to report his arrival. This person was too unruly. Unfortunately, these were just thoughts. He did not dare to voice them out, let alone question them. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he had no choice but to explain. Wu Wei wants to bewitch the younger generation of the Qi family, just like how he bewitched Qigong. Lu Yin shook his head. That's too much. You want the same thing to happen again. Wu Wei, do you think that alliance leader Shishio is an idiot? Shishio's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. In the distance, Wu Wei's voice sounded, Lu Sangtian, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're planning to destroy the concept. Lu Yin smiled. I'm Sangtian now, so how could I possibly destroy the will? Unless I'm not Sangtian anymore. Shishio looked up at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's words had a hidden meaning behind them. Lu Yin looked at Shishio again. Stay away. I have something to say to Wu Wei. Shishio frowned and said, Lu Sangtian, Wu Wei is the protector of the artistic conception and is under the command of Lord Yu Sangtian. Nonsense. Lu Yin's expression turned cold, either stay away or lie down. Pick one. Shishio's face paled. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and could only leave. He had to immediately contact the heavens beyond heaven. After Shishio left, Lu Yin looked into the distance. There, a majestic consciousness was slowly approaching him like a monster. I can feel your killing intent. Do you really want to kill me? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Wu Wei said, just a precaution. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I can still differentiate between killing intent and defense. If you want to kill me, sure. I'm right here, so do it. The earth was silent. His consciousness was like a gathering of dark clouds, constantly approaching. The killing intent was faintly discernible. Lu Yin looked at the majestic consciousness. What are you waiting for? Lu Sangtian, I don't want to kill you. My duty is to protect the artistic conception. As long as Lu Sangtian doesn't attack the artistic conception, I won't attack, Wu Wei said in a deep voice. At this moment, another consciousness came crashing down from the side. It was far weaker than Lu Yin and Wu Wei, but it attracted Lu Yin's attention. It was Shi Xiu, who had attacked. Not just him, but the ninth spirit as well. The ninth spirit stood in front of Wu Wei, facing Lu Yin. Lu Sangtian, why aren't you waiting in the 100-herb region to fight Emperor Wu? Lu Yin did not stop, as the ninth spirit had come at the right time. She was also trying to cross the bitter adversity, and he wanted to see what the karmic will could produce. The ninth spirit had not expected Lu Yin to attack. As the karmic will neared, she retreated step by step, unable to see. This made her even more wary. Especially after exchanging blows with Lu Yin, she knew how strong he was. The karmic will pushed forward, and Lu Yin stared at the ninth spirit. Two bamboo sticks appeared in the ninth spirit's hands, each the size of a palm. The bamboo sticks struck each other, and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. The sea of time was dreamy, like bubbles bursting one after another, like worlds breaking apart. Extinguish. Lu Yin was stopped for a moment, and was surprised. Second manifestation. The ninth spirit's technique was the fifth echelon technique, second manifestation. It was the same as Mr. Li's. Around Lu Yin's body, the starry sky and his heart released, repelling the echelon particles. The ninth spirit struck the bamboo again, but the echelon particles could not get close to Lu Yin. She casually flung out the two bamboo sticks. One turned into a bamboo dragonfly, flying towards the karmic wheel, while the other disappeared and reappeared, piercing towards Lu Yin. In Lu Yin's eyes, the flying bamboo piercing towards him was small, so small that he could not see it. It was large, covering space and time, and there was no way to avoid it. And to the ninth spirit, the karmic will could not stop it. It passed through the bamboo dragonfly, and her expression changed again, she could only retreat. Her palm reached into the void, grabbing at the flying bamboo. Whether it was small or big, it could not escape her grasp. With a crack, the flying bamboo was caught by Lu Yin and crushed. Lu Yin's palm was bleeding profusely. These flying bamboos were powerful, and could tear his flesh apart. Even his flesh could be torn apart. This meant that in the three universes, there were very few who could withstand the ninth spirit's technique. The karmic will continue to press towards the ninth spirit. Before the ninth spirit's eyes, a door appeared. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped the karmic wheel. If he attacked again, she would step through the door just like before. As for Wu Wei, he had already fled. At the moment the ninth spirit attacked, he had fled the domain. He had probably gone to sky beyond sky. Lu Sungtian's technique is admirable. I hope I can see it in the battle with Emperor Wu Huang. The ninth spirit stood before the door, wine gourd in hand. She happily took a swig. Lu Yin looked at the ninth spirit. Why did you appear? The ninth spirit was exasperated. How unlucky. After the tribute spirit, I left. But I suddenly remembered something and went back to sky beyond sky to have a chat with you, Sang Tian. Who would have thought that the realm of wills would contact me and say that you, the great Sang Tian, had come to the realm of wills to bully others? Lu Yin did not believe her. Yu Sang Tian could not have sent you. The ninth spirit blinked. Why? If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Don't worry. I will definitely ask, Lu Yin said. Yu Sang Tian had always allowed Wu Jiang to exist. He had said that it was because the Green Grass Grandmaster wanted to borrow Lu Yin's karma, and so had not attacked. But Lu Yin felt that there were other possibilities. Especially when he saw the tribute spirit, it reminded him of the 7 karmic grounds. He guessed that Yu Sang Tian's goal might be there. Otherwise, why could others not see the 7 karmic grounds? Yu Sang Tian had allowed Lu Yin to exist, allowing Lu Yin to become Yu Sang Tian. Everything seemed to be heading in the same direction. It seemed like Lu Yin was causing trouble in the spiritualized universe, but it was all within Yu Sang Tian's control. His goal must be very deep. Lu Yin had come to look for Wu Wei in order to test Yu Sang Tian's reaction. He had guessed that Yu Sang Tian would most likely not stop him, and even if Yu Sang Tian attacked Wu Wei, he would be able to break through Wu Wei's domain. But he had not expected the ninth spirit to come. Was it a coincidence? The ninth spirit, Count of the Wind, the karmic grounds, the wonder. Seeing that Lu Yin was determined to go to sky beyond sky, the ninth spirit rolled her eyes. Petty man. Palace Mistress Yao and Qing Yun are your servants for nothing. If you want to ask, ask quickly. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Also, don't bully other people's domains. They're all so pitiful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3599. Lu Yin looked deeply at the ninth spirit. Scroll 16, Lonely Shadow on a Cold Mountain. The ninth spirit was confused. Scroll 15, Sorrows of the Ages. The ninth spirit was even more confused. Royal God Mountain. The ninth spirit was speechless. What are you talking about? Intelligent Sky Domain. The ninth spirit face-bombed. I say, forget it. I don't have time to waste with you. Might as well sleep. Door of Techniques, Lu Yin said finally, and then watched the ninth spirit disappear into the door. Looking at the empty ground, Lu Yin stood where he was. Just now, he had said many of his guesses. No matter how the ninth spirit hid, his guesses could very well make her move. Count of the Wind came from another universe, and the spiritualized universe also existed in another invisible universe. That was what Lu Yin was looking for. The ninth spirit definitely knew something. The more she hid, the more Lu Yin understood the importance of this matter. But you can't hide for much longer. In the distance, Shi Xiao was nervous. Everyone had left. What was he going to do? He had attacked just now, but not on purpose. He had been forced by the ninth spirit, and had no choice but to attack to draw Lu Yin's attention. If Lu Yin decided to settle the score, he would be in trouble. While waiting anxiously, Lu Yin left. He had no time to waste with Shi Xiao and the others. Since they were all hiding, he would pick them out and see who could hide in the end. Lu Yin went to the Grand Domain. After Lu Yin left, Shi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The Door of Techniques had 3 keys. Yu Susu guessed that one of them was in the hands of the General Chamber of Commerce. For the General Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the Door of Techniques, the key might be the key. Lu Yin had gone to the Grand Domain to force Yi Shang to hand over the key. What Zhan Ming and the others could not do, he could do. Now that Yu Sang Tian had confirmed that he would not act against him, the others were no threat. Lu Yin could do whatever he wanted. General President. He is not here. Rong Xiang stood before Lu Yin, his expression respectful. Lu Yin asked, "Where?" Rong Xiang said, "I do not know." After the battle at the Chamber of Commerce, the general president left. He said he was in seclusion to heal. He did not even appear at the reopened Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yin immediately understood that the old man had run away because he was afraid that Lu Yin would find him. Yu Susu had schemed against the Chamber of Commerce, and she and Yi Shang were well aware of the third key. Back then when the two of them spoke, they didn't mention this point. Perhaps this was also the reason why Yi Shang and Zhan Ming wanted to kill Yu Susu. Since Yu Susu was taken away by him, he was afraid that he would ask him for the key, so he ran away. Yi Shang had left, so there was no point for Lu Yin to stay in the Grand Domain. Yi Shang isn't here, so you're in charge of the main Chamber of Commerce. Rong Xiang hurriedly said, "The president will only be away for a while." Lu Yin grunted and slowly raised a hand to pat Rong Xiang's shoulder. "The Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce and the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce will have to trouble you." Rong Xiang bowed. "Rest assured, Lu Sangtian." Soon after, he left the Grand Universal Domain. Rong Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he had left. No one in the spiritualized universe welcomed him. "Grandpa, did Lu Yin leave?" Rong Hua asked. Rong Xiang shouted, "Shut up. You have to call him Lu Sangtian. How can you call him by his name?" Rong Hua resented Lu Yin. After all, he had almost been slapped to death. "Lu, what is Lu Sang doing here? It's none of your business. You don't have to worry about anything. Go cultivate." Rong Xiang waved his hand. Rong Hua could only leave. Rong Xiang sighed. Just as the president had expected, Lu Sangtian would definitely return to the Grand Universal Domain. He hoped that the main Chamber of Commerce could survive this calamity. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had returned to the 100 Herbs Domain and announced that he would be going into seclusion until the final battle between Fuhe Spring and Sovereign Wu Huang. Many heaved sighs of relief. Lu Sangtian had been wandering everywhere, and who knew when he would come to their domain. Wherever he went, bad luck would follow. Above boundless, Lu Yin really did go into seclusion. However, it was not to deal with Sovereign Wu Huang, but rather to shake his die. The die was his turbid treasure, and he had used the innate gifts of the 7 heroes to improve himself. In the Tian Yuan universe, he had accomplished many impossible things with the die, but after coming into contact with the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, the die's usefulness had decreased. 6 pips, which had once allowed him to be omniscient and omnipotent, was now almost useless. In the Tian Yuan universe, he did not need to merge with other people's bodies, but he could not merge with those from the spiritualized universe. It was the same for life forms from the consciousness universe. It was impossible to merge with other life forms by relying purely on one's consciousness. They either lacked life or strength. The die's 6 pips had completely failed in the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. However, when Lu Yin had opened the 9 skies, he had used the 9 clones technique to accomplish this. At that moment, he had thought of how to shake the die and merge 6 pips into a life form from the consciousness universe. This was the consciousness of the 9 clones technique. The first step to cultivating the 9 clones technique was to sense one's consciousness. The second step was to use the 9 clones technique to split one's consciousness into 9 and use one's bloodline to create an illusory body. The third step was to merge one's consciousness and turn the illusory body into reality. This was the 9 clones technique. Lu Yin had not fully cultivated it before, and he could split his consciousness into 9. However, he was not used to having 9 of himself. When he had wanted to open the 9 skies, his consciousness had reached the starry sky level. When he had fought against Sovereign Wu Huang, his consciousness had been much weaker, and he had not been able to block Sovereign Wu Huang's sawtooth blade. Because of the 9 clones technique, his consciousness that had opened the 9 skies had actually gained life. It was another self, and that consciousness could shake the die. As for whether it could merge with a life form from the consciousness universe, Luin did not know. He would have to try. With a tap of his finger, the die spun slowly before coming to a stop. 4 pips. Time stopped space. The scene in front of his eyes changed, and he entered the time stop space. Since he was already here, he might as well not waste it. He had been cultivating for a year, and when he came out, he continued to roll his die. This time, it was 1 pip, and a useless item appeared. Even in the spiritualized universe, pip was still useful. However, with his current strength, there was nothing useful for him. Continue to shake. 5 o'clock, decompose the materials. There's nothing to decompose, continue. On his 4th try, he rolled 6 pips. His consciousness whistled around him as he used his consciousness to roll the die. When he saw 6 pips, his consciousness appeared in a dark space. It was pitch black in the distance, and he felt apprehensive. If he didn't have the ball of light, then it would be useless. His consciousness traveled even further, and there were barriers between different spacetimes. He could see them, but he did not need to pass through them. Wu Wei continued his search in the spiritualized universe. After a period of time, he saw balls of light. Although there weren't many of them, this meant that he could fuse with them. These balls of light definitely belonged to the consciousness universe's life forms. Aside from the intent domain, the spiritualized universe also contained the consciousness universe's life forms. Lu Yin did not hesitate to rush over and merge with them. Cold, emotionless, wanting to live, wanting to strengthen his consciousness, killing. Killing those humans meant that they were all enemies. All sorts of emotions flowed into his mind, and Lu Yin looked around. He had merged with the consciousness life form's body, and this consciousness life form was a void of consciousness that was connected to the thoughts of other life forms. It would be whatever the life form imagined it to be, just like Wu Wei. This was Lu Yin's first time sensing the consciousness life form's thoughts. Aside from coldness and killing intent, there was nothing else. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, but consciousness life forms did not. They only had hostility, killing, strengthening, and extermination. On the surface, this consciousness life form was very respectful to the spiritualized universe's people, as respectful as a servant. Lu Yi now understood why Genesis and the others had warned him to be careful of consciousness life forms. Consciousness life forms did not have other emotions, and they only had one goal in mind: to kill. These life forms only existed to survive and kill. If they wanted to survive, they had to strengthen their consciousness and kill, because enemies existed. It was that simple. This was the Northmont region, one of the 36 regions. It was located under the word spirit and was very ordinary. At this moment, Lu Yin's consciousness saw a huge plaza where several people were fighting. Some were in a chaotic battle, while others were fighting one-on-one. This was a battle for the position of Peak Master of the Northmont region. The ruler of the Northmont region was called a Mountain Master, which had the same meaning as the Myriad Beasts Border's Mountain Master. They ruled over a mountain, but here, there was only one Mountain Master. The Myriad Beasts Border had many Mountain Masters, and there were as many mountain ranges as there were Mountain Masters. Even their strength levels were the same. He was a spirit spell realm powerhouse, the same as the other 36 domain masters. Such a person would also be a Mountain Master in the Myriad Beasts Border. Under the Mountain Masters were the Peak Masters. The Northmont region had 17 peaks, and each peak was overseen by a Peak Master. Most of the Peak Masters were at the soul progenitor level, and very few spirit spell realm powerhouses were born. The consciousness life form that Lu Yin had fused with belonged to one of the Peak Masters. This consciousness life form had been recognized by the spiritualized universe and could be controlled. It had already been branded. In the spiritualized universe, if conscious life forms wanted to survive, and if cultivators wanted to control conscious life forms, they had to be recognized as conscious life forms that could surrender. There was only one way to do this, and that was to be branded by Sang Tian. Only Sang Tian could confirm whether or not this consciousness life form could survive. After all, consciousness life forms were very strange, and Sang Tian knew that they had no emotions at all. They only knew how to survive and kill, and once they grew stronger, they could easily take over. However, Sang Tian was very rare, and it was impossible for ordinary people to even know where Sang Tian was, let alone ask him to brand them. This was why very few consciousness life forms could travel through the spiritualized universe normally. Lu Yin had traveled through the spiritualized universe, but he rarely saw any consciousness life forms. Originally, there had been a place in the spiritualized universe where Sang Tian could brand consciousness life forms. However, as time passed, Sang Tian either went into seclusion or went on expeditions to the consciousness universe. That place had been abandoned, and only a few lucky people were able to find Sang Tian and brand them. If one was not branded, it was taboo to adopt a consciousness life form, such as Little Yao, who had been adopted by the 8 Willows and Yi Yao. The consciousness life form that Lu Yin had fused with had already been branded, and the one who had branded it had been the long-dead 100-grass Sang Tian. For someone to be able to find Sang Tian and ask him to brand this consciousness life form meant that the owner of this consciousness life form was not simple. This was indeed the case. The owner of this consciousness life form was a peak master at the soul progenitor level, and his father was the Northmont region's mountain master. If one was not a mountain master, it would be very difficult to find Sang Tian. Beyond Heaven saw that these surrendered sentient beings weren't of much use, so they didn't force Sang Tian to help them. Most of the consciousness life forms that surrendered were sent to help cultivate their consciousness. Only a small number of consciousness life forms were divided. Even though the amount is very small, as time passed, those powers still accumulated a considerable amount. It's just that they didn't dare to bring it out. After all, it's a violation of the rules. Lu Yin thought of Little Yao, and the various powers were hoarding her. The accumulated consciousness life forms weren't just surrendered, they could also be secretly taken away from the consciousness universe like Little Yao. If even the 8 Willows and Yi Yao could bring Little Yao along, then there was no need to talk about the other powers. Even though they were breaking the rules, they had a tacit understanding. When the day came when Sang Tian was willing to brand a consciousness life form, those powers would definitely find a reason to take it out. Otherwise, what was the point of hoarding consciousness life forms without using them? Lu Yin was Sang Tian, and he had the qualifications to help brand a consciousness life form, but there probably wouldn't be any powers willing to let him help. News of the loss of a consciousness life form had spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Everyone said that Limitless and the consciousness universe had joined forces, but they didn't believe Lu Yin. The other Sang Tians wouldn't be able to make an appearance in a short period of time either. It would be too sudden, and there would be no warning at all. Lu Yin wouldn't underestimate the vigilance of those powers. Since that was the case, he could only go up to them. Which powers have hoarded the most consciousness life forms? Lu Yin asked. Yushan replied, naturally, the more powerful they are, the more they've hoarded. Or rather, the more they think that they have special privileges. Lu Yin's first thought was of the 7 major powers, including the Jikong domain. Now that he thought about it, the Heaven's Hand didn't seem to have any, and the Jikong domain had nothing. Neither did the Grand Entirety domain or the Myriad Beasts border. That left only the Gate of Arts and the God-governing mountain. Regardless of whether these two places had any consciousness life forms or not, Lu Yin had no way of finding them. Other than the 7 major powers, there were bound to be many powers hoarding consciousness life forms in the 36 filaments. If the small Beishan domain already had some, then there was no need to mention the rest. Lu Yin immediately thought of the Heaven's Craftsman domain. The Heaven's Craftsman domain had a special status among the 36 filaments. After all, they were responsible for the production of spirit threads. So Wang Tian and the Star Toad had been kicked out by the Heaven's Craftsman domain, which was why they had found Miaowu Wang. Lu Yin had known about this for a long time, but he hadn't mentioned it to the Star Toad. There was also the Arc domain. The old man looked at Little Fatty and sized him up. "You're not bad." Little Fatty was shocked. He pretended to be confused. "I don't understand what Master Grandpa means." The old man smiled. "You're so young, but you've cultivated to the master level. It's rare that your temperament is outstanding. You've broken Ziyi's magnanimity with your words. In the spiritual universe, there are very few people who can surpass you. The future of the Heaven's Craftsman domain depends on you." Little Fatty's heart trembled. He said bitterly, "Master Grandpa, don't say that. I can't withstand pressure. Also, don't spread this out. That pretty girl has a strong background." The old man laughed. "Zi Tianshu is very powerful, but she's not at the level where she can bully the Heaven's Craftsman domain." Speaking of this, his face sank. "Only Wu Jiang is unforgivable." Little Fatty didn't dare to interrupt. Now, the entire Heaven's Craftsman domain was waiting for a chance to take revenge on Wu Jiang. Many people had gotten carried away, but he hadn't. What was there to get carried away? He didn't lose anything. He had plenty of resources. As for dignity, could it be eaten? Obviously not. His fat wasn't piled up with dignity. He didn't have any dignity, not even a little bit. The old man let out a long breath. "You've reached a bottleneck now, right?" Little Fatty smiled embarrassedly. Master Grandpa has sharp eyes. "I've indeed reached a bottleneck, but it's okay. Give me some time, and I'll definitely be able to break through." The old man shook his head. "Breaking through will take a long time, but there are opportunities to make up for it. Ordinary people don't have resources or opportunities, but the Heaven's Craftsman domain has them. You can try them one by one." Little Fatty was stunned. "Try what?" The old man's gaze was deep. "Start with your consciousness." Boom! The ground shook, and dust rose. Little Fatty trembled and looked back. It was pitch black. The path was sealed. It came from a stone door that was covered with spiritual threads. This was the underground of the Heaven's Craftsman domain, and it was also the place where life forms with consciousness were imprisoned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3601. The little fatty's face was full of bitterness. He didn't want to cultivate, he just wanted to live happily and slowly gain weight. It was quite beautiful. He didn't want to harm Zi on purpose. He really didn't want to expose himself. It was all Wu Jiang's fault. Why did he come to bully people? It caused the atmosphere of the entire Heaven's Craftsman domain to change. Master Grandpa also targeted him and placed the future of the Heaven's Craftsman domain on him. How old was he? It was also the fault of those senior brothers, uncles, and uncles who were useless. None of them were valued by Master Grandpa, causing him to come here to suffer. Consciousness, the consciousness of a cultivating ghost. His consciousness was already not bad. Although it couldn't be compared to those arrogant guys in the domain, it wasn't bad either. He walked forward carefully. When the candlelight lit up, his heart trembled again. He walked very slowly. After an hour, little Fatty only managed to walk a little. A low voice sounded. It was a woman. "Little Fatty, who asked you to come?" Little Fatty wanted to retort. You're the little fatty. Your whole family is little fatty. However, he didn't dare to. He revealed a simple and honest smile. Master Grandpa asked me to come. Senior, are you Lord Jing? Who's your Master Grandpa? Ling Zhua. Yes. Then hurry up and come over. Look at your cowardly appearance. Little Fatty swallowed his saliva and walked forward quickly. Not long after, he saw the cage and all kinds of creatures. They were all consciousness life forms. Little Fatty looked at them, and they looked back at Little Fatty. Some of these consciousness life forms took the initiative to change into a certain form. Some changed into a certain form according to Little Fatty's understanding of consciousness. They all had a common characteristic. They were sluggish. They had been imprisoned in the underground of the Heavens Craftsman domain for too long. The Heavens Craftsman domain wasn't a domain. In the domain, because of the existence of Wu Wei, these consciousness life forms could move freely. They could even cultivate and help disciples in the domain cultivate. They were relatively free. However, in the underground of the Heavens Craftsman domain, there was no powerful consciousness life form like Wu Wei to suppress them. The simplest and most reliable method was to not let these consciousness life forms recover their strength. The Heavens Craftsman domain invited consciousness cultivators to continuously consume the consciousness of these consciousness life forms. To cultivators, consciousness was power, but to these sentient beings, consciousness was life itself. This meant that they were constantly in a heavily injured state, or even on the verge of death, unable to recover. The strongest consciousness cultivator was called Qi Jing, a member of the Qi clan. The Heavens Craftsman realm had spent a huge price to poach her from the Qi clan. Her consciousness had reached the star level, which was equivalent to the spirit spell level. Qi Jing was only a side relative of the Qi clan. At that time, the Qi clan didn't care. The moment she left the intent realm, it was impossible for her to return to the Qi clan. The Qi clan used her to exchange for resources in the Heavens Craftsman domain. Fatty walked shakily into the depths of the cave and saw a woman. Her face was withered, and her skin was deathly pale. Her eyes were fierce, and there was a smile on her face. Fatty felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly bowed. Junior Ling Tong greets Senior. Qi Jing sized up the little Fatty. You've become a master at such a young age, right? How did Senior know? Little Fatty asked. Qi Jing snorted. If it wasn't for Master, Ling Zhuo wouldn't have let you come here. After all, this is a forbidden place. Fatty immediately flattered her. Senior's eyes are like torches, seeing through the world. Junior is extremely impressed. With Senior overseeing the Heavens Craftsman domain, these sentient beings will never be able to overturn the heavens. Thank you for your contributions to the Heavens Craftsman domain. Shut up, don't give me that. Qi Jing's gaze was cold as she stared at Fatty. Let me ask you, who attacked the Heavens Craftsman domain? Fatty said, Miao Wu Huang. Qi Jing was shocked. Miao Wu Huang. Why did he attack the Heavens Craftsman domain? Fatty didn't know what to say. He muttered to himself for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, the underground cage suddenly shattered. The loud sound gave Fatty a fright. Qi Jing was shocked. She spread out her consciousness and suppressed the underground. What was going on? Those imprisoned sentient beings didn't know what was going on either. On the ground of the Heavens Craftsman domain, the elder Ling Zhuo stared blankly at the sky. His expression changed drastically. How was this possible? A majestic consciousness descended from the heavens like a boundless ocean. The sentient being stared down coldly. How dare you imprison my sentient beings? You're courting death. Ling Zhuo immediately acted. Spiritual threads of the world. The consciousness bombarded the Heavens Craftsman domain, causing everyone to faint in an instant. Only Lingzhuo remained conscious as he watched the sentient beings descend. He knelt on one knee with a blank expression. How could there be so many powerful sentient beings in the spiritualized universe? Underground, Qi Jing spat out blood as a consciousness swept past and took away all the imprisoned sentient beings. She fainted in an instant. Fatty had long since fainted. Not long after, the Heaven's Craftsman domain regained its peace. Lingzhuo was the only one awake. He looked at the broken Heaven's Craftsman domain with grief and indignation. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. On a planet not far away, Lu Yin opened his eyes. The consciousness that had attacked the Heaven's Craftsman domain had come from him. With his level of consciousness, it was easy for him to split his consciousness and make it seem like there were many sentient beings. While sweeping through the Heaven's Craftsman domain and snatching away the sentient beings, Lu Yin also checked out the domain. He even saw how the spirit threads were made. There was nothing special about the materials. Although they were rare, they weren't very mystical. If there was anything special, it would be the Heaven's Craftsman domain's technique. The Heaven's Craftsman domain had a unique method of creating spirit threads, and outsiders couldn't do it because of this technique. However, Lu Yin had also checked this technique, and it wasn't special either. Had he overlooked something? The sentient beings that he had snatched were all extremely weak, and absorbing their consciousnesses was meaningless. He needed to let them recover first. Lu Yin's gaze moved from the Heaven's Craftsman domain to the boat domain. Compared to the Heaven's Craftsman domain, the boat domain had also been destroyed by Lu Yin's consciousness. With Lu Yin's speed, he swept through 5 domains before the outside world reacted and shook the spiritualized universe. The Heaven's Craftsman domain and the boat domain had actually been attacked by sentient beings. This had never happened before. When this news spread, the organizations with sentient beings hurriedly contacted the intent realm to send them over. There were sentient beings in the spiritualized universe, and they had been hiding for who knew how long. In Lingzhuo's words, there were many of them and they were very strong. This time, they had targeted the Heaven's Craftsman domain and the boat domain, so they definitely knew something. When the intent realm received the news, Shi Xiu's first thought was Saint Dayu. If he had any doubts before, he no longer doubted them. There were sentient beings in the spiritualized universe, and they had already taken action. Where were these sentient beings hiding? Perhaps he had to ask Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin had already returned to the boundless universe, and the outside world had always thought that he was in seclusion. He looked up and his die appeared. He tapped it, and it was 4 pips. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What he wanted was 4 pips. Time stop space. After arriving at the time stop space, Lu Yin released all the sentient beings that he had snatched. There were quite a few of them, and the Heaven's Craftsman domain had the most. There were even astral-level sentient beings among them, but they were also heavily injured. These sentient beings gathered together after being released, maintaining a certain distance from Lu Yin. "Human, why did you save us?" the astral-level sentient being asked. Lu Yin looked at them. "There are still too few powerhouses, but it's better than nothing." "Human, what do you mean? Why did you save us?" Many of the sentient beings stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly sat down. "Recover as soon as possible." "Did Wu Wei ask you to save us?" the astral-level being asked. Lu Yin was astonished. "Wu Wei would save you." "I don't know, but Wu Wei is the only celestial being in the spiritualized universe. You are very strong, and I can't think of anyone else besides Wu Wei who could ask you to save us." Lu Yin did not say anything else, as there was no need to speak to these sentient beings. They had no emotions. "Human, we will definitely repay this favor." Lu Yin did not mind. Although they had no emotions, they could fake them. Sentient beings were a type of life, and they had the desire to live on. They were not wrong, and no matter what method they used to live on, there was nothing wrong with that. Luin was not wrong either, as he was also a life form with a race that he needed to protect. Soon, a year had passed. These sentient beings had recovered quite a bit, but it was not enough. Luin wanted to take them out and roll the die again. However, these sentient beings did not agree this time. "Human, we don't know where this is, but please let us leave. We will definitely remember your kindness," the astral level being said, and the surrounding sentient beings went on alert. Luin laughed. "I'm giving you time to recover. Why, don't you trust me?" "It's not that I don't trust you, but it's enough. Human, we should leave." Luin looked at the sentient beings in front of him. "Can you leave?" "Human, you," the astral level being suddenly attacked. Trust? That did not exist, even if they were all sentient beings. All of the surrounding sentient beings attacked Luin with their consciousnesses. Not long after, Luin walked out of seclusion. When he saw Luin come out, Old Tao hurried forward and eagerly told him what had happened. No one knew that Luin could absorb consciousnesses, and it was not that he had kept it a secret. In the Tian Yuan universe, aside from He Wuxian, there were no other sentient beings. At most, there was Shizu, so there was no need for him to reveal this method. However, after coming to the spiritualized universe, he had become more aware of the importance of this matter. Once it was exposed, he would not only become the spiritualized universe's enemy, but also the consciousness universe's enemy. One could never underestimate the consciousness universe. Not only were their life forms different, but the consciousness universe had also been able to survive for so long under the attacks of the spiritualized universes and become known as the 13 Celestials. It was definitely not weak, or at least, it was not as weak as they had heard. The Tian Yuan universe was also considered weak by the spiritualized universes, but now, it had been revealed. Trying to understand the strength of the three universes through the spiritualized universes was too one-sided and subjective. So the 36 filaments have sent sentient beings to the intent realm? Luin asked. Yes. Old Tao sighed. I never thought that the spiritualized universe would have such a powerful sentient being. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3602. As he spoke, Old Tao carefully glanced at Luin. The existence of consciousnesses in the spiritualized universe had actually spread from here, starting with Saint Daliu. This information had been passed to intent through Heaven's hand, but he didn't know if it was true or not. He also didn't know where Saint Daliu was. Old Tao didn't want to think about these things. Sometimes, seeing things clearly was the same as letting others see through him. All he had to do was tell Luin everything that had happened. At the bow of the ship, Yushan looked inside Boundless from time to time with a bewildered expression. The Tian Yuan universe and the consciousness universe had indeed joined forces. He had just told Lu Sangtian about the 36 filaments hoarding consciousnesses when the Heavens Craftsman domain and the other 5 domains were attacked. He wasn't an idiot, so how could he believe that it was a coincidence? He couldn't understand the current situation at all. If his master allowed him to be tied up in Boundless, wouldn't that damage his reputation? Yushan had thought that he would be tied up for a while at most, and that it would be enough for him to be at ease for a while. He had been on tenterhooks for too long, and peace was too extravagant. However, he didn't expect that peace would last until now, to the point where the entire spiritualized universe seemed to have forgotten about him. Why would the spiritualized universe allow the existence of the Tian Yuan universe to exist? They even allowed the third head to become Sang Tian, which challenged his understanding. Also, no one in the spiritualized universe had guessed that the Tian Yuan universe and the consciousness universe had joined forces. Then why did they allow Boundless to exist? Yushan couldn't understand all of these things. For many people, some things were very complicated, and some situations were difficult to understand. However, these things and situations could be solved with a single thought. The giant stood there, and ordinary people looked up and couldn't reach it. Even if the giant couldn't move, ordinary people would still find it difficult to climb up as it was too complicated. However, for cultivators, one step was enough to reach the peak. This was the difference in position. Regardless of whether it was Yu Sangtian or Lu Yin, their vision had already jumped out of the limit, and they wouldn't fight over a city or land. Sangtian. It was just a name. The latest news is that Zi Tianshu has left outer sky and is overseeing the intent realm. Old Tao put down the spirit cloud stone and said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Zi Tianshu. Yuan Qi's voice sounded, Zi Tianshu is alive. He's not weak. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi explained, Zi Tianshu is the same as Lan. They were both strong cultivators of the same era. When they became famous, I was already Sangtian. I even gave them some pointers. I didn't expect them to go to sky beyond sky many years later. Old Tao said respectfully, Lan is the grand chief of the sky beyond heaven. Zi Tianshu is one of the powers that protect the sky beyond heaven. They are both powerhouses that have crossed the bitter adversity. Lu Yin was puzzled. The purple Tianshu protects the outland. Yes. Then why didn't the purple Tianshu come out when I attacked in the sky beyond heaven? Old Tao was stunned. He really did make a move. This head of the family was too vicious. This, I don't know. Lan had said that she belonged to the realm beyond heaven, and she belonged only to the realm beyond heaven. That was why she had not allowed Lu Yin to carve any words. Even if Yu Sangtian had agreed to it, she would have stopped him. However, the realm beyond heaven did not belong to her, and she might not have had the right to make Zi Tianshu take action. Yu Sangtian was very clear that Zi Tianshu could not stop him, so he personally stopped him at the last moment. Whether Zi Tianshu made a move or not, it didn't mean much. Now that Zi Tianshu was overseeing the intent realm, it was not important whether Wu Wei returned or not. Allowing Wu Wei to leave was probably to guard against Lu Yin. No one could say for sure whether the boundless universe and the consciousness universe had joined forces or not. Even foolish old was not that confident, even though he believed that the Tianyuan universe should choose the path that he had given them. Now, things were a little troublesome. The 36 filaments had sent the consciousness lifeforms into their intent realms, so how was Lu Yin going to snatch them? Lu Yin knew that once he made a move, he would definitely alert the enemy, but he had to hit this grass at least once. The consciousness that he had just absorbed had been replenished somewhat, but it was still not enough. He wanted to merge with Wu Wei's body and see Wu Wei's memories, not just those consciousness lifeforms. The reason why he had not destroyed the Heaven's Craftsman realm and the other filaments was because he did not want to hit the grass too hard. He had not expected the 36 filaments to be so afraid that they would all run away after a light hit. Had no one thought of using those consciousness lifeforms to attract the consciousness lifeforms hidden in the spiritualized universe to rescue them? This should be the most basic method. Lu Yin had underestimated the power of this grass attack because he did not understand the spiritualized universe. The Heaven's Craftsman realm and the Arc realm were second only to the 7 great powers in the 36 filaments. Only the Spirit Treasure realm and a few other realms could compare to them because they were very useful. This was especially true for the Heaven's Craftsman realm, which was known to be invulnerable and able to withstand Sang Tian's attacks. Although this was an exaggeration, it also proved that the Heaven's Craftsman realm was confident in their own defenses. After all, there were only 7 spiritualized Sang Tians. Even if there were other experts comparable to Sang Tian, how could they possibly act against the Heaven's Craftsman realm? Were they not afraid of the realm beyond heaven? No matter how exaggerated the Heaven's Craftsman realm's strength was, no one could prove it. Miao Huang's attack had caused the atmosphere in the Heaven's Craftsman realm to change, and this was also the reason why the Heaven's Craftsman realm's pride had been shattered. But who was the other party? It was Miao Huang, and he was definitely a powerhouse on the same level as the Sang Tian. Otherwise, how could he have broken through the Heaven's Craftsman realm's defenses? This kind of defense had actually been easily broken through by the consciousness lifeforms, who had plundered the 5 filaments in an extremely short amount of time. This was no longer as simple as being on the same level as the Sang Tian. There might even be 2 Sang Tian powerhouses on the same level. How could the other 36 filaments dare to resist such an enemy? It was precisely because they had thought that the realm beyond heaven might be planning to use their consciousness lifeforms as bait to attract the attention of such a powerful enemy that they had immediately sent all of their consciousness lifeforms into their domain. This way, they wouldn't have to act as bait, and it would also lessen the crime of hiding consciousness lifeforms, so why not? They weren't fools. To be able to stand out from countless parallel spacetimes and become one of the 36 filaments, they might not be very strong, but that was only in Lu Yin's opinion. In reality, compared to the Tian Yuan universe, the overall strength of the 36 filaments was much stronger. As for the consciousness lifeforms hidden in the spiritualized universe, what did that have to do with them? They didn't have the ability to resist them. The spiritualized universe seemed like a single entity, but it would never be a single entity. Lu Yin often considered the spiritualized universe as a whole, which led to a misunderstanding. If he hadn't been dealing with the Heaven's Craftsman realm and had been dealing with an ordinary domain, this might not have been the case. But then, he wouldn't have been able to steal that many consciousness lifeforms, and if he wanted to steal more, he would likely have to face enemies at the level of Sang Tian, which would be even more strenuous. He might even attract Yu Sang Tian's attention and expose the fact that he could absorb consciousness. Now that so many consciousness lifeforms had been gathered into their domain, it would be impossible for the realm beyond heaven to use them as bait. It would be too obvious, and it would also be impossible for them to send these consciousness lifeforms back. Lu Yin had stolen the consciousness lifeforms of the 5 filaments, which disgusted the realm beyond heaven and also disgusted Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian hadn't expected the spiritualized universe to be hiding consciousness lifeforms. They definitely weren't hiding in the spiritualized universe, or else Yu Sang Tian would definitely have been able to find some clues. Even if they were hiding in eternity, he would still be able to detect them occasionally. No matter what, these consciousness lifeforms couldn't have surpassed eternity. They were definitely hiding in a parallel spacetime. The spiritualized universe was becoming more and more unstable. It seemed like he would have to deal with this batch of consciousness lifeforms before he could conquer the consciousness universe. Otherwise, if all the experts left, the spiritualized universe itself would be in danger. Lu Yin went into seclusion again, as he didn't believe that all of the consciousness lifeforms had lost their domain. There had to be some that were still hiding. Even though there were few of them, many little drops made an ocean. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Lu Yin used his consciousness to roll the die and rolled 6 pips 3 times. The first time, he fused into the body of a consciousness life form in the realm of intent, and he saw many consciousness life forms below his domain. The number was comparable to the number of consciousness life forms in the realm of intent. Although their levels were a bit low, if he could absorb these consciousnesses, Lu Yin's consciousness would become even more majestic. Unfortunately, he couldn't snatch them. The second time, he fused into a consciousness life form. This consciousness life form wasn't in the realm of intent, as it had been branded. It was all alone and had no value. The third time was a bit more valuable, as Lu Yin finally fused into a sect that was hiding consciousness life forms. This sect was hiding a few consciousness life forms, but it was better than nothing. Lu Yin made a mental note of it and didn't try to snatch them yet. There were still less than 4 months before his duel with Emperor Wu. Lu Yin continued to roll the die, and there was no one to disturb him. Another 2 months quickly passed, and he rolled 6 pips 5 times. This was even more than before, and he could be considered lucky. Of these 5 times, 3 of them were consciousness life forms that had brought him value, while the other 2 were consciousness life forms that had been branded. Lu Yin walked out of Boundless and used the same trick again, using his consciousness to snatch consciousnesses. This caused another uproar in the spiritualized universe, and it also forced the powers that had been hoping for a fluke to send their hidden consciousnesses into the realm of intent. Shi Xiu was the happiest of them all, as the realm of intent didn't have any consciousness life forms. Now, there were suddenly so many, and they were all controlled by the Qi family. This was the first time that Shi Xiu had tasted true control over a realm of intent. Zi Tianshu was only responsible for overseeing the realm of intent, and she didn't participate in any of its matters. Unfortunately, Wu Wei had left, and nobody knew where he was hiding. Lu Sangtian had his eyes on Wu Wei, but Yu Sangtian didn't care. If Wu Wei was still around, then the realm of intent would truly be a realm of intent. Within the time-stop space, the consciousness life forms that Lu Yin had captured recovered for a year. Just like the previous batch, they wanted to leave, but they were ultimately absorbed by Lu Yin. Unfortunately, they were far inferior to the previous batch. If he could absorb Wu Wei's consciousness, Lu Yin's consciousness would definitely transform once more. Wu Wei would be a consciousness life form at the level of bitter adversity. He looked up again and watched the die slowly spin. It was time to look for Wu Wei. Over the past few months, he had constantly searched for Wu Wei and fused with consciousness life forms, so he was already very familiar with them. He had also replenished his consciousness twice, which should be enough to make up for the time he had spent searching. As long as he could find Wu Wei, he didn't need to fuse with him for too long. He just needed to see his memories once, and that would be enough. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tapped out, watching the die spin. This scene had happened far too many times in the Tian Yuan universe, and it was about to begin in the spiritualized universe as well. Once, twice, thrice, and on his 4th roll, he rolled 6 pips. This time, Lu Yin planned to look for Wu Wei. Even if he had to spend a long time in this dark space, it would be fine as long as he could find Wu Wei. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3603. Lu Yin's consciousness continued to travel, and every time he did so, he would consume a large amount of his consciousness. Lu Yin's heart ached, as it was too difficult to replenish his consciousness in the spiritualized universe. If he went to the consciousness universe, his consciousness would definitely transform. Yu Sangtian was leading the 7 Sangtians to the earth of Yi, and Lu Yin would definitely go as well. He wondered if he could use the consciousness he absorbed to suppress Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin thought about it as he continued to travel. From time to time, he would see barriers that led to a parallel universe. Suddenly, Lu Yin looked in a certain direction in shock. There was also a barrier there, but on the other side were countless balls of light of various sizes. How could there be so many? Each ball represented a consciousness life form that could be fused with, but how could there be so many of them? This far exceeded the number of consciousness life forms that he had seen in his first intent realm. Lu Yin hurriedly rushed over and used his consciousness to break through the barrier and fuse with one of the balls of light. This one was the brightest of the bunch, but it was still rather dim in Lu Yin's eyes. At most, it would correspond to a star realm consciousness life form. He desperately wanted to know what was going on. When he opened his eyes, everything around him became clear. Consciousness life forms would not have eyes unless they took the initiative to transform into a certain form. They were just a ball of consciousness that ordinary people could not see. The consciousness life form that Lu Yin had fused with had taken the initiative to transform into a human. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were people everywhere. This was a planet with advanced technology, and there were spacecraft taking off into the distance from time to time. There were also spacecraft landing from time to time. He looked around in a daze. There were people everywhere, but most of them were consciousness life forms that stayed with real humans on this planet that had yet to develop a cultivation civilization. My lord, the news has been confirmed. All of the people hidden by the 36 filaments have been sent to their intent realms. It was a woman with a sweet appearance, but who would have thought that she was also a consciousness life form? These consciousness life forms had all taken the initiative to transform into human form. Memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, and he calmly looked into the distance as he gradually understood. These consciousness life forms had been sent to the spiritualized universe for countless years. The spiritualized universe had created battleships and taken the initiative in battle. They believed that they had complete control over the rhythm of the battle and could fight or retreat as they pleased. However, the consciousness universe was not stupid and had used various methods to send these consciousness life forms to the spiritualized universe. Some sentient beings spent a long time to come from the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe. Ancestor She was such an example. There were also some sentient life forms that relied on various methods to arrive on the battleships of the spiritualized universe. For example, some pretended to surrender, some were captured, and even more took advantage of human greed and pretended to surrender. They avoided the heavens beyond heaven and finally escaped from the spiritualized universe. The consciousness life forms hidden in the 36 domains were all like this. Although the sky beyond heaven knew that they were hiding consciousness life forms, they had a tacit understanding. Some of them could escape halfway, and some could kill their masters directly. Because hiding consciousness life forms was a crime, they suppressed it and did not expose it. Over time, more and more sentient beings escaped, and finally, under the lead of some sentient beings, they hid in a parallel universe. There were many consciousness life forms that had been branded on this planet. The reason why there were so many conscious life forms was because it had been too long. Moreover, conscious life forms were different from humans. Their existence could be so long that people thought they were immortal. Time was just a number to them. The consciousness life forms that they brought along had a mission in themselves. They had to hide and wait for an opportunity to counterattack the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The consciousness life form that he had fused with was the ruler of this universe. It was a star realm consciousness life form, and there were many similar parallel universes that had consciousness life forms. They had been accumulated over countless years and were waiting to counterattack the spiritualized universe. Why hadn't the spiritualized universe found them? Because the parallel universes they hid in were not connected to the spiritualized universe. There were too many parallel universes, and even Yu Sang Tian could not see through all of them, just like how Lu Yin could not see through all of the parallel universes of the Tian Yuan universe. It was impossible to find any hidden consciousness life forms in these parallel universes, and it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Yin had used his die's 6 pips to search for dark spaces many times, but this was the first time he had encountered such hidden consciousness life forms. It was even more impossible for the spiritualized universe to find them. To these sentient life forms, this place was equivalent to the consciousness universe. In particular, they had deliberately lived together with humans in this parallel universe. Even if the spiritualized universe discovered them, they would not be able to immediately detect any problems. They had time to leave, and tearing through the void to escape was just a matter of moments. My lord. The woman behind him was puzzled. Lu Yin waved a hand. The woman respectfully retreated. The sentient life forms had joined forces here because they had no choice. Without the spiritualized universe as a powerful enemy, the consciousness universe itself would not be peaceful, and they would never consider each other to be of the same race. The phrase, "of the same race," was laughable in the consciousness universe, but it had to be said here. Lu Yin continued to read through the memories of the spiritualized universe, and he knew that there were no less than 10 parallel universes. The number of hidden consciousness lifeforms was dozens of times greater than the number of consciousnesses in the intent realm. However, this number was still too small compared to the spiritualized universe. Their true confidence lay in the 13 celestial phenomena. There were 13 celestial phenomena hidden in these parallel universes, and there were 2 of them. This was something that the spiritualized universe definitely did not know about. They had been waiting for Yi Meng to attack the spiritualized universe, but Yi Meng had actually pretended to join them. Lu Yin laughed, but he was not laughing at the consciousness universe. Even though 13 celestial phenomena were far from being a match for the spiritualized universe, the spiritualized universe was completely unaware that the consciousness universe had been waiting for this opportunity. They were too arrogant, and it was as if they looked down on the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin was laughing because the spiritualized universe had stood at a high position for too long and could not see the hidden dangers. This was no different from when the above heaven sect had been schemed against by the Eternals. The consciousness universe had used their advantage of not fearing the passage of time to the fullest. Did the spiritualized universe know that the sentient lifeforms had escaped? Of course, they knew, and they had searched for them. However, as time passed, they could not find anything. Especially when one generation died, the next generation would forget about this matter. Generation after generation, even if only a small group of sentient lifeforms escaped in each generation, they would still accumulate many more. On the surface, the consciousness universe could not defeat the spiritualized universe, so they would use their advantage to whittle them down until the spiritualized universe forgot about their existence. When the spiritualized universe ignored them, it would be time for them to show their fangs. Yi Meng was their opportunity, and they had long known that Yi Meng would come to the spiritualized universe. In that case, Yi Meng had been captured on purpose. Why? Lu Yin thought of the land of earth. Yi Meng had said that the land of earth had lured away Yu Sang Tian and the 7 major Sang Tians. The spiritualized universe was not stupid, and they would definitely have taken away Wu Wei and Yi Meng. However, they would never have imagined that the spiritualized universe would still have 2 experts at the level of 13 celestial phenomena. Even if they could not defeat the spiritualized universe, they could at least save all the captured sentient lifeforms and prevent the spiritualized universe from attacking the consciousness universe. As for the consciousness universe, Lu Yin did not believe that the land of earth would be able to defeat them. He exhaled. The spiritualized universe had underestimated the consciousness universe. Foolish old man wanted to unite with the Tian Yuan universe and restart the consciousness universe, but he had not mentioned whether or not the consciousness universe would resist. In his opinion, whether or not the consciousness universe would resist was not important, as it would definitely be restarted. Would he know about the sentient life form hidden here? Would he know that 2 of the 13 celestial phenomena had come? Would he know that Yi Meng was pretending to join them? Also, would Wu Wei be pretending to join them as well? Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion. He had seen some of this sentient life form's memories, but it was impossible for him to read all of them. What he had seen was enough. More importantly, he knew how to find that parallel universe. In that parallel universe, only sentient lifeforms could go to the spiritualized universe, and this was the first time Lu Yin had seen the light of hope in the spiritualized universe. When Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion, the star-ranked sentient lifeform called the woman over. "How is it?" The woman was stunned. "Sir, what are you asking?" The person frowned. "Information." The woman was at a loss. Hadn't she already told him? When she saw the dissatisfied expression on Lu Yin's face, the woman did not dare to speak further and reported again. "Who is it? How could they be so reckless as to expose our existence?" "Sir, it should have nothing to do with us. I've already contacted the other parallel universes, but none of them have appeared. Also, only the 13 celestial phenomena can do something like this. It's troublesome now. The spiritualized universe has confirmed the existence of sentient lifeforms and will definitely search for them. Don't go to the spiritualized universe for now. Understood. On the other side, Luin opened his eyes and finally relaxed. The spiritualized universe had been keeping an eye on Wu Jiang all this time. This was an enemy of the Tian Yuan universe, and they could attack or not. Luin had been constantly probing the spiritualized universe. It seemed like he did not care and had provoked Yu Sang Tian and acted without restraint. In reality, the more he acted like this, the more people did not dare to act. If Wu Jiang had been so cowardly from the start, the spiritualized universe would have already discussed how to deal with him. The pressure on Luin was great. Wu Jiang did not fear death, but he still hoped to bring these people back to their homeworld. The spiritualized universe was like a blade, and Wu Jiang was waiting for the blade to fall. But now, Luin saw that there was another existence under the blade. The blade had quietly shifted, and it might not fall on Wu Jiang's head, especially since he was the only one who knew about this. The spiritualized universe did not know about the sentient lifeforms' existences, and the sentient lifeforms did not know that Luin was aware of their existence. The initiative was in Lu Yin's hands. This was going to be fun. Luin closed his eyes and waited for 10 days before continuing to roll his die. There were still 2 months before the battle with Wu Huang. Luin checked the consumption of his consciousness and felt a little helpless. It had consumed more than he had expected, mainly because he had not been able to determine when he would be searching. If he had been able to merge with the sentient lifeforms as soon as he entered the dark space, he would not have consumed so much. A mere star realm sentient lifeform had already consumed so much, and his target was Wu Wei. After thinking about it, Luin decided to add something. He could make the spiritualized universe think that the sentient lifeforms were hiding in the dark, but he could also make the sentient lifeforms think that the spiritualized universe had discovered them and make them more cautious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3604. Luin walked out of the boundless boundary and headed towards the outer space of the 36 filaments. After a period of time, he arrived at a planet. The people on this planet all cultivated spirit seeds, and it bordered the outer space. However, there weren't any powerful people here. On this planet, however, there were people from a parallel spacetime hidden there. Luin could enter that parallel spacetime through these people, the same principle as the Tian Yuan universe. Any life form that belonged to a parallel spacetime could find the one they belonged to. None of the consciousness lifeforms would spiritualize the universe, and the people hidden on this planet didn't know that they were being sent here by a consciousness lifeform. Everything had been well hidden, but no one had expected Luin to be able to merge with a lifeform's body. Luin easily found a person, and in the next moment, he entered a parallel spacetime through that person. This parallel spacetime wasn't the one where he had merged with the consciousness lifeform, but rather another. If Luin found one, he would be able to find all of them. Although he didn't know how to get to the 2 parallel spacetimes with 13 celestial phenomenon, as long as he had the time, he would eventually be able to find them. However, now was not the time to meet them. Not long after, all of the consciousness lifeforms hidden in this parallel spacetime disappeared, leaving behind only a ravine and a shattered sky. Luin returned to the boundless boundary. This time, he had replenished quite a bit of his consciousness. The quality wasn't as good as the first time he had absorbed the consciousness, but the quantity was more than enough. His consciousness open 9 skies had become much larger, and if he could absorb all of the hidden consciousnesses, it would expand by at least several times. These were just the hidden consciousness lifeforms. If he went to the universe of consciousness, he believed that his consciousness would definitely undergo a transformation. Perhaps his consciousness could become the first power to directly resist Sang Tian. After replenishing his consciousness, Lu Yin looked up and continued to roll his die. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, he rested for 10 days before continuing. Then, he rested for another 10 days before continuing. Lu Yin had experienced this experience far too many times. Ever since he had found out that 6 of the die's innate gifts had come from the 7 heroes, he felt a warmth every time he rolled the die, as if they were watching him. At 6, Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he appeared in the dark space. His consciousness stretched out into the distance, not wasting any time. At the same time, in the territory of the 10,000 beasts, the ground that had been destroyed by the previous battle had already been reconstructed, but the marks hadn't been repaired yet. This was an order from Emperor Wu. He wanted to restore the Wujiang clan after the battle at the source of the Fu River. If he lost, the humiliation would be left to the later generations until the Wujiang clan was defeated. Only then would the humiliation be washed away. The Green Lake was Man Kuei's blood. It constantly intimidated the entire 10,000 beast border, reminding them of how powerful the Supreme Emperor was. Winged Butterfly and Nine-Tailed Fox stood by the lake. The wisest thing they had done was not to make a move. In fact, they had almost been bewitched by the old salamander. Do you think Emperor Wu Huang can win the battle in 2 months? Winged Butterfly asked. Nine-Tailed Fox was distressed. I can't see through him. Winged Butterfly stared at the lake in a daze. The spiritual primordial realm was enough to stand at the peak of the spiritualized universe. After all, how many people could survive bitter adversity? However, at their level, they were either in the spirit primordial realm or in the bitter adversity realm. Even if there were only 1 or 2 bitter adversity realm experts in the universe, they would still feel that they were in contact with people of that level. This was the circle. They wouldn't look at anything below this level, just like how there were many beast-shaped spiritual molts looking at them from afar. They were also looking at Sang Tian's level. They couldn't see through Emperor Wu Huang's strength. They couldn't see through Lu Sang Tian's strength even more, including the old salamanders. I hope Emperor Wu Huang can win. Otherwise, the beast-shaped spiritual molts will be completely suppressed by the human-shaped spiritual molts. Although those people in the Tian Yuan universe aren't human-shaped spiritual molts, compared to us, they are even more different, Nine-Tailed Fox said. Winged Butterfly wanted to say something, but she suddenly looked in a direction. Nine-Tailed Fox looked over at the same time. Her face paled. In an instant, the two of them felt like they were being crushed. This feeling came suddenly, but it was not unfamiliar. It was a feeling that only came when facing the pressure of a supreme expert. They had experienced this feeling many times on their path of cultivation, but they rarely experienced it after reaching the primordial realm. Even the bitter adversity realm experts couldn't give them this feeling. However, at this moment, they felt an unparalleled pressure that almost suffocated them. It came from the direction of Emperor Wu Huang. In the distance, Emperor Wu Huang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. He suppressed his brutality, bloodthirst, and surging battle intent. I've finally succeeded. 2 months. In 2 months, not only will I defeat Wujiang, but I will also. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sky beyond sky. Challenge him. The ball of light was very conspicuous in this dark space, but because this space was far too large, it could only be seen when one was close enough. Lu Yin saw a ball of light, but there was only one. However, the light was very intense, surpassing that of the consciousness life form from the parallel spacetime that he had merged with. That consciousness life form had been at the star realm, so could this one be at the celestial aspect realm? Lu Yin was puzzled. If it was at the celestial aspect realm, why was there only one? It should be hiding in a parallel spacetime, or it should be hidden by the 36 filaments. There should be many balls of light around it. Filled with doubts, Luin rushed over and merged with it. In that instant, Luin saw a familiar face, so familiar that he almost wanted to grab it. It was Yishang. Luin had never imagined that he would see Yishang the moment he opened his eyes after merging with a consciousness life form. Memories flooded in, and Luin understood. So that's how it was. This consciousness life form had been branded and surrendered to Yishang. It had been placed in the Yi family all this time, and Yishang had avoided Luin this time. He hadn't returned to the Yi family, nor was he at the Grand Universal Chamber of Commerce. He had taken this consciousness life form with him before leaving, so it could be considered an errand boy. From the looks of it, Yishang didn't plan on showing himself anytime soon. If not for this consciousness life form, Luin wouldn't have been able to find Yishang. Now, Luin looked around and realized that this was where he was. It was quite unexpected. Luin withdrew from the fusion and didn't do anything else. If an Eternal could discover that he could use a turbid treasure to merge with another person's body, then so could Yishang. After all, Yishang was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, so he had to be careful in front of these powerhouses. Luin returned to his body and left the boundless expanse once more. Although he was supposed to be in seclusion, he had already left the boundless expanse many times. Zhen was a mad dog who had once competed with Bao Qi for the position of Sang Tian. After his defeat, everyone thought that he was dead, but he had hidden away to cultivate and wait for the next opportunity to compete for the position of Sang Tian. Unfortunately, this person's whereabouts had been grasped by Heaven's hand, which had led Luin to defeat him and capture him in the Hell of Appointment platform. Yishang was currently where Zhen had once been hiding. No one would have thought that he would be there. After Zhen had been captured, no one else would go there. After all, it was an ordinary place to begin with, and Luin wouldn't go there. Yishang didn't hide too far away, but he didn't stay close either. The spirit cloud stone vibrated, and Yishang connected. Still in seclusion. Yes, it seems that Emperor Wu has pressured Lu Sangtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in seclusion. Yishang said, that's normal. Emperor Wu is extremely strong, especially in defense. Lu Sangtian must have felt it during the battle at the 10,000 Beasts border. He has no confidence in breaking through Emperor Wu's defense. President, Lu Sangtian has too many tricks up his sleeve. Should we remind Emperor Wu? Yishang said, it's not our turn. There are plenty of people who will remind him. You don't have to worry about anything, just guard the Chamber of Commerce well. Yes. Yishang put away the spirit cloud stone. Seclusion. It was great that Emperor Wu could pressure him. He wasn't afraid of him being strong, but he was afraid that he couldn't see the end of it. Emperor Wu should be able to fight him. He turned around and saw a giant beast crawling. It was the consciousness life form that had taken the initiative to transform into a giant beast. He had spent a lot of effort to capture this consciousness life form in the consciousness universe, and he had personally branded it. After many years of domestication, he still couldn't feel at ease. The more he fought with consciousness life forms, the more he understood them. Consciousness life forms would never truly submit to anyone. The only way to subdue them was to make them feel that you could control their life and death. It was that simple. The reason why he brought him out this time was because he had almost died during the battle at the border. If he had really died in that battle, no one in the Yi family would have been able to stop this consciousness life form. He hadn't forgotten how many consciousness life forms had escaped over the years. The consciousness life forms that attacked the Heavens Craftsman realm might have been the ones that had escaped. Humans were forgetful, but he had lived for a long time. Come here, said Yishang. Not far away, the giant consciousness life form stood up and slowly approached. It lowered its head and looked very obedient. You can't break through to the celestial level if you're not in the consciousness universe, asked Yishang. The giant beast nodded. It could speak, but Yishang didn't let it. It could only use its actions to express itself. This was a way to tame it. If someone's consciousness suddenly skyrocketed, what's the reason? This time, you can speak, said Yishang. The giant beast was confused. Skyrocketed? How? Yishang's eyes flashed. From the celestial level to the cosmic level. Impossible. The giant beast immediately denied it. Consciousness cultivation isn't easy. Even in the consciousness universe, it's impossible to skyrocket so much in such a short time. Unless what? Asked Yishang. He had suddenly thought of this question. The giant beast was about to speak when its eyes narrowed and it stared behind Yishang. Yishang immediately turned around and his eyes narrowed. He was shocked. Luyin. Luyin looked at Yishang. It's been hard for me to find you, President Yishang. Yishang's expression turned ugly. How did this person find him? He hadn't told anyone about his whereabouts. Skyhand. Impossible. Skyhand couldn't have been monitoring his whereabouts. Why are you looking for me, Lu Sangtian? Yishang forced a smile and asked. Luyin looked at him. I didn't look for you. I wanted to come here and coincidentally saw you. I'm curious. Why are you here instead of staying in the Grand Domain? As he spoke, he looked around. I remember that this is where Jin cultivates. Could it be that you're old friends with Jin? Are you here to reminisce about an old friend? Yishang's mind raced. Was Luyin telling the truth? Coincidentally here. What was he doing here? Right, Jin was still in his hands. Could it be related to Jin? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3605. If it was really related to Jin, then Luyin was really unlucky. He was not familiar with Jin, and he had thought that Luyin would not come here again. He had not expected to be discovered. Luyin looked at Yishang in amusement. What are you thinking? If you don't want to answer, then forget it. Yishang looked at Luyin and smiled bitterly. Since Lu Sangtian saw it, then I'll tell him the truth. I'm here for a bet. Luyin raised his eyebrows. Even he was interested in this excuse. A bet? Yishang said seriously, Lu Sangtian and Emperor Wu Huang are about to fight at Fu Yuan, and this battle has attracted the attention of the entire spiritualized universe. The Chamber of Commerce has set up a bet to make a profit. Please forgive us, Lu Sangtian. Luyin was curious. Continue. Yishang said, since there's a bet, there's naturally a condition. I'm not only here, but I'll also look at the traces of Lu Sangtian's battles along the way. I'll try my best to deduce the process of this battle and divide it into several bets. For example, when the battle begins, what will Lu Sangtian's first move be? Will it be consciousness or physical strength? Or some battle technique? What will Emperor Wu Huang's first move be? Luyin smiled. This old man was indeed a businessman. He had thought of this in an instant. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce will inform Lu Sangtian in advance. If he minds, then forget it. No, I don't mind at all. Lu Sangtian is still the magnanimous one. Although I don't mind, since he's using me as a bet, he should at least give me some benefits. Yishang smiled. Of course. 10% of the profits will go to Lu Sangtian. Although it was only 10%, it was still a huge number compared to the entire spiritualized universe. Bets were a topic that would never decline. The Chamber of Commerce had done this many times, but they had never given any benefits to the combatants. This was the first time. Lu Yin asked, "What about Emperor Wu Wang?" Yi Shang said, 10% as well. Lu Yin shook his head and raised 3 fingers. This much. Yi Shang was stunned. 30%. Smart. Yi Shang subconsciously wanted to refuse. If they gave him 30%, then what was the point of setting up a bet? But he suddenly remembered that this was just an excuse for him to come here. There was no real bet. The Chamber of Commerce had indeed opened many bets, but none had ever involved Sang Tian. They were afraid of causing conflict, so no one dared to make a joke out of Sang Tian. He had just thought of it on a whim. 30% was a lot. When the time came, he would just open a bet for him. The most important thing was that he would not be targeted by Lu Sangtian. Yi Shang pretended to be in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, since Lu Sangtian has spoken, the Chamber of Commerce is willing to do it for free." Lu Yin smiled, "I won't let you do it for free. After all, you'll get 40%. Yi Shang was stunned. 40%. Didn't they say 60%? Right, give me Wu Huang's share as well. He won't refuse. Yi Shang stared blankly. Wu Huang's share, for you. Also, even if Wu Huang's share is given to you, Lu Sangtian, you will only get 40%. Lu Yin smiled. I've already gotten 30%, but you're only giving Wu Huang 10%. Aren't you afraid that he'll destroy your grand entirety domain? As for whether he's willing to give it to me or not, you don't have to worry. I'll make him willing." Looking at Lu Yin's smile, Yi Shang suddenly forgot how to continue. This was just an excuse, but even so, it was too much. The Chamber of Commerce had worked so hard to open a bet, bear the risk, and give Lu Yin 60% of the profits. Wasn't this a joke? If word got out, the Chamber of Commerce, how could they do business? Yi Shang's dignity would not allow such a thing to happen, but he could not refuse either. For a moment, he was speechless. Imaginative Chinese network. Lu Yin smiled happily. The Chamber of Commerce really knows how to do business. You came up with such a profitable idea in the blink of an eye. Right, if there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. I won't refuse any spirit seeds. Yi Shang was speechless. He did not dare to say that he wanted Lu Yin to lose. I'm just curious. If this is successful, how many spirit seeds will I get? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Yi Shang said bitterly, probably tens of trillions. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Lu Yin raised his hand and patted Yi Shang, looking very happy. Yi Shang suddenly retreated, and the consciousness life-form beast stood in front of him. It stared at Lu Yin and growled. Lu Yin raised his hand in the air, and his face darkened. He looked at Yi Shang. What's the meaning of this, President? Yi Shang glared at the beast and growled, how dare you? Lu Sangtian is not someone you can threaten. Back off. The beast growled again and slowly moved aside. Yi Shang smiled apologetically at Lu Yin. I'm really sorry. This beast is sometimes violent and even dares to threaten me. I subconsciously backed off just now to prevent being bitten by this beast. Lu Yin's gaze fell on the beast. Is that so? A consciousness life form can be violent. I heard that consciousness life forms are emotionless. Yi Shang said solemnly, Lu Sangtian may not know this, but when a consciousness life form takes the initiative to transform into a certain form, over time, its temperament will also change. If that's the case, do you want me to help you kill this guy? Lu Yin spoke in a low voice, but his words were filled with killing intent that caused both Yi Shang and the beast to feel a chill. The beast was terrified and retreated. It did not dare to provoke this human, but it had subconsciously blocked Yi Shang's path. This was the result of many years of taming, and if it had a choice, it would not have done such a thing. This human brought it extreme danger. even more so than Yishang and the 13 celestial phenomena. This human was extremely powerful. Yishang sighed, "Thank you for your kindness, Lu Sangtian, but this beast has been with me for a long time and I can't bear to part with it. Please reprimand it more in the future." Lu Yin grunted and looked at Yishang again, "Then I won't be a busybody. If it dares to bare its teeth at me again, I'll kill it." The beast lowered its head, not daring to raise it again. Yishang hurriedly agreed, "Rest assured, Lu Sangtian, it won't dare to do so again." Lu Yin smiled again, "This bet is huge, so it must be a big deal for the Chamber of Commerce." "Of course, Lu Sangtian, don't worry, I'll do my best." Yishang just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Lu Yin was satisfied, but he was still worried. This is such a big deal, what if there are accidents? There won't be any accidents. If there are, the Chamber of Commerce will take responsibility. Yishang promised, but his heart was bleeding. As Lu Sangtian, he no longer cared about monetary gains and losses, but he could not accept being forced to give up such a huge profit and make such a promise. Even if there were accidents, what did it have to do with Lu Sangtian? He did not invest in anything and was taking 60% of the profits for free. Yet he still wanted a guarantee. This was too much. However, Yishang had no choice but to follow Lu Yin's request. Lu Yin was still worried. "President, please don't think that I'm long-winded. After all, this is a big deal, and even Sangtian might not be able to see so many spirit seeds in his lifetime. I have to be careful. How about this, make an oath?" Yishang's face twitched, "Oath?" Lu Yin was very serious and raised his hand, "Yes. Clap your hands and swear that there won't be any accidents." Yishang's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin deeply. What did this person mean? Did he really care about the spirit seeds, or was he using this opportunity to capture him? If it had been someone else, Yishang would not have hesitated and would have turned to run. After all, no one at his level cared so much about money. However, Lu Sangtian was an exception. He had mobilized resources several times for the sake of the spirit seeds. Yishang was very clear about this person's thoughts. He wanted to collect spirit seeds and limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. Thus, he could not figure out what Lu Yin meant at this moment. If this person really cared about the spirit seeds, Yishang could at most make an oath and give him some spirit seeds to deal with this matter. However, if he guessed wrong and this person used the opportunity of making an oath to capture him, then it would be over. However, if he did not make an oath, this person would not give up. Once his attitude changed, he might even attack. Yishang's expression changed. His biggest doubt now was that if this person wanted to capture him, why did he not attack him directly? He should have the confidence to defeat him. Could it be that he knew about that thing? Opposite him, Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at Yishang. "Why? Are you unwilling?" Lu Yin wanted to capture Yishang. He cared about the spirit seeds, but that did not prevent him from capturing Yishang first. After all, if there was a bet, the Chamber of Commerce could still handle it without Yishang. However, Yishang was related to the third key. He was confident that he could easily defeat Yishang, but he was not confident that he could capture him. This was because Yishang had a turbid treasure. During the battle at the border, the Grand Universal Territory had been defeated, and only 2 people had escaped. One was Sandao, who had escaped from the beginning and was considered fast. The other was Yishang, who had relied on a turbid treasure. Even the progenitor had not been able to capture him. In the end, he had only managed to bring back the sequence foundation of the sealed world. In the progenitor's words, he could not even see Yishang's back. Lu Yin had always kept this in mind. If Yishang could escape from the progenitor, he could also escape from him. The only chance was to capture him at close range. He had wanted to pat Yishang's shoulder with the excuse of laughing, but Yishang had avoided him. Now, Lu Yin had no choice but to force Yishang and see if Yishang dared to approach him. The two looked at each other. Yishang stared at Lu Yin, trying to see through him, but he could not. The more they looked at each other, the greater the pressure he felt. Unknowingly, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. "What are you hesitating for, President? Were you just trying to fool me with everything you said before?" Lu Yin pressed. Yishang's voice was hoarse and deep. "Lu Sangtian, you, I, the Gate of Arts, and the Wisdom Kong territory are all partners. I will not lie to you. It's just a few trillion spiritual seeds. Even if we can't make a bet, the Grand Universal Territories Chamber of Commerce can still afford it. Please believe me, Lu Sangtian." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "I believe you, but I don't believe in the Wisdom Kong territory and the Gate of Arts." Yishang was puzzled. "Why?" "Old you, that old thing, has schemed against me several times. The Gate of Arts has also rejected my visit several times." "They are not sincere," Lu Yin said bluntly. Yishang said, "This has nothing to do with me. The Grand Universal Territories Chamber of Commerce will not betray Lu Sangtian's trust." Lu Yin shook his head. "I'm from the Tian Yuan universe, and I have to be careful with every step in your spiritualized universe. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain resources. This is a rare opportunity, and I don't want to give it up. I don't want to make any mistakes. I'll be frank with you. I want to take away the spiritual seeds so that your spiritualized universe will have fewer cultivators. The more spiritual seeds there are, the better. After the battle with Sovereign Wu, I will go to the sky beyond heaven and uproot that tree. If you help me get the spiritual seeds, I will remember your kindness." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3606. Yishang gritted his teeth. "I told you that I wouldn't make a mistake. It's just a few trillion spirit seeds. I don't believe you. How about I give them to you now?" "Sure, give them to me." Yishang looked at his cosmic ring. "I'll go to the Grand Domain and ask the Chamber of Commerce to give them to you. Let's make an oath." "What do you mean by that?" "Go to the Grand Domain and give them to me." "I don't trust you." "Let's make an oath." Yishang gritted his teeth. "I'll go now." "Swear." Yishang was bitter, but he understood that this person wanted to capture him. "Lu Sangtian, since you're forcing me like this, I'm sure you didn't come here by accident. You must be looking for me." Lu Yin shook his head. "If you're alone in another universe, you'll be surrounded by enemies, and you'll understand why I'm being cautious. Besides, why would I look for you?" Yishang looked at Lu Yin. "We're both smart people, so there's no need to beat around the bush. There will definitely be bets, and Lu Sangtian's share will definitely be there. I'm leaving now, so please don't stop me." He then began to retreat. At the same time, the consciousness life form also slowly retreated. Its eyes were filled with vigilance and fear as it followed Yishang. Lu Yin sighed. "As expected, you spiritualized universe people aren't trustworthy. Since all of you want to scheme against me, then don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, he took a step forward and began to parallel time. Yishang's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed the beast with one hand before taking another step back. This step alone caused him to disappear. Lu Yin stared at the empty space in a daze. He had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't the distance, but rather the space. He had probably gone to another void. Even someone at Lu Yin's or the primogenitor's level would have to go through the process of tearing through the void in order to travel to a parallel universe, no matter how short the process was. However, Yishang had just skipped this process and disappeared without a trace. Was this the power of his turbid treasure? No wonder the primogenitor had said that he couldn't see Lu Yin's back. However, the beast had seen it. There had been a beast between Yishang and himself, and that beast had been 5 meters away from Yishang. His goal wasn't to catch Yishang, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to do so. Instead, he wanted to get closer to the beast and see how Yishang had left. He hadn't been able to find any memories of Yishang's turbid treasure when he'd first entered the beast's body. It seemed that Yishang was also on guard against this sentient life form, but things had been different just now. Yishang had been wary of Lu Yin, so he wouldn't have paid much attention to the beast. In that situation, he wouldn't have been able to perfectly avoid all eyes. Even though he was able to avoid Lu Yin's gaze, he couldn't avoid the beast's. A 5-meter radius allowed him to merge into the beast's body. The moment Yishang fled, he saw that it was a small wing-like object that seemed to be made of wood. Yishang had used this wooden wing to instantly disappear. That wooden wing was a turbid treasure. Turbid treasures were the most miraculous items in the universe. They were beyond common sense, and even the primogenitor and Mr. Mu could not explain them. The only true God had done everything he could to steal the turbid treasure. Yishang's strength was mediocre, but he had relied on a turbid treasure to escape right under the noses of the primogenitor and Lu Yin. One could imagine just how powerful a turbid treasure was. The wooden wings were probably used to escape. With the wooden wings, it would be very difficult to catch Yishang. The problem now was to find him. Yishang sighed in a strange parallel universe and looked down at the wooden wings in his hand. He would not have used the turbid treasure unless he had no other choice, but he had no other choice. He had accidentally found this turbid treasure, and it had saved his life many times. Without it, he would not have been able to leave the Grandmaster domain, let alone obtain the position of Sang Tian. He was a merchant who was not good at killing, but he had become Sang Tian. He had experienced far more difficulties than others could imagine. Putting away the wooden wings, the beast growled from the side. Yishang was not in a hurry to return. Instead, he kept thinking about how Lu Yin had found him. He had not left behind any clues, and no one knew where he was. How had Lu Yin found him? Could it be that when Yishang had taken out the spirit cloud stone, the only change was that Rongxiang had used the stone to contact him? Could Lu Sangtian have used the stone to find him? Although Yishang wanted to hide from Lu Yin, he could not be at ease until he found out how he had been found. Who could guarantee that Lu Sangtian would not be able to control him when he found him again? Yishang had to take advantage of the fact that Lu Sangtian could not capture him to find out the reason. An hour later, Yishang returned to the spiritualized universe. He did not return to the 100 Herbs region, but instead rolled his die nearby. There was still more than a month before his battle with Emperor Wu, and there was no point in returning. Rolling the die would be more helpful. How many sentient life forms were there in the spiritualized universe? How many sentient life forms were there in the parallel universes? What were they thinking? After hiding for so many years, what had he seen and what had he learned? This was a shortcut for him to see the spiritualized universe. He had not been able to do it before, but now, he could. This opened the door to a new world for him, and the feeling of being omniscient and omnipotent returned. Unfortunately, it would be perfect if he could fuse it with the spiritualized universe's cultivators. However, this was impossible, as the cultivation method of a spirit seed could not be fused. Every individual was a different life form. Lu Yin sometimes wondered if the spiritualized universe's cultivators were still humans. They relied on spirit molds to become humans or beasts, which gave them an advantage in terms of cultivation. They could make their own choices, but were they still pure humans? In the Tianyuan universe, humans had relied on willpower and tempering to surpass the astral beasts, allowing them to reach the peak. However, in the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin could not see such tempering. Instead, he saw assimilation. Humans could spirit mold into beasts, which was essentially the same as humans becoming corpse kings of the Eternals. Whether it was astral beasts or corpse kings, they were no longer humans. With complicated thoughts, Lu Yin tapped his finger. There was no point in thinking so much, so he rolled his die. A month was too short for cultivators, and many people had already gathered at Fu Heyuan to wait for the battle. If Lu Yin won, then aside from Yu Sangtian, there would be no one else in the spiritualized universe who could fight him. If Emperor Wu did not win, then the spiritualized universe's attitude towards Wu Jiang would change. A person who had been labeled as invincible would become an ordinary person. No matter how powerful they would still be an ordinary person. An ordinary person who could be touched could be surrounded and killed. In the dark space, Lu Yin saw an orb of light and rushed over to merge with it. He rolled it 4 times, but it did not reach 6 pips. After resting for 10 days, he rolled it 2 more times, but it only reached 6 pips on his 3rd try. He had seen many orbs of light before, but he had passed them all without merging with them. He was now looking for 2 orbs, one was Wu Wei, and the other was the astral beast that followed Yi Shang. After searching for a while, he finally found a similar astral beast. Only then did he merge with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was indeed the astral beast. Yi Shang was actually in the Grand Domain. Lu Yin had not expected Yi Shang to actually return to the Grand Domain and meet with Rongxiang. Grand Domain, Bai City. Rongxiang was shocked. Lu Sengtian found you. Yi Shang's expression was solemn. Tell me in detail what he said and did when he came. Rongxiang recalled for a moment before slowly replying. Lu Yin withdrew from the orb, and his consciousness returned to his body as he headed towards the Grand Domain. Yi Shang was addicted to hiding under the radar. First, it was Zhen's cultivation area, and now it was the Grand Domain. Did he think that Lu Yin would not be able to find him? Wait, Lu Yin suddenly paused. No, Shang was not stupid. If this trick had not worked the first time, he would not think that it would work a second time. After all, for a cultivator at Lu Yin's level, it was not difficult to go to the Grand Domain, so why was he still in the Grand Domain and had no plans to leave? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yi Shang was waiting for him, and he was looking for a way for Lu Yin to find him. Just like what he had asked Rongxiang, Yi Shang was also looking for clues. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Yi Shang was not confident that he would be able to immediately react and escape if Lu Yin suddenly attacked, and he could not keep the wooden wing in his hand. That would expose the turbid treasure. The only thing Yi Shang could do was to avoid being found by Lu Yin and find out how Lu Yin had found him. Yi Shang had deliberately exposed his tracks to attract Lu Yin's attention, waiting to see how long it would take for Lu Yin to find him and how he would attack. This was Yi Shang's initiative. At this time, the wooden wing would definitely be in his hand, waiting for Lu Yin. As soon as Lu Yin made a move, Yi Shang would be able to escape. To Yi Shang, all Yi Shang had to do was reveal himself, but to Lu Yin, every time he searched for Yi Shang, he would have to expend a large amount of his consciousness. The gains did not make up for the losses. Unless Lu Yin could catch Yi Shang in one fell swoop. Lu Yin remained where he was, deep in thought. Could he catch Yi Shang? That was impossible. He did not know how to use the turbid treasure, whether or not he had to hold it in his hand. He could not even get close to Yi Shang. After all, Yi Shang was a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, and he would have at least an instant to react to any kind of attack. The only way he could make use of that consciousness life form was to attack him from behind. However, he only had one chance to use this move. If he failed, not only would he never have another chance, but Yi Shang would also suspect that Lu Yin was able to make that astral beast work for him. That astral beast had followed Yi Shang for far too long, and Lu Yin had not even been born at that time. The only way to make that astral beast work for him was to control it. For a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, it was not difficult to think of a certain possibility. It was just like how eternity could have thought of it, but once it was thought of, the fact that Lu Yin had merged with a consciousness life form would be exposed. Lu Yin rubbed his head. How good would it be if Yi Shang was not a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity? Lu Yin's thoughts were correct. Yi Shang did not plan on leaving the grand universal domain, and he was waiting for Lu Yin there. Of course, only Rong Xiang knew of his whereabouts. Since he wanted to find out how Lu Yin had found him, he naturally could not let others know of his whereabouts. At the same time, he was also apprehensive. His strength allowed him to react to Lu Yin's sneak attack for a split second, but he did not have the confidence to face a true sneak attack from a powerhouse like Lu Yin. However, this was a risk that he had to take. The Chamber of Commerce had opened a bet on the battle between Lu Yin and Wu Huang. There were all sorts of bets, such as who would make the first move, what the first move would be, what the second move would be, and who would be defeated by the opponent's strength. There were dozens of bets, and all sorts of strange things. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3607. Yi Shang didn't want Lu Yin to have an excuse to cause trouble for him. This bet involved a huge amount of resources, and he would give 60% of the profits to Wu Jiang. As a businessman, he couldn't lose money, but he had to be clear about the situation. Even if Lu Yin lost, he would still give the money. Yi Shang was in charge of the general direction, but Rong Xiang was the one to implement it. Yi Shang had suspected Rong Xiang, but Rong Xiang didn't know where he was either. President, are we really going to give 60% of the profits to Wu Jiang? Rong Xiang was reluctant. Like Yi Shang, he had reached a high level of cultivation, but because he had been in charge of the Chamber of Commerce for a long time, he had a strong attachment to business. Yes, Yi Shang said. Rong Xiang sighed. I've never seen a scoundrel like Lu Sangtian. He's already become Lu Sangtian, but not only is he taking resources for no reason, he's even doing something close to robbery. Yi Shang said in a low voice, there's no need to say more. We can earn back the resources at any time, but... Suddenly, his expression changed as the void in front of him was torn apart. A wisp of consciousness shot towards him at an unimaginable speed, passing by Rong Xiang in an instant. Even a spiritual prime like him couldn't react in time, and his eyes went blank. How had he found him? Yi Shang fled without hesitation, but the next moment, Lu Yin waved his hand and sent a beam of light in reverse. Everything had to be reversed for a second, including his own consciousness. And at this moment, he struck out a second time, but in the next instant, he pulled back because Yi Shang was gone. He had escaped without a trace and had not been reversed for even a second. Lu Yin sighed. Unaffected by time, this turbid treasure of his was quite useful. He landed, and Rong Xiang collapsed at his feet. His consciousness had penetrated him, and he had fainted. The consciousness life form had been taken away by Yi Shang. It seemed that Yi Shang was afraid that Lu Yin would kill it. Lu Yin hadn't expected that his threat would save him so much trouble. Otherwise, Yi Shang would have left the consciousness life form behind, and he wouldn't have been able to find it. There had been no movement this time, and aside from Rong Xiang collapsing, nothing else had happened. Lu Yin thought back to the attack, and Yi Shang had indeed reacted in an instant. If Yu Sangtian had acted, would he have had the chance? The door was pushed open, and Rong Xiang walked in. Grandpa, this is our bet. Rong Xiang's words came to a stop, and he looked at Lu Yin's back. His expression changed. Outside the door, a group of cultivators rushed in. "Who is it?" Ronghua's face paled, and he stared at Lu Yin warily. This person had actually been able to defeat his grandfather, which meant that he was an absolute powerhouse. Ronghua slowly retreated, as he could not face him head-on. Lu Yin turned around. When the cultivators saw Lu Yin, they hurriedly knelt down in shock. "Greetings, Lu Sangtian." "Greetings, Lu Sangtian." Ronghua was shocked and knelt down as well. "Greetings, Lu Sangtian." Lu Yin looked at Ronghua, amused. "You've improved a lot. You took a few steps back. Are you planning to escape?" Ronghua trembled, not daring to speak. "The light on your body is also gone. Looks like your grandfather taught you." As Lu Yin spoke, Rongxiang woke up and coughed. He looked up and saw Lu Yin looking down at him. He sighed deeply. "Greetings, Lu Sangtian." Lu Yin waved his hand. Ronghua and the others did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly retreated. Only Lu Yin and Rongxiang remained. Lu Yin walked to the window and looked out at the bustling Bai city. Rongxiang stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your mercy, Lu Sangtian." "You didn't." Rongxiang coughed again, and his vision blurred. That consciousness attack had been powerful enough to knock out a spiritual prime like him. Lu Yin had indeed not been merciful. Rongxiang had relied on himself to survive. "No matter what, thank you, Lu Sangtian." Even though Rongxiang knew that Lu Yin had not been merciful, he still had to take the initiative to accept the favor. Lu Yin smiled and looked outside. Bai City is the commercial center of the entire spiritualized universe. How many spirit seeds do you think are traded here every day? Rongxiang did not know how to answer. Of course, he knew how many spirit seeds there were, but what would Lu Sangtian do if he told him? This person had robbed many times, and no one knew what he would do next. There are too few bets. Rongxiang hesitated. "What do you mean?" "Increase the stakes by 10 times. Rongxiang was dumbfounded. 10 times. 10 times is too much. There aren't that many people participating. Lu Yin looked back at Rongxiang and patted him on the shoulder. "I know you'll do it. Anyway, don't blame me for being hostile if the final profits don't meet my expectations." Rongxiang's expression turned ugly. This person was truly a scoundrel. "Didn't you call me a scoundrel?" "Thanks for the compliment." Lu Yin smiled. Rongxiang was shocked. "That's not what I meant, Lu Sangtian." Lu Yin left. Rongxiang stared blankly at the empty space. 10 times the expected profits, all for a single sentence. This person was not a scoundrel, but a shameless one. Of course, Rongxiang did not dare say this out loud. Not long after Lu Yin left, Yishang returned. Rongxiang repeated Lu Yin's words, and Yishang's expression darkened. He glared at Rongxiang. "Watch your mouth in the future. Don't speak nonsense." Rongxiang regretted it. "I understand." Yishang felt a headache coming on. How had he met someone like this? This person did not have the demeanor of an expert, and dealing with him was too tiring. Other than this, what else did he say? Rongxiang recalled everything that had happened after he woke up, recounting everything that had happened. Yishang suddenly interrupted. "He patted you on the shoulder." Rongxiang nodded. "Yes." No one would forget being patted on the shoulder by someone like Lu Yin. It was too frightening. If Lu Yin attacked, Rongxiang would not even be able to resist. Rongxiang had been patted on the shoulder twice, leaving a deep impression. Yishang's expression darkened, and he glanced at Rongxiang's shoulder from time to time. Was there a connection? Rongxiang had patted him twice, and he had found him twice, but he did not know where he had been the first time. Unless it was a spirit cloud stone. The universe was unpredictable, and no one knew what kind of innate gifts would be born. Similarly, no one could predict what kind of sequence there would be. Did Lu Yin really have the ability to determine his location through a spirit cloud stone? What about the second time? Rong Xiang had patted him on the shoulder and used a spirit cloud stone. Yishang felt like he had grasped something. At his level of cultivation, he had seen all kinds of strange things in the universe, and he believed that it was possible, even if there was no trace of it. Yishang glanced at Rong Xiang's shoulder again. Don't contact me from now on. You'll be in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Rong Xiang was in a difficult position. What about the bets? Yishang felt a headache coming on. Open as many as you can, and give all profits to Boundless. All? I'm afraid it's not enough. Yishang was very unhappy, and his round face turned square. He turned to leave, but suddenly, he paused and sighed. Lu Sangtian, you really have your eyes on me. Why? Since he had guessed that Yishang was probing him, Yishang would definitely come back to look for clues after he left. He would definitely run into Lu Yin when he returned. That was the result. Why are you hiding? Yishang frowned. Facing a powerhouse like Lu Sangtian, if I don't hide, I won't have the right to speak. Will I have the right to speak if I hide? At least I can talk to Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin smiled. Then, guess why I'm looking for you. Yishang waved Rong Xiang out and looked into the distance. The key. Smart. If I say I don't have it, would Lu Sangtian believe me? Yishang asked in a low voice. He regretted not killing Yu Susu when he had been competing for control of the Chamber of Commerce. If he had known that Yu Ting would give up on Yu Susu, he would have killed her, and Yu Ting would have helped him deal with Yu Susu and the others. He would not have exposed the cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed. Yu Susu had not only grasped the cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts, but she had also guessed that the key was in the Chamber of Commerce. I don't believe you. Yishang sighed. I really don't have it. Yu Susu was the one who told you about the key, right? She's right. The Chamber of Commerce has been searching for the key for many years. The Chamber of Commerce has many people, and there are many people who work for the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce can do many things, such as searching for the sequence foundation materials, searching for the key, and even searching for turbid treasures. Readership Network, I found the sequence foundation materials, and I obtained the turbid treasure by accident, but I couldn't find the key. Otherwise, Yu Sangtian would have taken action. Yu Susu is not the only smart person in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin asked, if not for the key, why would the School of Arts cooperate with you? What right do you have to help the School of Arts secure Sangtian's position? Yishang replied, I already told you that the Chamber of Commerce can even obtain turbid treasures through the Chamber of Commerce. Although the probability is very low, so low that it's almost impossible, the Chamber of Commerce's value is unimaginable as long as it succeeds once. Lu Sangtian, if the entire spiritualized universe works for you, what can you not have? Lu Yin shook his head. That's not enough. The Chamber of Commerce alone is not enough. Yishang's tone became even lower. If Lu Sangtian doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Lu Sangtian can take everything from me, the Chamber of Commerce, the Yi family, and even Yi Xiao's life and death. However, you can't find me. If you force me to hand over something that is impossible, then you're just making things difficult for yourself. Lu Yin looked at Yishang and felt a little emotional. Why do you think people cultivate? Yishang did not know what Lu Yin meant. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. To climb the untouchable peak and see the scenery that is irresistible. The universe is mysterious, deep, and turbid. The more you cultivate, the clearer you can see. It's too difficult for someone to cultivate to my level. Only I know how difficult it is. However, since I've already reached this level, I should have the authority that belongs to me. I don't need others to give me anything. I just need others to listen to me. Yi Shang's face darkened. What do you mean, Lu Sangtian? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The key is not in your hands. This is something that you need to prove to me. I'll give you a chance. These words were extremely overbearing, especially to someone who used to be Sangtian. It was even more unimaginable. Yi Shang's gaze turned cold, and a rare killing intent appeared in his eyes. It had been many years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even Yu Sangtian had to maintain a certain level of respect for him. No emperor was overbearing and unreasonable, but even he would not embarrass Lu Yin like this. This was no longer treating him as a powerhouse, but as an ant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3608. The former Sang Tian was now being treated like an ant. This was the biggest joke in the history of the spiritualized universe. Yi Shang laughed, but it was a laughable laugh. Lu Yin looked at him with a smile. Yi Shang didn't know what to say at that moment. Being looked down upon by someone like this made it meaningless to say anything. He truly didn't care. He really wanted to ask Lu Yin why he said that. Lu Yin was stronger than him, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight back. I know what you're thinking, but you can listen to me first. After the battle at Fu Hiyuan, you better prove it to me. Otherwise. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yi Shang. How many times can you escape? He then disappeared. Yi Shang retracted his gaze. What a joke, this Lu Sangtian really thought he was invincible. Lu Yin dared to compete with Yu Sangtian, so what right did this person have to look down on him? That's right, he's using words to numb me, making me think that he'll only attack me after the battle at Fu Hiyuan. Yi Shang sighed and shook his head. No matter what, there was still a month before the battle at Fu Hiyuan. It would be very soon, and Lu Yin wouldn't appear for a month. Lu Yin looked out at the grand domain. He could find Yi Shang again, but it would consume a lot of his consciousness. Even if he did find Yi Shang, he wouldn't be able to capture him. There was still a month before the battle with Wu Huang, and there should be many people gathered at Fu Hiyuan. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and found a quiet place to continue rolling his die. He'd absorbed many consciousnesses hidden in parallel universes, which was why he'd been able to enter the dark space several times. Otherwise, even opening the 9 skies would have been a problem. The only thing that wasted his consciousness was the time he spent searching. Every time he found a consciousness life form, he didn't spend too much time doing so. Even so, a lot of his consciousness had been consumed. This should be his last chance to find Wu Wei as soon as possible. He'd rolled it 3 times before, and the 3rd time he'd rolled 6 pips. This was the 4th time. The dice stopped rolling, and Lu Yin raised his brows. His luck was so good that he'd gotten 6 pips right away. His consciousness appeared in the dark space, and he started to look for balls of light with ease. He passed through the dark space and saw many obstacles. One of them had many balls of light behind it, but he didn't rush over. The Star Realm consciousness life form he'd merged with already knew a few parallel universes that had many consciousness life forms hidden in them, so there was no need to look for them now. At first glance, it was obvious that this was a hidden consciousness life form. His consciousness shuttled back and forth, and it was constantly being consumed. The more time passed, the more Lu Yin's heart sank. He calculated how much time had passed, and he estimated that he had already used up a lot of his consciousness. If this continued, his consciousness would definitely become unstable. At this moment, he saw the barrier. There were many light balls behind it, and one of them was as bright as Yishang's giant beast. Was it a star-state consciousness life form? There was nothing else he could do. He rushed over and crashed into the barrier. He could only replenish his energy for now. His consciousness seeped in, and when he opened his eyes, it was indeed a human. These sentient beings hidden in parallel universes had all taken the initiative to transform into human form so that it would be easier for them to fight in the spiritualized universe in the future. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as the memories flooded in. This consciousness life form was in a parallel universe, and it didn't intersect with the astral grade consciousness life form that he had fused with. This meant that he didn't know everything about this universe, and there were many more hidden consciousness life forms than he had imagined. However, there was one similarity between the two life forms, which was that they both belonged to the 13 celestials. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He stood up and headed in a certain direction. Previously, he hadn't wanted to absorb these hidden consciousness life forms, as the moment he absorbed too many of them, they would become less useful in the future. But now that he knew the situation, he didn't need to worry too much. There were many more hidden consciousness life forms than he knew, and these two astral-grade consciousness life forms might not know everything. Since that was the case, absorbing a few consciousness life forms from parallel universes wouldn't affect the overall situation. 10 days later, Lu Yin absorbed 2 consciousness life forms from parallel universes. Not only did this stabilize his consciousness, but it also made his own consciousness even more majestic. When he tried to find a third consciousness life form to absorb, he realized that he couldn't find it. He also couldn't find a fourth consciousness life form. It seemed that these consciousness life forms were connected to each other and were prepared. Their reactions were quite fast. If he really wanted to find it, he would definitely be able to find it. However, 10 more days passed, and the entire spiritualized universe was filled with discussions about the battle at Fu Heyuan. The battle was getting closer and closer, and Lu Yin stopped searching. Instead, he calmly found a place to continue rolling his die. 10 more days had passed, and the time was just right for him to roll his die. He tapped the die and watched it spin. 1 pip, and a useless item fell out. Continue, 3 pips, continue, 5 pips, continue, 4 pips. Lu Yin was helpless, as he still had to wait for 10 more days. At the same time, the bets at Fu Heyuan were completely open. The Chamber of Commerce's actions were especially obvious this time. Countless cultivators gathered at Fu Heyuan, waiting for the battle to arrive. Brother, stay away. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. It won't be worth it if you die. This should be far enough. Far. Not enough, far from enough. You won't be able to see anything if you go any further. Compared to your life, is it more important to be able to see anything? During the battle at the abyss of space, I warned others, but unfortunately, some people still died because they were too close. Let me tell you, I saw the battle at the abyss of space with my own eyes. That battle was earth-shattering, and many people were affected and died. I especially want to remind you that if there are any changes in the void, you should immediately run or crouch down. Don't care about your image. You should know that many respected seniors crouched down during that battle. Sis, is it really that powerful? It's more powerful than you can imagine. Give me some eyes. I wonder who will win, Wu Huang or Third Keeper. No one can say for sure, but the Chamber of Commerce seems to favor Third Keeper. The bets speak for themselves. Look, those from the Myriad Beasts border are looking for trouble. In the distance, a group of cultivators from the Myriad Beast border aggressively smashed the bets and almost broke into a fight. Most of the bets were based on Lu Yin's high chances of winning, which meant that the odds were low. On the other hand, Wu Huang's odds were high, which meant that the main chamber of commerce favored Lu Yin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted like this. This was an insult to the myriad beasts border. The General Chamber of Commerce's bets also caused a lot of discussion. Although Lu Yin had made a name for himself in the spiritualized universe, Emperor Wu Huang had been famous for even longer, and he had a record of fighting 3 Sangtians at the same time without losing. Previously, during the battle at the Myriad Beasts territory, Emperor Wu Huang had trampled barbarian Kuei to death and suppressed the old salamander. He had also fought with Lu Yin in a chaotic battle and had not been at a disadvantage. Fu Heyuan had never been so lively before due to the countless discussions. Many seniors had arrived and were also waiting for that battle. A few days later, the various mountain lords of the Myriad Beasts border arrived, including Winged Butterfly and Nine-Tailed Fox. The moment they arrived, they casually smashed the bets of the Chamber of Commerce, causing the Chamber of Commerce to be angry but not dare to say anything. Rong Xiang did not stop them, as it was normal for the Myriad Beasts border to be angry. In fact, he did not know who would win and who would lose, but he had no choice since the Chamber of Commerce had ordered him to do so. Compared to offending the lawless third keeper, offending Wu Huang was better. At least the Chamber of Commerce had a way to quell Wu Huang's anger. The prerequisite was that Wu Huang could survive this battle. Many spirit molts arrived, and most of them were from the Myriad Beasts border. They all exuded ferocious auras that caused the surrounding people to tremble in fear, and the discussions became much quieter. How pitiful! The Myriad Beasts border once had 7 mountain lords, but now only 2 remain. Sigh. A sigh traveled into the ears of many spirit molts. The spirit molts immediately exploded. Who is it? Get out here. Get out here. Winged Butterfly looked to the other side of Fu Heyuan and saw a man shaking his head and sighing. His gaze turned cold. Ju Yu. Nine-Tailed Fox was surprised. Ju Yu. On the other side, the man was surprised. I didn't expect someone to remember me. Long time no see, brother Winged Butterfly. The surrounding people discussed. Ju Yu. What a familiar name. Where have I heard it before? Of course I have. Mr. Ju Yu once scolded Sang Tian. Someone sighed. The people next to him remembered. It's him. The Mr. Ju Yu who scolded Sang Tian and almost entered the black spirit list. Black is black, white is white. Is it that Mr.? Is it really Mr. Ju Yu? Mr., please accept our respect. We are extremely grateful that you stood up for us. Someone was excited. Many people around bowed to the man. The man stopped them. I did not stand up for you. I just couldn't stand it and wanted to vent my anger. Then we have implicated you. Thank you, Mr. On the other side, Winged Butterfly said in a low voice, Ju Yu, you dare to come out instead of hiding? Do you really think you can sit back and relax after climbing up the Myriad Beasts border? Mr. Ju Yu smiled and looked at Winged Butterfly. Climbing up is not a good word. I did not join the Myriad Beasts border. I just occasionally help a good friend. The good friend you are talking about is Dancing Butterfly border. Nine-Tailed Fox asked. Mr. Ju Yu nodded. Yes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3609. Shu Qian rubbed her eyes and stared blankly. Was it really the old salamander? Old salamander. Someone shouted. They found him. Many people looked behind them. The old salamander had a smile on his face. He looked indifferent. On both sides of the river, the people from 10,000 Beast Border and Mr. Ju Yu looked over. They all stared at the old salamander. This old man dared to appear again. It must be known that the Battle of 10,000 Beast Border was started by this old man. He had instigated many battles. Both 10,000 Beast Border and Wujiang were looking for him. Winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox stared at the old salamander. "Old man, you still dare to appear?" The old salamander looked at them. "Do you still remember what I said to you? When my cultivation reaches perfection, I will replace Wu Huang and lead the spirit molts to the next level. You instigated the conflict between 10,000 Beast Border and Wujiang. You want to replace Wu Huang. This method is too despicable." Winged butterfly's tone was gloomy. The spirit molts all stared at the old salamander with murderous eyes. The old salamander smiled and shook his head. "Wu Huang is the leader of 10,000 Beast Border. That's why you're all hostile towards me. In fact, I'm also a spirit molt. If I want to replace Wu Huang, it has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to be hostile?" Wujiang oppressed 10,000 Beast Border and fought Wu Huang. Even Wu Huang didn't dare to keep Wujiang. This isn't my spirit molt's courage. How can you tolerate Wujiang's impudence? These words touched the hearts of many spirit molts. They hated Wujiang. Wujiang made 10,000 Beast Border feel humiliated. This humiliation could be seen through the bets of the General Chamber of Commerce. In their understanding, it was because Wu Huang couldn't keep Wujiang in the Battle of 10,000 Beast Border. That was why everyone was more optimistic about the third leader. At that time, there should have been a battle. The spirit molts weren't afraid of death, but Wu Huang retreated. "Old man, didn't you run away too?" Someone mocked. The old salamander was helpless. "Wu Huang cooperated with the Tian Yuan universe to kill me. If I didn't retreat, who would lead the spirit molts in the future? You really want to be Sang Tian? I can't watch the spirit molts decline. Then fight you Sang Tian. If you win, everyone will listen to you. Not just the beast form spirit molt, but the entire spirit universe will be yours." Dancing Butterfly walked out and looked coldly at the old salamander. The old salamander smiled but didn't say anything. "Old man, come with us to the boundless boundary," Dia Wu said eagerly. They knew that Lu Yin wanted to capture the old salamander. Beside the old salamander, a figure walked out and looked down at everyone. It was Meng Sang Tian. Meng Sang Tian's appearance made things even more difficult for Dancing Butterfly. The old salamander was already hard enough to deal with. With Meng Sang Tian joining the fray, there was no way they could win. With the appearance of Meng Sang Tian, the Fu River source calmed down. Meng Sang Tian had appeared in the open, but no one knew if there was another Sang Tian hiding in the dark. Many people did not understand why Meng Sang Tian saved the old salamander. Even the boundless land and the 10,000 Beasts Border couldn't do anything to the old salamander. They could only wait for Wu Huang and Lu Yin to arrive. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few days left before the battle at Fu Hiyuan. More and more cultivators gathered. Someone claimed to have seen the ninth spirit. There were also people who said that they saw the former Yi Sang Tian. It wouldn't be surprising for anyone to appear. On the other side, Lu Yin waited for another 10 days before his chance to roll the die arrived. He tapped the die and watched it spin. It stopped at 4 pips in the time stop space. After a year, it continued at 3 pips, 6 pips, and so on. Finally, it was time. His consciousness appeared in the dark space. This time, Lu Yin was confident. He had to find Wu Wei. The world was unpredictable, and Lu Yin couldn't find Wu Wei when he wanted to. He had thought that it wouldn't be so easy this time, but instead, he saw a bright ball of light that was abnormally bright. With his current strength, this light was definitely at the level of bitter adversity. The spiritualized universe currently had two consciousnesses at the level of bitter adversity. One was Wu Wei, and the other was Yi Meng. He hoped that it wasn't Yi Meng. Lu Yin rushed over and fused with her. The moment he did so, he heard a familiar voice before he could even see his surroundings. Are you really not going to work with us? This is your only chance. If you miss it, his life will be taken by Yu Sang Tian. Neither you nor I will have a chance. Lord Qing. The speaker was Lord Qing. Lu Yin's consciousness looked around as memories flooded in. He had fused with Wu Wei's body. He had finally fused with Wu Wei's body. Lu Yin had been worried before, as Wu Wei was at the level of bitter adversity. Although Lu Yin's battle prowess was sufficient, his realm was far from enough, especially when he was in a bitter adversity state. Now that he had, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Memories continued to flood in. Wu Wei had lived for far too long, and it was impossible to read all of his memories. Lu Yin could only selectively read his memories. At this moment, there was no need for Lu Yin to do so. Lord Cheng's words reminded him of what this person had said before, and he also knew where Wu Wei was. Wu Wei was actually at Royal God Mountain. Wu Wei had left the intent domain, and Lu Yin had thought that he was at sky beyond heaven. He had never expected that Wu Wei would actually be at Royal God Mountain, and he had even contacted Lord Qing. Think about it carefully. You only have a few days left, Lord Qing said before turning to leave. Lu Yin knew what Lord Qing had said. Lord Qing wanted to ally with Wu Wei to deal with Lu Yin after the battle at Fu Hiyuan. It was just like the battle at Spatial Abyss, when Lu Yin had defeated Bao Qi and attracted many experts. They wanted to do the same thing again. Compared to Bao Qi, Emperor Wu Huang was much more powerful, and this gave Lord Qing a chance. Ever since Wu Wei had arrived at Royal God Mountain, Lord Qing had been talking about this matter, hoping that Wu Wei would agree. Emperor Wu Huang was the only other person besides Yu Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe who could truly fight against Lu Yin. Emperor Wu Huang could definitely force Lu Yin to his limits. This was Lord Cheng's confidence. Emperor Wu Huang could do what Bao Qi could not. He had not completed the encirclement at Spatial Abyss, but he could at Fu Hiyuan. Lord Cheng was full of confidence when he said these words. However, Wu Wei still did not agree. Lu Yin knew that Wu Wei did not agree not because he did not want to kill Lu Yin, but rather because Wu Wei was too cautious. Wu Wei was a consciousness life form, and living was everything. Wu Wei wanted to kill Lu Yin, but he was more willing to watch Lord Qing and the others make a move than to do it himself. Lu Yin's tyranny and lawlessness made Wu Wei feel a little afraid. He knew that the spiritualized universe's laws could not restrain Lu Yin. He had surrendered to the spiritualized universe and helped its cultivators cultivate their consciousnesses. Yu Sang Tian had an important position, and no one would do anything to him. However, this did not include Lu Yin. If the encirclement failed, then what awaited Wu Wei was Lu Yin's pursuit. He could not bear such an outcome. Memories continuously surged into Lu Yin's mind, and as he read through them, he asked, "Who else?" Lord Qing stopped and turned to look at Wu Wei. "You don't have to worry about that. In any case, we'll definitely be able to kill this person. I came to Royal God Mountain because you went to Outer Heaven." Yu Sang Tian agreed to Tian's request. "Your goal can't be hidden. Since Yu Sang Tian is willing to let you kill Lu Yin, why don't you do it yourself?" Lu Yin asked Wu Wei. Lord Qing did not understand this. He had gone to Outer Heaven to ask for Wu Wei in hopes that Wu Wei would go to Royal God Mountain. This had been a test, and if Yu Sang Tian had agreed, it meant that Yu Sang Tian would not object to them killing Lu Yin. But if that was the case, why didn't Yu Sang Tian do it himself? Was he not confident? That was impossible. Others might not understand, but Lord Qing knew how terrifying Yu Sang Tian was. He thought back to the battle at Royal God Mountain, where he had been a witness. If that was the case, why did Yu Sang Tian not act? If Yu Sang Tian doesn't act, then many people will be apprehensive. If you don't tell me who's going to act, then I won't join forces with you. Lu Yin continued to ask Wu Wei. Lord Chang's eyes flickered, and he stared at Wu Wei's consciousness for a long time before finally leaving. If you don't want to join forces, then forget it. Do as you wish. Lu Yin watched Lord Chang's departing figure. Was he not willing to speak? What was there to be apprehensive about? Lu Yin was not facing Lu Yin, but Wu Wei. Lu Yin's consciousness spread out. This was the spirit cosmos, a universe that Yu Sang Tian could restart at any time. Even Royal God Mountain did not know that they were considered a fourth universe. Lu Yin had always wanted to find an opportunity to come to the spirit cosmos, but he knew that Yu Sang Tian would not let him come so easily. Wu Wei's memories did not contain a method to get to Royal God Mountain, as the entrance was not fixed. Memories continued to pour in, and Lu Yin focused on searching for memories related to Yu Sang Tian and the Azure Sword. Lu Yin wanted to find Wu Wei precisely because of the Azure Sword. This was a sword that ignored the process and only severed the results. It was a sword of consciousness, and Lu Yin still remembered how he had felt when he had faced this sword. It was also because of this sword that Lu Yin had seen the wonder of karma. Lu Yin wanted to see that wonder again and compare it to the one he had seen on the day of the tribute spirit. He also wanted to learn the Azure Sword and perfect the 9 Heavens Shift. The 9 Heavens Shift consisted of, first awakening, second undying, third flowing light, fourth limitless, fifth setting sun, sixth overturning heaven, seventh object reversal, and eighth spirit. The first sword of the 9 heavens split. This was the sword above the 9th heaven, the highest level of consciousness sword techniques. If he could perfect it, then he would be able to fully display the 9 heavens shift. Reading memories was not easy, as it was like seeing countless images and experiencing all sorts of experiences. Fortunately, consciousness lifeforms did not have any emotions and only wanted to survive. They were cold, emotionless, and numb. Suddenly, Lu Yin opened his eyes, and they were filled with shock. He had seen the truth behind Wu Wei's capture, and it was a little terrifying. The spiritualized universe had a rumor that Wu Wei had been captured by Sovereign Qi, but this was fake. Sovereign Qi had taken advantage of Wu Wei's injuries to bring him back. The one who had truly injured Wu Wei was Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian did not deny that Sovereign Qi had captured Wu Wei in order to establish his domain and elevate Sovereign Qi. Lu Yin had already known about this back then, but he had not taken it to heart. It was normal for Yu Sang Tian to defeat Wu Wei, as even Lu Yin himself could defeat Wu Wei. However, the truth was not as simple as Lu Yin had thought. Not only had Yu Sang Tian defeated and injured Wu Wei, but he had also killed 3 of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses. That battle had shaken the entire consciousness universe, and it had also been Yu Sang Tian's unparalleled battle. The consciousness universe had been forced to flee in that battle, and the 7 Sang Tians had not dared to make a sound. That battle had given birth to the unparalleled Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin had seen that battle through Wu Wei's memories. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3610. Before the above sky sect, Yu Sang Tian had been invincible. He had swept through many powerhouses of the Tian Yuan universe and forced Lu Yin to reverse time. At that moment, Lu Yin had felt despair. He had also experienced Yu Sang Tian's absolute power, but it wasn't enough compared to what he had experienced in the consciousness universe. In addition to the power Yu Sang Tian had used, Yu Sang Tian had also used another terrifying power during the battle in the universe of consciousness, the deified sequence. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin had only seen the old salamander and Miao Wu Huang cultivated deified sequence. Mr. Li's power was similar to a deified sequence's, but it wasn't a complete deified sequence. A deified sequence was a cultivator who had lived for many years and continuously cultivated the sequence. This was the accumulation of time. If the old salamander and Miao Wu Huang could do it, then any powerhouse who had lived for a similar amount of time should be able to do it. It wasn't strange that Yu Sang Tian could do it. What truly shocked Lu Yin was Yu Sang Tian's deified sequence. It was so powerful that it overturned his understanding of sequence techniques. The old salamander's sequence could seal an enemy's power, and Miao Wu Huang's could form the world's edge mirror to allow him to escape. Yu Sang Tian's sequence was eternity. What did eternity mean? Wherever a thought reached, it would never change. That was eternity. In Wu Wei's memories, Yu Sang Tian, as a deified echelon cultivator, had killed 2 of the 13 celestial phenomena. In that battle, 5 of the 13 celestial phenomena had surrounded him, but he had defeated them all. The deified echelon cultivators he had used was unstoppable. At that moment, Yu Sang Tian had been truly invincible. He had given Wu Wei the feeling that even if the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses worked together, they would still be killed. He had planted a mark of fear in Wu Wei's heart and made the spiritualized universe unable to resist Yu Sang Tian. Although the 7 major Sang Tian hadn't seen the entire process, the result of this battle was enough to prevent them from facing Yu Sang Tian for countless years. They could only run and hide. Before this Yu Sang Tian, the 7 major Sang Tian hadn't been so obedient. That was why the previous Yu Sang Tian had used the name of Supreme Extreme to help them rule the spiritualized universe. In Yu Shan's words, Supreme Extreme was a lie. The previous Yu Sang Tian had been afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the spiritualized universe, so he had made it up. But this Yu Sang Tian didn't need to lie. He himself was invincible. Lu Yin had witnessed this invincibility. Yu Sang Tian Yuan didn't use his true strength to deal with the Tian Yuan cosmos, because the battle strength he used was already enough. At the same time, Lu Yin also thought of other aspects, such as innate gifts. Many people in the Tian Yuan universe had innate gifts, and the spiritualized universe was the same. However, because of Spirit Molt's innate gift and weapons, some innate gifts were concealed. Some cultivators had more than one spirit molting innate skill, they themselves had innate skills. Since Yu Sang Tian was such a talented person, Lu Yin would rather believe that Yu Sang Tian had some sort of innate gift. For example, turbid treasures. Turbid treasures were the most dreadful. No one knew what the turbid treasures were for. Did Yu Sang Heaven have any turbid treasures? There was no need to even think about it. There was definitely one, and there might not even be one. Wu Wei's memories pressured Lu Yin greatly, allowing him to see Yu Sang Tian clearly for the first time. The entire spiritualized universe wanted to see through him, and he wanted to see through Yu Sang Tian as well. The Azure Sword. He wanted to see the Azure Sword. A few days passed quickly, and the Fu River source attracted countless cultivators. Under the warning of some people, the cultivators all retreated far away. Because no matter how much he wanted to see this battle clearly, it was still too late. There was a clear distinction between a beast-shaped spirit mold and a human-shaped spirit mold. Wu Zhang's people stood not too far away from the human-shaped spirit mold, but Wu Zhang himself did not appear. This battle could be considered the pinnacle of Yu Sang Tian's battle, and it had attracted many powerhouses. Among them, there were quite a few decaying auras. It was obvious that some old fellows who were nearing the end of their lifespans wanted to watch as well. If they could comprehend something from the battle and make a breakthrough, they might be able to extend their lives. The entire spiritualized universe fell silent. It was said that the battle would take place half a year after the day of spirit sacrifice, but Wu Huang and Lu Yin had not confirmed the exact date, so everyone still had to wait. The Fu River was an astral river that traversed several domains. Its source was not in the 36 filaments, but rather on a barren land outside of the 36 filaments. This land was uninhabited by humans, and its environment was not suitable for living creatures to live in. Thus, it had not been brought into the 36 filaments. This was the place where two Sang Tian had fought to the death. One of them had been the master of that generation's beast-shaped spirit mold. He had been defeated and died here, causing this place to become a place of shame for all beast-shaped spirit molds. Wu Huang had chosen this place to fight with Lu Yin in order to wash away this shame. If he lost as well, then the spirit mold would no longer have any face. Choosing this place also represented Wu Huang's determination to win to a certain extent. No matter how many cultivators there were, they would not disturb the tranquility of the Fu River source, so they all left the barren land. Everyone waited for a few days or even a dozen days. Everyone was very quiet, as they knew that they would not miss this battle. Finally, on this day, a figure crossed the void and landed on the barren land, causing an uproar among the cultivators who were watching. It's the third master. He's here. Wu Huang will be here soon. I thought that Wu Huang would arrive first, but it was Lu Sang Tian who came first. Yeah, this third master is lawless and overbearing. I can't believe he's here first. Everyone, don't forget that Wu Huang is just as overbearing as the third master. This reminded the crowd that before Wu Jiang had come to the spiritualized universe, the most overbearing person had been Wu Huang. Compared to Yu Sang Tian, who ruled over the spiritualized universe, Emperor Wu Huang was simply brutal and unreasonable. In the battle at the source of the Fuhe River, the two top experts could not underestimate each other. However, both wanted to capture the old salamander at the same time. One had to know that Meng Sang Tian was standing beside the old salamander. How much did they not care about this battle? They were not underestimating the old salamander and Meng Sang Tian. They were full of confidence for this battle. Everyone focused and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Some even swallowed their saliva and sweat as they looked at Wu Huang. The battle was finally about to begin. Wu Huang stood on the source of the Fuhe River and glanced at all the beast-shaped spiritual molds. Finally, he looked at the barren land. He took a step forward and descended, standing opposite Lu Yin. At this moment, the cultivators of the 10,000 Beasts border recalled the recent battle. Everyone who had watched the battle at the 10,000 Beasts border suppressed their excitement. That battle had been very sullen. Although the Star Toad, the Desolate God, and the Old Salamander had all displayed their peak power, Wu Huang's true strength had not been revealed. At least, the foundation of the sequence had not been revealed. Wu Huang had been preserving his strength. It had seemed like an exciting battle, but half of it had been revealed. The other half had been hidden, and now, it had finally revealed itself. No one spoke as they all looked at the barren land. The battle was about to begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:11. On the barren land, Emperor Wu looked at Lu Yin and released the battle intent he had been suppressing. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, turning into a shockwave that distorted the void and tore it apart. Looks like you've been suppressing it for a long time, Lu Yin said. His finger moved, and his aura soared into the sky like a giant beast that had been released. It clashed with Emperor Wu's aura. They hadn't even attacked yet, but the two auras had already overturned the Fu River and spread to both sides. The shockwave caused space to become heavy, and it turned into a gale that swept past. Many cultivators felt their aura flow backwards, and they almost couldn't breathe. More and more cultivators retreated. They had thought that they were far enough away, but now they realized that they were still too close. They hadn't even started fighting, and their auras had already spread to a safe distance. Once they started fighting, who would be able to withstand it? Many cultivators retreated. The Fu River's water turned into raindrops that fell to the ground. They were like rainbow-colored treasures that adorned the sky. Emperor Wu's lips curled up. I've been suppressing it for a long time. Everyone says that you're second only to Yu Sang Tian. I'll defeat you in this battle, and I'll defeat Yu Sang Tian in the next battle. Lu Yin raised his brows. You're really confident. It looks like my guess was right. You delayed until now not because you're afraid of me, but because you need to delay for something. Emperor Wu didn't refute. A battle technique. Interesting. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Even with Emperor Wu's strength, there was still a battle technique that required him to delay until now. This battle technique had to be extremely powerful, to the point that Emperor Wu believed that he could defeat both Lu Yin and Yu Sang Tian. If this had been before he had merged with an action, Lu Yin wouldn't have thought that Yu Sang Tian would be difficult to defeat. After all, Yu Sang Tian wasn't an eternal realm cultivator. He was just like Emperor Wu. Since they were on the same level, why couldn't he defeat Yu Sang Tian? But now, Lu Yin didn't think that anyone in the three universes could defeat Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian was too invincible, and just like how the spiritualized universe couldn't see Lu Yin's bottom line, how could Lu Yin fight Yu Sang Tian, who had no bottom line? The spiritualized universe's feelings towards Lu Yin were the same as Lu Yin's feelings towards Yu Sang Tian. It was an unpleasant feeling. It was no wonder that the spiritualized universe kept trying to find out his bottom line. In the distance, in the eyes of all the cultivators, the two auras were like two monsters that occupied the starry sky and split the universe into two. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. No one dared to approach, no one dared to touch. Suddenly, the aura disappeared. Many cultivators narrowed their eyes. They were here. Bung, a loud sound rang out, causing many cultivators to cover their ears and wail silently. This loud sound came too suddenly, and the burst of power caused their bodies to resist. This resistance formed a reverse impact in their bodies, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices and their internal organs to rupture. Those whose cultivation levels are lower than the spirit ancestors, step back. Don't court death. Some battles aren't something you can watch just because you want to. You can't even listen to them. Someone shouted. The cultivators retreated like the tide. On the wildlands, Lu Yin and Emperor Wu Huang's fists collided. A loud explosion caused the surroundings to sink into darkness. Emperor Wu Huang's eyes narrowed as his fist continued to crack. His body suddenly transformed, he could not wait any longer. On the wild land, Emperor Wu Huang landed on the ground. Lu Yin punched out, and his body began to wither. Emperor Wu Huang sighed. His strength alone was not this human's match, but he was Emperor Wu Huang, and he had inherited the foundation of the beast-shaped spirit mold inheritance, sealing the heavens. Yellow lightning suddenly appeared and spread throughout Emperor Wu Huang's body. In the distance, Nine-tailed Fox and the rest were shocked. Emperor Wu Huang had finally used the foundation of the sealing the heavens array. Just how much pressure was Emperor Wu Huang under to force him to use the foundation of the sequence so quickly? Across from him, Dancing Butterfly Horizon and the rest exchanged glances. He had used the foundation of the sequence so quickly. Logically speaking, the foundation of the sequence should be a trump card. Could it be that Emperor Wu Huang had reached his limit? The yellow lightning continued to penetrate Emperor Wu Huang's body, bringing with it a visible shockwave that continued to spread out along with a boundless amount of sequence particles. Lu Yin punched out, but he did not hit Emperor Wu Huang. Instead, he hit the shock wave that came from the foundation of the sealing the heavens array and the boundless amount of sequence particles. It was like a wall that blocked Lu Yin's punch. Emperor Wu Huang looked up and clenched his fist. An endless amount of sequence particles condensed into a beam of light as he punched out. Lu Yin heard cries of alarm, and someone was telling him to retreat. He would have retreated even without the reminder. Emperor Wu Huang's punch made him feel like he was facing the one true God. This punch had surpassed his own strength. Among the three universes, Yu Seng Tian had once been the one true God, and now, Emperor Wu Huang had also surpassed him. Although Emperor Wu Huang had relied on the foundation of the sequence to surpass Lu Yin, external objects were still a type of power. Emperor Wu Huang's punch brushed past Lu Yin's head, blasting away a part of the heavens. The darkness that spread out shocked everyone. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound. They looked at the darkness that seemed to split the universe in two and could not understand how such a power could exist in the universe. What they wanted to know the most was why Emperor Wu Huang was delaying this battle. With the foundation of the sealing the heavens array, he should have been able to defeat Wu Huang back in the myriad beast territory. Emperor Wu Huang had never used the foundation of the sealing the heavens array, even when he had fought the three Sang Tians. He had relied on his own strength and absolute defense. His pride did not allow him to use the foundation of the sealing the heavens array. After all, it had been created by generations of spirit-molting beasts, and it was someone else's power. However, he had no choice but to use it against Lu Yin, both to deal with Lu Yin and to show Yu Sang Tian. In the next battle, he would fight Yu Sang Tian. He wanted the spirit-molting beasts to completely suppress the spirit-molting humans and bring about changes to the spiritualized universe. As for the Tian Yuan universe, it was nothing more than a passing target. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and Emperor Wu Huang retracted his hand. It was a pity, if he had not brought sealing sky to the consciousness universe, that generation's border master would not have died here. The strongest spirit-molting beasts had died here, and he was also the border master of the myriad beast territory. That battle had brought shame to the spirit-molting beasts, and at that time, sealing sky had been given to Emperor Wu Huang to protect himself in the consciousness universe. If not for that, Emperor Wu Huang would not have lost so miserably. Emperor Wu Huang was delaying this battle not only to deal with Lu Yin, but also for Yu Sang Tian. Sealing sky was enough to suppress Lu Yin, and Emperor Wu Huang's perfected battle technique was to fight against Yu Sang Tian. This was because the one who had killed that generation's border master was the current Yu Sang Tian. The world only knew of this legend and exaggerated the death of the spirit-molting beasts, but they had forgotten who the other person was. Emperor Wu Huang would never forget. The darkness and the distance gradually returned. Yellow lightning crackled on the surface of Emperor Wu Huang's body, and his power continued to spread as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked deeply at the yellow triangular gem on Emperor Wu Huang's body. Is that the foundation of the sealing the heavens array? Can you withstand this power? Emperor Wu Huang barked, his tone domineering. Lu Yin sighed in admiration, as expected of the second-ranked foundation. You spirit-molting beasts have been trying to surpass humanoid spirit-molting beasts for a long time. You must have paid a great price for this foundation. I admit that I've lost in terms of strength, but strength is not the only thing that matters in battle. Emperor Wu Huang clenched his fists. When strength reaches a certain level, it can destroy everything. Then come and try. Sourcebox array after sourcebox array appeared in Lu Yin's heart and blasted towards Emperor Wu Huang. The Ancient Sword, Tomb of Mountains and Rivers, Scroll 16. These sourcebox arrays rained down like raindrops. Emperor Wu Huang was stunned, as he had never thought that sourcebox arrays could be used in such a manner. He had seen the Plain Master sects battle, and they had only used the ancient sword. But so what if there were more? Emperor Wu Huang casually waved his hand, and a terrifying power wiped out everything in its path, destroying all of the sourcebox arrays that he had released. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:12. Lu Yin continued to release his sourcebox array, attacking Emperor Wu Huang from all directions. At the same time, his consciousness formed the great sky-flaying disc to suppress Emperor Wu Huang. Lu Yin's palms gently pushed against the void, guiding the sealing heaven sequence particles. Emperor Wu Huang punched out, destroying the void. He was using absolute strength to shatter the void. Although consciousness was not a physical force, it could only appear in space, and it only needed to shatter the void. This was the same principle as when Lu Yin and the others had attacked the ruins. However, this move had a prerequisite, which was that one could block the consciousness attack for a moment. If one could not even block it for a moment, then there was no need to talk about destroying the void. Emperor Wu Huang could naturally block it for a moment, and he could even completely withstand the great sky-flaying disc. However, he did not need to do so. No matter what power Lu Yin used, he could destroy it with a single punch. The setting sun blooms, burning your martial arts. Emperor Wu Huang punched out. He did not have any martial arts, only absolute strength. His spiritual force suppressed Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang punched out, destroying the void. Nothing could be done, as all counterattacks were futile against absolute strength. "You sang Tian, did you see this?" Emperor Wu Huang's gaze was fierce. He wanted to use the sealing heaven sequence foundation to turn the tide of the beast-shaped spirit molds. He had not used the sealing heaven sequence foundation for many years, all for this moment. Once he attacked, he would be invincible. Both sides of the Fu River were silent. The humans were silent, as this was the power of the sealing heaven sequence foundation. They finally understood why it was ranked second. For countless years in the spiritualized universe, all of the beast-shaped spirit molds had suppressed the human-shaped spirit molds. At this moment, all of the beast-shaped spirit molds were excited. This day had finally arrived, and no one could stop Emperor Wu Huang. The winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, and the others stared at the savage land. With the sealing heaven sequence foundation, who could fight against it besides Yu Sang Tian? This was Emperor Wu Huang. As for why Emperor Wu Huang had delayed the battle until now, they no longer considered it. There was also no need to consider Emperor Wu Huang's strength. At this moment, Emperor Wu Huang was at his peak, and he would definitely win this battle. Emperor Wu Huang displayed his unparalleled strength. He casually attacked the void and destroyed the array. He looked at Lu Yin. Was this the battle technique that allowed him to borrow another sequence foundation? He knew that Lu Yin had the consecutive palm technique, as Lu Yin had used it more than once. However, it was not enough. It was far from enough. In the face of a beast that had undergone countless years of spiritual molting, that was a foundation that could suppress the entire spiritualized universe. No matter how many sequence techniques were used, it would be useless. Supreme Emperor clenched his fist, big golden wings. Yu Xia, is he still alive? Lu Yin guided the seal the heaven sequence particle, and when he heard Emperor Wu's words, his expression was calm. Alive. Let them go and I'll spare your life. He looked into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin didn't look like he wanted to retreat. He still had some tricks up his sleeve, but they were useless in front of absolute power. This person had suppressed the spiritualized universe to the point where they could not catch their breaths during the battle in the abyss. It was also because he was too powerful. Emperor Wu couldn't help but admit that if he hadn't borrowed external forces, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Futian. But since he had already used the sealing the heavens elemental foundation, he didn't need to worry about it. You're too confident, Lu Yin looked at Wu Huang. Wu Huang's eyes widened. You can't stop this power. Are you going to release it or not? Lu Yin exhaled. In his current state, he was indeed unable to withstand this power. Even if he had reached an extreme, there was still a chance that his upper limit would be breached. However, the gap was not completely insurmountable. If he was lacking in strength, he could use strength to make up for it. Lu Yin's gaze was deep. There was a move that he had only used once. This move should be able to make up for some of the gap. After going back in time for 37 years, Lu Yin needed to make up for a lot of karma. One of them was related to Meng Sang Tian, and that was the true God's freedom technique. It was because of his battle with Meng Sang Tian that he had reversed dream and reality. This had allowed him to inadvertently enter the cultivation concept of the true God's freedom technique and finally cultivate it. Fighting with Meng Sang Tian again and cultivating the true God's freedom technique again was a way to make up for the karma. However, he had given up on this path. It was not only because he could not find Meng Sang Tian when he first came to the spiritualized universe, but also because Meng Sang Tian did not want to fight with him at all. There was also the one true God behind him who knew about the matter of karma and would not let him succeed. However, he no longer needed to make up for it. There were so many experts in the spiritualized universe who had been captured and sent to the Point General platform hell to expand the Tao of Karma. The current Tao of Karma was enough to withstand the backlash of karma. Sparse autumn waters, hazy beauty looking east, family is hard to see, climbing to the heavens alone for the rest of my life. Where was this singing coming from? Emperor Wu was confused. On this battlefield, it was almost impossible to hear anything from the outside world, let alone a singing voice. Lanterns floated around him, and there was only one word on each lantern: life. There is no self, no other. Abandon your thoughts, transform into the heavens and live the same life. The true God's freedom technique. The Tao of Karma was unleashed, and no one could see the karma. Otherwise, they would be shocked. The backlash of karma was like a huge monster pressing down on them. However, Lu Yin had experienced this once before. In front of him, Emperor Wu punched out, destroying the void. Lu Yin's eyes turned scarlet, and his body surged with godly power. With a wave of his hand, he split the lantern into two. His thoughts turned into lanterns, and cutting off the lanterns was equivalent to stripping away his emotions. Humans would always have thoughts, desires, and wishes. Stripping away these thoughts would overturn the karma of cultivation and thus erase one's cultivation base. At this moment, Lu Yin discovered that the true God's freedom technique was compatible with the Tao of Karma. Setting sun was a battle technique that could make people forget about martial arts. The true God's freedom technique stripped away the karma of cultivation and prevented karma from appearing. Setting sun was more domineering and more compatible with Lu Yin's Tao of Karma. Was it a coincidence that the one true God had created this technique, or had he also comprehended the Tao of Karma? Impossible. If he had comprehended the Tao of Karma, then he wouldn't have been schemed against by the Grand Empyreans and suffered the pain of being sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he hadn't comprehended the Tao of Karma, then he might have been able to create a battle technique that was compatible with karma. With the one true God's innate talent, it was possible. Emperor Wu's punch destroyed the void, and his unparalleled strength caused the void to collapse once more. He coughed up blood, and his eyes were clearly dazed for a moment. Although he recovered quickly, Lu Yin still saw it. This was the true God's freedom technique. On both sides of the Fu River, the spectators were stunned. How could Emperor Wu be the one injured when he punched? No one understood, unless they understood the 3 ultimate techniques of a true God. There were only a few songs, and they were by the lakeside of Beauty Lake. Scenes flashed through Wu Huang's mind. The cultivation of strength, the dedication to defense, the expectations of the previous leader of the 10,000 beast border. Those eyes were filled with expectation, but also resentment. If he hadn't taken away Feng Tian, the previous leader wouldn't have lost. Why was it like this? Were those people blaming him? Was the previous border lord blaming him? He was the one who gave it to me and told me to go to the consciousness universe to protect myself. He knew that he would face that battle. It wasn't my fault, it wasn't me. Emperor Wu roared, and his body suddenly grew taller. He clenched his fist, and sealing the skies trembled. His strength had weakened greatly, and he felt as if he could no longer control sealing the skies. He had clearly had the upper hand, and his strength had broken through all techniques, but he had reversed the situation in an instant. Lanterns floated in the air as Emperor Wu roared. Layers of material covered his body, suppressing the sealing the skies array's foundation into his body. In the distance, a spirit-molted beast spoke, its voice old. The decline of his strength has caused sealing the skies to become unstable. What did Lu Sangtian do? He actually caused Wu's strength to continuously decline. Many people looked over in surprise. Wu. That was Emperor Wu's name, and there weren't many people in the spiritualized universe who were qualified to call him that. No one recognized the spirit-molted beast that had spoken, but they could tell from his voice that he had lived for a long time. Although his strength has declined and he can no longer control sealing the skies, he still used his innate gift to forcibly suppress sealing the skies into his body. Although he can still use sealing the skies to attack, he will also suffer from the backlash. It all depends on whether he can defeat Lu Sangtian before his body collapses, the spirit-molted beast said, resolving many people's doubts. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the spirit-molted beast and was recognized by many cultivators. It was Zhan Ming from the Door of Arts, one of the 7 sanctions. Did this mean that the spirit-molted beast that had spoken had come from the Door of Arts? No one knew how long he had been in the Door of Arts. On the wild land, Lu Yin could also see that Emperor Wu's strength was continuously declining, and he could no longer completely control the sealing the skies array's particles. Some external objects could not be used at will. Lu Yin had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and obtained progenitor Wu Shang's hide, but even a glance at it would cause him to faint. Emperor Wu wanted to use the sealing the skies array's foundation to defeat Lu Yin, and his own strength had to be enough to withstand it. However, the true God's freedom technique had caused his strength to continuously decline, and since he could not withstand it with his strength alone, he had to use another method to forcefully control it. This was Emperor Wu's innate gift, hardening. Emperor Wu's hardening innate gift was the beginning of his path of invincible defense. It could defend against external attacks and also suppress sealing the skies. However, Emperor Wu himself was not having a good time either. Boom! Emperor Wu faced Lu Yin and punched out. A powerful force rushed towards Lu Yin, and he could easily punch out of the primal universe. Lu Yin exhaled, and his body withered. He took a step forward, and within the Sky Palace, boundless strength flowed wildly as his mastery realm battle force spread. If you want to go all out, then go all out. Not only could the true God's freedom technique strip away emotions and erase the karma of the opponent's cultivation, but it could also increase one's own strength. Back then, the one true God had used the true God's freedom technique to crush the Tian Yuan universe, uprooting the Black Mother Tree, and killing his way to Primeval City. Now, Lu Yin had also used this battle technique to increase his strength and shorten the gap between him and Emperor Wu. Boom! The earth trembled and cracked, and Lu Yin was punched into the ground. He then penetrated through the magma, the wild land, and fell into the starry sky. What followed was the void of annihilation, which had turned into a dark torrent. Emperor Wu punched out again and again, and Lu Yin still could not withstand his strength. However, the true God's freedom technique made up for the absolute gap, allowing Lu Yin to have the ability to resist this power. The surface of his body withered and recovered, then withered and recovered again. Beside Fu He, Dancing Butterfly World's Edge clenched his fist, and with just one punch, Lu Sangtian collapsed. Even though Emperor Wu was coughing up blood, his strength was truly invincible. The lanterns were still floating, and from time to time, they would be cut apart. Emperor Wu coughed up blood, both from the true God's freedom technique and also from the backlash of his strength. He looked at the starry sky beneath his feet and punched out, wanting to see how many punches Lu Yin could take. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:13. Lu Yin was constantly swallowed up by the void, and the terrifying destructive power of Emperor Supreme was enough to destroy everything. The old salamander's scheming and Man Kuei's forbearance would not even be able to retaliate against the current Emperor Supreme. The sealing heaven array's fangs were bared, and the first bite was aimed at Lu Yin, but Emperor Supreme's target was definitely not Lu Yin. Emperor Supreme's target was Yu Sangtian. Whoosh! Another wave of power descended. Lu Yin touched his forehead and saw that he was bleeding as well. His body was cracking inch by inch. Could he not hold on any longer? Then release it. Lu Yin's body suddenly disappeared, and he used the reverse step to appear in front of Emperor Supreme. Emperor Supreme's eyes narrowed. He could still fight back. This person's defense was unexpected. However, there would always be a moment when he would be defeated. He clenched his fist, and the sealing heaven array particles condensed into a beam of light that constantly shrank. His hardening innate gift cracked, and he was almost unable to suppress the sealing heaven array. On the other side, Lu Yin was fiddling with the stars, and his palms were borrowing some of the sealing heaven array particles. His body's surface suddenly recovered, and the power of the sealing heaven array was suddenly released, breaking all of the lanterns at the same time. Emperor Supreme spat out a mouthful of blood and punched out. Lu Yin punched back at the same time. Boom! A deafening explosion caused half of the spectating cultivators to faint, and the starry sky was visibly shattered. Everything was destroyed, and that piece of land was gone. Shattered rocks tore through the endless starry sky. If one looked down at the entire spiritualized universe, they would be able to see the glaring light that had appeared in this direction. It was darker than darkness, like the origin of darkness, annihilation. After a while, the starry sky finally calmed down. Everyone looked over, and their expressions were sluggish and filled with disbelief. Where was Emperor Supreme? Only Lu Yin was there, standing tall in the starry sky. Blood dripped from his arm, and the bones inside had been shattered. But at this moment, everyone wanted to know where Emperor Supreme had gone. The original Fu River was gone, and the wild land was gone. Only the starry sky remained. Zhang Ming looked into the distance. Only people at their level could see that Emperor Supreme had been sent flying. He did not dare imagine that Emperor Supreme's punch had been so powerful that it had never been seen before. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen a punch that could surpass that. The power of the sealing heaven array foundation was unimaginable. Even the legendary Eternal Realm might not be able to suppress the limitless power of the sealing heaven array foundation. However, Lu Yin had sent him flying with a single punch. No one would believe it. Even the old salamander, who had been watching the battle from the shadows, couldn't believe it. He had instigated a fight between Emperor Wu and Lu Yin not because he believed that Lu Yin could defeat Emperor Wu, but because he wanted to force Emperor Wu to reveal his bottom line without using Seal the Skies. He wanted to show Emperor Wu that he had a way to deal with Seal the Skies foundation. But he never would have thought that Lu Yin would be able to suppress the power of the sealing sky sequence. It shouldn't be possible, and it should be impossible. If there was anyone in the spiritualized universe who could suppress the current Supreme Emperor, it could only be Yu Sangtian. No matter how unfathomable Lu Sangtian was, he must have some sort of foundation. When he was suppressed just now, everyone saw his foundation. But now, they were all stunned. Was he really that confident? Or could it be that only Yu Sang Tian could fight him? It was not a defeat, but a battle. At that moment, the guesses of countless people changed. Yu Sang Tian really could defeat Lu Sang Tian. Lu Yin looked at his right arm. It was completely shattered, but it recovered quickly. After all, it was pure strength. That punch just now had unleashed the most powerful force he had ever unleashed. While the true God freedom technique increased his strength, it also weakened the power of Emperor Wu. At the same time, he borrowed the seal the heaven sequence particle and released the accumulated power of things will only move in one go. That was why that punch just now was possible. That punch had not only contained his own strength, but also the seal the sky's foundation and Emperor Wu's strength. If his opponent had not been Emperor Wu, he would not have been able to unleash that punch. Emperor Wu had not only lost to Lu Yin, but also to himself and the seal the sky's foundation. Emperor Wu must be feeling terrible right now. In the distance, Emperor Wu appeared. Just like Lu Yin, his right arm had been shattered. Not only that, but half of his neck had been shattered as well. Seeing Emperor Wu in such a miserable state, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. Dancing Butterfly Horizon had not expected Lu Yin to be so ruthless as to suppress Emperor Wu. In the dark sky, Emperor Wu and Lu Yin stood facing each other. Lu Yin's hardening innate gift was still present, but the seal the sky's foundation was exposed. With the true God's freedom technique's weakening power, Emperor Wu could no longer control the foundation of the seal the sky's foundation. Even without eyes, everyone could feel his disbelief. In the entire spiritualized universe, who would have thought that Lu Yin could block that power? You've reached your limit, Lu Yin said calmly as his arm continued to recover. Emperor Wu's voice was low, you've reached your limit too. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, are you sure? No power can be used infinitely. You can weaken my power once, but you can't do it a second time. My power can be used infinitely. The particles of seal the sky are as boundless as the abyss, said Supreme Emperor. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he said confidently, what if I can? Even if there's a second time, there won't be a third. That's enough. No matter how many times, next time, I might be able to destroy you. Lu Yin's arm recovered as he bent his fingers and said lightly. Emperor Wu said, you can't do it. You forgot that I'm truly invincible in my defense. As he said that, a majestic amount of particles appeared on Emperor Wu's body, not from the foundation of the seal the skies, but from his own body. Emperor Wu's cultivation method was the same as the Great Golden Wings, which was ranked 7th among the spiritualized treasures. Compared to the Great Golden Wing, Emperor Wu's particles were much more majestic. Endless particles covered his entire body, and there was a hardening innate gift below. Emperor Wu's defense was also extremely strong, to the point that even the Star Toad's desperate attack couldn't do anything to him. 3 layers of defense. Everyone was stunned. This was the defensive technique that Emperor Supreme was so proud of. Hardening covered the foundation of the seal the skies, and the particles appeared again. Light gathered in Emperor Wu's palm, come, let's see if I can destroy you first, or if you can destroy me. Absolute power came crashing down again, and the lanterns around Emperor Wu were broken again. A familiar scene appeared again. Lu Yin was bombarded again, and the surface of his body withered and recovered. He accumulated power and released it again, and every time he released it, he could send Emperor Wu flying. However, Emperor Wu's defense was fully activated, and he no longer underestimated Lu Yin. Before, he had thought that he could suppress Lu Yin with absolute power, but now he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. And now, his defenses were fully activated. He was truly a source box, one that had been sealed by the universe for many years and was difficult to unlock. A source box. Lu Yin had been able to shatter half of Emperor Wu's body the first time, and now he couldn't even break through his spiritualized treasure the second time. Just as Emperor Wu had said, his defense was invincible. Who could break it? The crowd felt their scalps go numb. How could they fight? Emperor Wu already had absolute defense, and now he had absolute power. He didn't cultivate any other powers, such as spiritual force, consciousness, intent, battle techniques, or anything else. Just these two methods alone were enough to make him invincible. Far away, a shang was bitter. If Emperor Wu had used the foundation of the seal the skies to attack, they would have lost even if they joined forces. Emperor Wu had not won because Sang Tian could not lose, and so it had been a draw. And now it seemed like Emperor Wu had gone easy on him. Zhan Ming, Meng Sang, the ninth spirit, and the others were watching this battle as well. Emperor Wu had displayed overwhelming power, and there was no way to break it. At least, they couldn't think of a way. When a certain power reached its peak, it was just that unreasonable. Compared to Emperor Wu, Lu Yin could occasionally suppress him with a punch, but it was useless. He couldn't break through Emperor Wu's defenses, and it was all for naught. Lu Yin punched out, and Emperor Wu was sent flying again, but he returned unscathed. He punched Lu Yin again and again while coughing up blood. The foundation of the seal the skies was devouring his power, but so what? He could withstand it, but how long could Lu Sang Tian last? His battle techniques couldn't be used indefinitely. Bang! Another punch. This battle lasted for 2 days. The same scene repeated itself over and over again. It was both shocking and exhausting. Until now, no one could say who would win. Emperor Wu was dumbfounded. He had thought that the true God's freedom technique could be used a few times at most, but now it seemed like Lu Yin wasn't showing any signs of not being able to use it at all. Moreover, after each counterattack, Lu Yin's strength didn't weaken at all. Cracks even appeared on his spiritualized treasure. Emperor Wu's defense was invincible, and even Lu Yin's strongest punch couldn't break through it. Since one punch couldn't break through, Lu Yin would just throw a few more punches. As for the true God's freedom technique, it had been supplemented by the monolith's Tao discussion by the one true God, so it could be used dozens or even hundreds of times. Cracks appeared on his spiritualized treasure, and the true God's freedom technique had caused Emperor Wu's internal injuries. Finally, on the third day, Emperor Wu began to show signs of weakness. Lu Yin punched out, and his spiritualized treasure shattered. Although this punch was blocked by the hardening innate gift, Emperor Wu would be finished after a few more hits. How many times? Let's see how many times your defenses can block. How long can you use the foundation of the seal the skies? Lu Yin kicked Emperor Wu away, and Emperor Wu couldn't counterattack immediately. The onlookers were shocked. Emperor Wu's strength was already unfathomable, but Lu Yin was even more unimaginable. How could he fight until now? Emperor Wu coughed up blood. The red lantern in front of him was glaring, and his name was on it. If not for this battle technique, he wouldn't have been forced to this extent. He turned around and slashed with his serrated blade, but Lu Yin was one step ahead and grabbed Emperor Wu's arm. With a crack, Emperor Wu broke it and the serrated blade fell off. Emperor Wu used the foundation of the seal the skies once more and waved his hand viciously. Lu Yin was flung away, but Emperor Wu didn't have it easy either. Lu Yin suddenly appeared above Emperor Wu's head and pressed down with a single palm. With a bang, Emperor Wu's head fell, and blood flowed down his forehead like a second red vertical line on his face. Lu Yin struck again, twisting Emperor Wu's head. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:14. Lu Yin's consciousness transformed into the great skysplitter disk, bombarding Emperor Wu Huang. His spiritual force transformed into a sword, just like the Qing Luo sword sky of the ancient era's ancestor. This was a battle of willpower, and Emperor Wu Huang was like a stubborn rock that would be shattered one day. Nine-tailed Fox and the others looked at each other. They wanted to attack, but with their strength, what could they do? Lu Yin couldn't even block a casual attack. Even further away, the eyes of the spirit-molted beast beside Zhang Ming flickered. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. The heaven-sealing echelon shouldn't have been defeated. Could it be that the spirit-molted beast was going to lose again in the Fu River origin? This was a place of humiliation for all beast-shaped spiritual molts. The previous border lord had been defeated by Yu Sang Tian and died in battle. This generation's supreme emperor could not be defeated again. Otherwise, the beast-shaped spirit molt would never be able to raise its head again. He raised his foot and was about to step out. Zhang Ming's voice sounded, "If you make a move, not only will you not be able to save Wu Huang, you will also die. You will also let the beast-formed spiritual molt bear the bad reputation of being a sore loser." Zhang Ming was right. Even if he attacked, he would not be Lu Sang Tian's opponent. That person was too terrifying. Only Yu Sang Tian would be able to fight against him. Zhang Ming was right. Wu Huang won't be defeated so easily. Invincible defense isn't just for show. He still has Wuxing Dai, Zhang Ming said calmly. Emperor Wu had a technique called lifeless destruction. This was the technique that made Emperor Wu famous. It was because of this technique that the legend of Emperor Wu's invincible defense was created. Up to this point, resurrection and destruction had yet to appear. The spirit molt said bitterly, "Lifeless destruction came from the previous border lord. It is the foundation of all defensive powers, but it is not the end." With lifeless destruction as the soil, the words invincible defense were planted. However, if the defense is broken, then lifeless destruction is useless. Zhang Ming was astonished. So that was the case. Then Wu Huang was really in danger. Emperor Supreme withstood the attacks again and again, and the hardening continued to fall off. The sequence particles sealed the treasure again, but it was still broken. He had already reached the limit of the backlash of the heaven sealing sequence. Unless the true God's freedom technique disappeared, he could no longer borrow that invincible power. His strength had disappeared, and his defenses were no longer able to withstand the attack. His defeat was set. Lu Yin appeared behind Wu Huang and pressed a hand on the back of his head. "What are you suppressing?" Emperor Wu Huang was in a miserable state. Half of his body was broken, and half of his body was dyed red with blood. "I can feel that you're far from dying. There's a power within your body that's protecting you. It should be the legendary annulment." Lu Yin spoke slowly. "It won't be difficult to break through this power. Do you really want to be killed by me?" Wu Huang didn't say anything, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin looked at Wu Huang's back. "Maybe I'm stronger than Yu Sang Tian." Wu Huang abruptly turned around, looking directly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "A dead man can't challenge Yu Sang Tian. You can't beat me in your current state. Let's see what power you're hiding. You want to use the foundation of the sealing the heavens echelon to end the battle with me as soon as possible. I'm also looking forward to that power." Emperor Wu slowly retreated. "I've been thinking about how to kill you without using that power, but in the end, I can't do it." Lu Yin nodded. "I know. You were certain that I wouldn't be able to kill you, and you were looking for an opportunity. However, I knew from the start that you had a surprise for Yu Sang Tian. So, waiting is meaningless. You can only blame yourself for fighting me in advance." The surface of Wu Huang's body was shattered. Wu Huang's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then his body hardened, covering the sealing the heavens echelon. The boiling power around him made his blood disappear, as if the battle hadn't even started yet. Lu Yin rubbed his head. All right, so it looks like the warm-up is over. It's not a warm-up. I'm serious about killing you. Wu Huang was serious. Lu Yin smiled, but it's just a warm-up. Far away, the cultivators were dumbfounded. A warm-up? Is this for real? Everyone was stunned. Up until now, they had thought that only Yu Sang Tian could fight Wu Huang, but it was just a warm-up. It's fake, isn't it? A warm-up. Of course it's fake. This is called psychological warfare. I think it's real. Lu Sang Tian is the strongest in the Tianyuan universe. Doesn't this correspond to our spiritualized universe's Yu Sang Tian? Many gasped and looked into the distance. Is this really a warm-up? Opposite him, countless beasts were speechless as they looked at Wu Huang. What was going on? Did they fight just now? Was it an illusion? Lu Sang Tian was just a warm-up, but what about Wu Huang? His body had completely recovered, as if he had never fought at all. Zhan Ming, the ninth spirit, Meng Sang, the old salamander, and the others all had solemn expressions. This was a little unexpected. It wasn't just Lu Sang Tian, but Wu Huang as well. If this was just a warm-up, then it would be a joke. Outsiders' understanding of the lifeless and destruction was what Wu Huang wanted them to understand. If his famous technique was so easily understood by everyone, could he still be considered a cultivator? No cultivator would do such a thing. Wu Huang allowed Lu Yin to attack as he pleased. From the outside, he looked miserable, but with the lifeless and destruction as his foundation, he had been looking for a chance to counterattack. Unfortunately, Lu Yin did not give him the chance. Lu Yin was very curious. What kind of power gave Wu Huang such confidence? Under everyone's gaze, Wu Huang bent his legs and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze froze. Here it comes. The next moment, Wu Huang rushed out, his body shrinking as a violent and uncontrollable aura surged out. The familiar pressure caused Lu Yin's pupils to shrink. Transformation of the Nine Heavens. He had never expected Wu Huang to use transformation of the Nine Heavens. In that instant, everyone was shocked. Even Yu Sang Tian, who was far away in the extreme palace, suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bang! Lu Yin took a punch to the chest, and the surging power tore through the heavens along his body. The all-pervasive power caused Lu Yin's internal organs to be compressed. Just one punch was enough to cause Lu Yin's withered body to recover. This punch had reached the upper limit of what Lu Yin could endure in the state of things must reverse. This punch had reached the peak of Wu Huang's strength after being weakened by the true God's freedom technique. Lu Yin stared blankly at Wu Huang's sinister smile. How had he split open the Nine Heavens? The transformation of the Nine Heavens required one to open the Nine Heavens, and Lu Yin had only been able to learn it by relying on the general appointing platforms held to allow Yu Shan to recultivate. This had allowed him to see through every step and simulate it with the primogenitor, allowing him to finally find a new path and use his consciousness to open the Nine Heavens. How had Wu Huang cultivated it? Yu Sang Tian had taught him. And even split open the Nine Heavens for him. Impossible. Even if Lu Yin didn't know the grudge between Wu Huang and Yu Sang Tian, he was certain that Yu Sang Tian wouldn't split open the Nine Heavens for Wu Huang. The competition between a human and beast spirit mold was irreversible. This was the cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe, and it was the premise of Lu Yin's plan. Moreover, Yu Sang Tian was the next one Emperor Supreme wanted to challenge. Yu Sang Tian couldn't have been unaware of this. If Yu Sang Tian still opened the Nine Skies for Emperor Supreme, there was only one possibility, that was, he didn't put Emperor Supreme in his eyes. Emperor Supreme himself must know this, so he wouldn't challenge Yu Sang Tian. Most importantly, Wu Huang's dignity wouldn't allow him to accept Yu Sang Tian's charity. Then how had he cultivated transformation of the 9 heavens? Wu Huang punched again, and Lu Yin's body withered once more. He endured the pressure and tore open the lantern, wanting to weaken Wu Huang's strength. Bang! Another punch landed, and Lu Yin coughed up blood. This was Wu Huang's strength after his strength was weakened. If not for the true God's freedom technique, Wu Huang's punch at the peak of transformation of the 9 heavens would have broken through Lu Yin's limit. In the distance, all the spectating cultivators were numb as they stared blankly at Wu Huang's suppression. That strength was enough to erase all knowledge. The old salamander felt his scalp go numb. Transformation of the 9 heavens. Wu Huang had actually cultivated transformation of the 9 heavens. He was glad that he had been found and escaped, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resist Wu Huang's transformation of the 9 heavens. He had once thought that Wu Huang's strongest strength came from borrowing the power of the ceiling heavens echelon's foundation. He had thought that if he could deal with the ceiling heavens echelon's foundation, he would be able to fight Wu Huang. He had underestimated Wu Huang. But how had Wu Huang learned transformation of the 9 heavens? This was Yu Sang Tian's ultimate technique, and aside from Yu Sang Tian and Yu Shan, there shouldn't be a third person in the entire spiritualized universe who knew it. No one could explain it, and anyone who understood the relationship between Yu Sang Tian and Wu Huang didn't think that Yu Sang Tian had taught Wu Huang transformation of the 9 heavens. So what was going on? Transformation of the 9 heavens had instantly raised Wu Huang to the point where he didn't even need to borrow the power of the ceiling heavens echelon's foundation to suppress Lu Yin. The two were frantically testing each other at the edge of their limits. Previously, Lu Yin had exhausted Wu Huang to his limits, but now, Wu Huang had broken through. His limits were almost invisible, while Lu Yin's limits were being punched out one after another. Every punch could break through Lu Yin's limits and kill him. This pressure made it difficult to breathe, and all the spectating cultivators felt the same way. They didn't dare to breathe, afraid that they would be affected by this power. Lu Yin spat out blood as his body sank into endless darkness, but it was also incomparably familiar. This was Wu Huang's world of nothingness, and it was also the primordial universe. Every punch from Wu Huang could shatter the heavens. This time, Wu Huang didn't hold back at all. He wanted to beat Lu Yin to death. He hadn't expected this person to be able to fight against him for so long, but it was already over. No matter how prepared Lu Yin was, he couldn't resist Wu Huang's absolute power. Lu Yin watched as Emperor Wu Huang raised his arm time and time again, striking down heavily. He had never experienced such a repetitive battle before. There were no mystical battle techniques or special innate gifts. It was a battle of strength and defense, the most basic instincts of a living being. A person's cultivation had experienced simple and unadorned battles at the beginning, and had also experienced dazzling battle techniques and innate gifts. In the end, did one still have to rely on absolute power? The universe was a circle, and so was cultivation. Lu Yin's finger moved, and the karmic spiral entrenched itself before he flung it out. The moment Wu Huang's punch landed, he suddenly turned around and punched out again. He avoided the karmic spiral and landed this punch on Lu Yin's body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:15. Karma spiraled around Lu Yin's palm, forming a karmic wheel in front of him. Emperor Wu Huang raised his hand and slammed it down, his power penetrating the wheel and landing on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin dispersed the wheel and allowed the karma spirals to scatter as he faced Emperor Wu Huang with a smile. Emperor Wu Huang paused. Smile? How could he still smile? Of course, Lu Yin had to smile. He had more than one way to deal with Emperor Wu Huang in his current state, including dealing with Emperor Wu Huang, who had borrowed the power of the sealing heavens echelon. However, Lu Yin had been enduring it all this time, not even using the karma spirals. There was one thing that only someone like Emperor Wu Huang, whose power surpassed his, could do: pressure. Only extreme pressure could break through and rebuild. How many attacks had Emperor Wu Huang taken? Too many. From the very beginning, when Emperor Wu Huang had borrowed the power of the sealing heavens echelon, before Lu Yin had accumulated all his power, he had been beaten. And now, when he faced Emperor Wu Huang in his transformation of the nine heavens state, he had still been beaten. Lu Yin did not even know how many times he had been beaten. Outer space, shattered space, void worlds, primordial universes, Lu Yin had passed through one after another. Even though he had not taken the first breath to step into the primordial realm, under Emperor Wu Huang's pressure, another kind of power had transformed. On the surface of Lu Yin's body, the shattered realm of the palm battle force had reformed. This time, it was not black, but dark gray. It carried an ancient aura, like the soil from the beginning of the world. It constantly covered his body. This was the realm of the palm god. In order to cultivate this realm of the palm god, Lu Yin had endured too much pain. This power had been cultivated through pain, and similarly, realm of the palm god's battle force had to endure pain. Ancient gods relied on stepping into the primordial realm to break through, but Lu Yin was still walking the path of pain. The more he was beaten, the more likely it was for him to break through. This was what the ancient gods of the progenitor gang had told him. Lu Yin had been constantly fighting in the spiritualized universe, and he had wanted to be beaten as well. Unfortunately, there was no one who could fight him. Someone like Yu Sang Tian could directly crush him. Only Emperor Wu Huang could give him a heavy blow, forcing him to endure a beating that was close to his limit without breaking through. With the true God's freedom technique restraining him, Lu Yin was confident. After several days of being beaten, he had finally achieved this moment. Lu Yin looked up as Emperor Wu Huang's fist once more. But he did not counterattack, allowing himself to be hit. His punch, which was originally capable of pushing things to their limits, was unable to break through the grayish-black substance. Wu Huang was shocked. "You used me." "Don't say that. I've been getting beaten up all this time. It's your turn now." Lu Yin used the reverse step and appeared behind Emperor Wu Huang at the same time. A dark gray substance suddenly condensed at the tip of his finger, and he tapped out with the Tao of Tianyi. Emperor Wu Huang turned around and punched out. No matter what Lu Yin had broken through, his strength was unfathomable. Flowing light shuttled back and forth for a second, causing Emperor Wu Huang's punch to miss. From the side, Lu Yin pointed a finger at Emperor Wu Huang's neck, tearing apart his flesh and almost piercing through. Emperor Wu Huang's blood splattered across the heavens as he reached out to grab Lu Yin, but Lu Yin dodged. Instead, he was met with a ferocious consciousness attack. Although Lu Yin's consciousness could not defeat Emperor Wu Huang, it could restrain him for a moment and stun him for a moment. At that moment, the land near Lu Yin's heart condensed above his head, and he slammed down with a palm that was bound to overturn the heavens. Boom! The land was crushed, and Emperor Wu Huang was forced to bend over. This intent realm battle technique had caught Emperor Wu Huang off guard. The lantern floated in front of him and was cut down. The red vertical line on Emperor Wu Huang's face deepened, and he raised an arm to shatter the land. Another hand aimed at Lu Yin from afar, and its power surged across the heavens and split the universe in two. Lu Yin used the reverse step to dodge and raised a finger. The land that had been shattered by Emperor Wu Huang transformed into countless spears covered in palm realm battle force that rained down like raindrops. Countless spears pierced Emperor Wu Huang's body and tore open countless wounds. Although the wounds were not deep, they looked extremely miserable to the onlookers. The onlookers could no longer understand what was happening. After repeated attacks, the situation kept reversing. Even powerhouses like the old salamander and Meng Sang Tian did not know who had the upper hand. Emperor Wu Huang was already strong enough, but even after using the transformation of the 9 heavens, he still could not defeat Lu Sangtian. What was this person's true strength? Only now did they realize how laughable the battle in the abyss had been. Even if there were 10 times more powerhouses, they would not be Lu Sangtian's opponent. His only opponent was Yu Sangtian, and at most, Emperor Wu Huang in the transformation of the 9 heavens state. Emperor Wu Huang endured the countless spears, and his body was like a hedgehog as they pierced through his body. He grabbed one of the spears and looked down before crushing it. This is the power that allowed you to break through. You've reached the limit of a living being's physical defense. Battle force at the Palm realm could be said to be a limit. The ancient god had used this battle force to suppress Ku Zu and the others. Only Lu Yuan's breakthrough had been able to stall him, but it was impossible to defeat him. Whether it was during the Battle of Calamity or the Battle of Immemorial City, the ancient god had not been able to break through this defense. When Lu Yin fought the ancient god on the bone vessel, he had only managed to push him back. He had not been able to break through his defense. Back then, Lu Yin had surpassed the limits of a living being, but the ancient god did not. Even though the ancient god was in the primordial realm, he had no advantage over Lu Yin because Lu Yin was not even a sequence law adept. The ancient god could not defeat Lu Yin, and he could only rely on his Palm realm battle force. However, it was this battle force that allowed him to be the only one on the bone vessel who could escape unscathed from Lu Yin. Now that Lu Yin had transformed into a Palm realm battle force, coupled with his original defense and strength, the ancient god could not compare to him. Emperor Wu Huang was right. This was the limit of a living being's physical defense. This was because Emperor Wu Huang in the transformation of the 9 heaven state had almost reached the limit of a living being's physical strength. He was comparable to the only true god who had used true god's freedom to uproot the Black Mother Tree. This was why Emperor Wu Huang had the confidence to challenge Yu Sangtian. Emperor Wu Huang pulled out the spears on his body one by one and said in a low voice, "Lu Sangtian, no wonder you have the courage to cause trouble for the myriad beast border. I admit that I was not your opponent before successfully cultivating the transformation of the 9 heavens. You can be called the number 1 Sangtian. However, do you understand the transformation of the 9 heavens?" Of course Lu Yin understood, so he took a deep breath. In the starry sky above his heart, the divine star rotated. Only by understanding it could one understand how terrifying this battle technique was. It was not as simple as a battle technique. It was a state that allowed one to transform. This was because Lu Yin had cultivated the transformation of the 9 heavens. The transformation of the 9 heavens is a state. Emperor Wu Huang's voice spread through the starry sky for everyone to hear. Everyone thinks that the transformation of the 9 heavens is an attack. Sadly, it's not. It's a state where one can magnify themselves by several times. The highest it can be magnified is 9 times. You've obtained my respect. Let me tell you this as a gift before I die. As he spoke, the starry sky behind Emperor Wu Huang distorted and peeled off layer by layer. Each layer represented a sky, and each sky seemed to have an Emperor Wu Huang cultivating. If a cultivator's attack strength is 1, then under the transformation of the 9 heaven state, he may be 1. Devour. After a pause, Emperor Wu Huang looked up and faced Lu Yin. It may also be 9. The onlooking cultivators were confused. They had heard something unbelievable. How could such a thing be possible? This was equivalent to increasing one's battle strength by 9 times. One Emperor Wu Huang had become 9 Emperors Wu Huang. Not only that, it was not as simple as the number, but the battle strength of 9 emperors in one person's body. It was no wonder that Emperor Wu Huang could suppress Lu Sangtian without relying on the foundation of the sealing heaven sequence. At this moment, they finally understood what kind of powerful creature Lu Yin was facing. This made them even more confused. How did Lu Yin counterattack? How could he suppress Emperor Wu Huang in this state? The stronger the Emperor Wu Huang was, the more terrifying it proved Lu Yin's strength. These two people had already surpassed everyone's understanding of the Sang Tian level. Zhan Ming's face was gloomy. The transformation of the nine heavens was Yu Sang Tian's ultimate technique. It suppressed the spiritualized universe with one strength and swept through the consciousness universe. This was Yu Sang Tian. Now, Emperor Wu Huang had reached this level. The seven great mulberry skies were originally not on a parallel line. This line was uneven, with some strong and some weak. But now, it was no longer as simple as being uneven. Emperor Wu Huang had broken away from this line, and Lu Yin was no longer on this line. They had entered Yu Sang Tian's line. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had dared to challenge the realm beyond sky. He did not care about the Gate of Arts, and had even threatened to carve words in the Extreme Palace. From the beginning, his eyes had not been on the Sang Tian, but Yu Sang Tian. Hold on. Suddenly, Zhan Ming thought of something. It was not just him. The ninth spirit, the old salamander, and the others had all thought of it, and their expressions were unprecedentedly serious. There was no lack of intelligent people among the spectating cultivators. Their expressions were gloomy as they stared at Emperor Wu Huang. No way, again. In outer space, Emperor Wu Huang clutched his heart as a strand of yellow lightning spread throughout his body. Majestic sequence particles surged out. These were the sealing heaven sequence particles. He had once again borrowed the power of the sealing heaven sequence particles. Under the transformation of the nine heavens, Emperor Wu Huang's strength was still weakened by the true God's freedom technique. Looking at his increased battle strength, it far surpassed his original strength when he had borrowed the sealing heaven sequence particles. Even though Emperor Wu Huang was now very, very strong, the sealing heaven sequence particles could still be borrowed. This was because the sealing heaven sequence particles had been condensed from 299 spirit-molded powerhouses since ancient times. No matter how strong Emperor Wu Huang was, he could not surpass the sequence particles of 299 powerhouses. It could be said that even if the sealing heaven sequence particles were given to Yu Sang Tian would still be able to borrow its power. Right now, Emperor Wu Huang was borrowing the power of the sealing heaven sequence particles. What level could he reach? Very quickly, everyone saw it. Emperor Wu Huang gently exhaled, and the void was annihilated. This part of the universe trembled, as if unable to withstand this power, and was suppressed. This was no longer as simple as surpassing the limits of biological power. This was Emperor Wu Huang's true confidence in challenging Yu Sang Tian. After all, Yu Sang Tian was also capable of the transformation of the nine heavens. Countless people were bitter, and the cultivators of the 10,000 beasts border were silent. Who had taught Emperor Wu Huang the transformation of the nine heavens? What direction would the spiritualized universe take in the future? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:16. Would such a terrifying peerless emperor be willing to submit to Yu Sang Tian? What would happen if the two of them fought? What would happen to the spiritualized universe? An absolute powerhouse could rule a region. Two absolute powerhouses, that would be a disaster. Who was harming the spiritualized universe? Far away, Yu Lao's face was solemn as he locked his gaze on Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang gave him the feeling that he was facing Yu Sang Tian. He was definitely at Yu Sang Tian's level. What would happen to him? Would the beast-shaped spirit mold suppress the human-shaped spirit mold? Who was planning all of this? Other than Yu Sang Tian, Who else knew the change of the 9 heavens? But that was all for later. At the moment, the most troublesome one was Lu Sangtian. He definitely couldn't stop Emperor Wu Huang. Ran Wen Yuliao's eyes flickered. If this person died, Wu Huang would be destroyed. Even the ancestor of the Tianyuan universe wouldn't be able to stop Emperor Wu Huang. Should Wu Huang be destroyed? Yu Lao frowned. His thoughts and plans were all destroyed the moment Emperor Wu Huang used the change of the 9 heavens. Such a powerhouse was enough to change the situation. Dancing Butterfly Skyline and the others felt cold. They shouldn't fight anymore. They should retreat. Lu Sangtian would definitely die if he didn't retreat. No one could fight against Emperor Wu Huang now. His only opponent was Yu Sangtian. In the starry sky, Emperor Wu Huang's aura was like a dragon. His gaze caused the sky to darken. His existence was like a thin piece of paper that could collapse at any time. Lu Yin's breathing stagnated. The pressure brought by Emperor Wu Huang was too great. It was so great that the weakening of the true God's freedom technique was meaningless. He stared at Emperor Wu Huang. I'm curious. Who taught you the change of the 9 heavens? Emperor Wu Huang's voice was low. You won't have the chance to know. Why? Didn't you say that you would give me a gift before I die? That doesn't count. I know that the change of the 9 heavens is a state. Yu Lao told me, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao heard it from afar and raised his eyebrows. When did he tell this person? Emperor Wu Huang said, it's time. The Tianyuan universe gave birth to you and let me recognize its future. After all, you are too young. Unfortunately, there will only be one of you. The Tianyuan universe will be rebooted to complete my spiritualized universe. I will remember your name, Lu Yin. Lu Yin's head. He was not the only one who wanted to know. The entire spiritualized universe wanted to know as well. Who was it that had created a peerless expert comparable to Yu Sangtian? Especially Emperor Wu Huang, who had a spirit mold in beast form. He wanted to challenge Yu Sangtian and overthrow the spirit mold in human form. This was a war between the spiritualized universes. The spiritualized universe would not do such a thing unless there was someone like the old salamander hiding in the dark and plotting against Yu Sangtian. He wanted Emperor Wu Huang to find out Yu Sangtian's background. The old salamander schemed against Emperor Wu and used him as the blade. Could it be that someone else wanted to scheme against Yu Sangtian and use Emperor Wu as the blade? Lu Yin's first thought was the consciousness universe. Only he knew that the consciousness universe was secretly plotting against the spiritualized universe. However, it was impossible for the consciousness universe to teach the changes of the imperial 9 heavens. Wu Huang's change in the 9 heavens would cause the spiritualized universe to speculate. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as this would cause the spiritualized universe to speculate even more. In the starry sky above his heart, he retracted his godly power. He had originally planned to use the godly power transformation, but now, he had to change to something else. Emperor Wu Huang clenched his fist, causing the starry skies to tremble. His strength had already reached a terrifying degree. It made people feel as if their lives were in his hands. Across from him, Lu Yin took a deep breath. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Don't ask me either. After he finished speaking, he released his consciousness, causing layers of space to appear behind him. The starry skies were instantly divided into 9 layers, and each layer was a sky. Every sky had a power that was cultivating on its own. This was the 9 heavens transformation. Emperor Wu Huang was stunned. All of the spectating cultivators were stunned. Zhan Ming, Meng Sangtian, Elder Yu, and the old salamander were all dumbfounded. The wine gourd in the 9th spirit's hand fell, and she looked confused. What was going on? Was this another 9 heavens transformation? Damn it, how could he know it too? In beyond sky, within the extreme palace, Yu Sang Tian was also stunned. The universe fell silent, and everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. Damn the nine heavens transformation. How could anyone know it? Emperor Wu Huang was at odds with Yu Sang Tian, and now, even someone from the Tian Yuan universe knew it. Who could be so generous? Who could teach it to anyone? No one had expected Lu Yin to learn the nine heavens transformation through Yushan. He did not know why Yu Sang Tian had not saved Yushan, but he had helped him instead. How could you know the nine heavens transformation? Emperor Wu Huang's voice changed for the first time. Even when he had been suppressed and miserable, his expression had not changed. But now, the red vertical line on his face was distorted. Clearly, he was not calm and was on the verge of collapse. Everyone wanted to ask, how could he know it? Elder Yu had already taken out a spirit cloud stone, and he wanted to contact Lu Yin and get an answer. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Guess, everyone guess. This was his goal. He had not planned to use the nine heavens transformation, as it would attract too much attention and easily attract Yu Sang Tian's attention. But now that Emperor Wu Huang knew it, and so did he. What would the spiritualized universe think? It could not be Yu Sang Tian who had taught it, so who else could it be? Yushan. Even more impossible. Even Yu Sang Tian did not have the qualifications to learn it. Who else could it be? Someone was secretly plotting against the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin wanted to see who was hiding in the shadows and see how deep the spiritualized universe's waters were. He would definitely be able to find something with this strike. Who taught you the nine heavens transformation? Emperor Wu Huang asked loudly. Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. A trade. You tell me, and I'll tell you. Emperor Wu Huang's aura was unstable, and the surrounding space trembled. Lightning flashed on the surface of his body, and his sequence particles fluctuated. This power was indeed terrifying, but Lu Yin had also used the nine heavens transformation, and it was also in a multiplied state. The two's battle seemed to have returned to the beginning. If you don't want to say, then forget it. I won't ask you, and you don't ask me either. Everyone knows. Now, let's see who can increase it more. Are you ready? Lu Yin grinned at Emperor Wu Huang, as if everything was under his control. Blinding light accompanied the crumbling fragments of space, scattering in all directions. What followed was a loud explosion that was enough to make everyone faint. The universe was shaking. Lu Yin and Emperor Wu Huang had exchanged blows under the nine heavens transformation, and it was as if they had become different people. It was more like two Yu Sang Tians were fighting, and the universe was on the verge of collapse. Left with no choice, Zhan Ming, the ninth spirit, and the other experts stood in front to resist the aftershocks. If not for that, everyone except them would be in trouble. Those who were qualified to watch were not ordinary cultivators. If they died, it would be a great loss to the spiritualized universe. Emperor Wu Huang would not consider them, and Lu Yin did not need to consider them. He could only leave it to the other Sang Tians. In all directions, experts walked out to block the aftershocks. Only those who had reached the spiritual prime realm were qualified to block them. The rest, even if they were at the sequence lower realm, would need several people to work together, and they might not be able to block it. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Retreat. A spirit prime called out. He was greeted by a loud sound and a seemingly calm ripple, but it made him cough up blood. All the onlookers retreated. He was long gone, and the land, including the surrounding space, had been deformed. It was impossible to tell what it had been. Zhan Ming and the others had heavy expressions, and they felt like they could not breathe. It was just the aftershocks, and the nine heavens transformation had pushed these two from the Sang Tian level to the Yu Sang Tian level. Two freaks. Even further away, the 36 filaments were shaking. Countless people were confused, not knowing what had happened. Countless cultivators were panicking, as if the universe was about to be destroyed. They knew that today was the day Emperor Wu Huang would fight Lu Yin, but they could not have imagined that their battle would shake the entire universe. Could a battle between two strong cultivators have such a terrifying effect? Far away, in outer sky, the sun beast opened its mouth and roared. Within the extreme palace, Yu Seng Tian looked calm as he looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Lan sought an audience, wanting to ask, but seeing Yu Seng Tian, she did not dare to say a word. She knew Yu Seng Tian well, and he could not be disturbed in this state. In Fu He's source, Emperor Wu Huang and Lu Yin's battle continued. Although their methods were similar to before, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. There were still red lanterns in Wu Huang's eyes that were constantly being sliced apart, and the surging particles around him completely covered his entire body. Lu Yin continuously endured the bombardment of Wu Huang's power, but he also borrowed the power of the Mastery Realm's battle force to counterattack. Every counterattack caused Wu Huang to cough up blood. The breakthrough of the Mastery Realm battle force made him even more qualified to fight Emperor Wu Huang. The True God's Freedom technique weakened Emperor Wu Huang's power forever. If he faced Lu Yin in his normal state, the weakening would not affect him at all, but the two were now on the same level. Even a slight weakening would determine the outcome of the battle, just like before. The True God's Freedom technique weakened the upper limit of Emperor Wu Huang's power, making it so that he would never be able to break through Lu Yin's defenses. Lu Yin felt that the spiritualized universe was weakening the Tian Yuan universe. No matter how powerful the Tian Yuan universe was in the future, once the upper limit was fixed, the entire situation would be stabilized. Emperor Wu Huang coughed up blood, and the golden lightning deepened. His sequence particles crazily poured out as the serrated blade in his hand swept past Lu Yin's head and around him. Far away, Zhan Ming saw the serrated blade sweeping over and hurriedly blocked it. His body was slashed by the serrated blade, and his blood stained the sky. Lu Yin used the Tao of the One of the Heavens to dodge the serrated blade and attack with a finger. Unlimited power flowed. The accumulated power combined with the Mastery Realm battle force had reached an unimaginable level under the changing of the Nine Heavens state. With a single finger, Emperor Wu Huang's spiritualized treasure was hit and cracked like a spiderweb. In this state, Emperor Wu Huang's defenses were raised to a terrifying level. Even so, he could not withstand Lu Yin's attack in the same state. This finger broke through the spiritualized treasure and hit Emperor Wu Huang's hardened skin. It pierced through Emperor Wu Huang's body and into the distance, in the direction of the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit reacted, pushing back the aftershock of the finger, but she was also pushed back. Looking down, there were marks on her arms. This was just the aftershock. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:17. The transformation of the Nine Heavens increased one's power by several folds, depending on the individual. Lu Yin did not know how many times Emperor Wu Huang had improved. He only knew that his own improvement was rather exaggerated, because he had not used his full strength yet. On the other hand, Emperor Wu Huang was constantly coughing up blood. He had just finished cultivating the transformation of the Nine Heavens, and the more he borrowed from the ceiling sky's echelon, the greater the backlash. Even the lifeless art could not allow him to be completely unrestrained. Emperor Wu Huang was already very strong. In this state, even the 6 great Sang Heavens who had once been his equal would not be able to do anything to him, let alone 3 Sang Heavens. He could even kill them one by one. The only uncertainty was the ninth spirit. After all, Lu Yin did not understand the power she cultivated. Even so, the ninth spirit could not possibly defeat Emperor Wu Huang. He had reached a new level. Ever since Lu Yin had finished cultivating the way of karma, Emperor Wu Huang was the second person besides Yu Sang Tian who could easily avoid his attacks. He was not like Mr. Li and the others, who dodged cautiously. It was as though he could see them. This was the difference in level. But Emperor Wu Huang had reached his limit. Lu Yin tapped out with a finger, his finger's sword technique piercing through Emperor Wu Huang's body and bursting out from his back. Blood splattered across space, and Lu Yin's strength boosted his attacks as he continued to break down Emperor Wu Huang's defenses. The sawtooth blade fell off, and the lantern was constantly extinguished. The vertical line on Emperor Wu Huang's face dimmed, and he was forced back every time he was struck. From afar, it looked like Lu Yin was suppressing Emperor Wu Huang. This time, no one thought that a miracle would occur. It was impossible. In the same transformation of the nine heaven state, Emperor Wu Huang had clearly not improved as much as Lu Yin. He had completely lost his chance of victory. Who would have thought that the battle would continue to this stage? After several days of fighting, the two peerless experts never stopped. They suppressed the onlookers to the point that they could hardly breathe. This was also the first time that they had shown their strength that surpassed Sang Tian's level in front of all the cultivators. Sadly, one of them would disappear forever. The beastly molts in the 10,000 beast territory were mourning. Why had it turned out this way? There was already hope. Wu Huang had cultivated the nine heavens change, and with the help of the sealing the heavens echelon, he could lead the beast-shaped spirit mold to turn the tables. Even if he fought Yu Sang Tian, he wouldn't lose easily. Even if he couldn't turn the tables and suppress the human-shaped spirit mold, in the spiritualized universe, the beast-shaped spirit mold status wouldn't be lower than the human-shaped spirit molds. At that moment, Emperor No's call was met with 100 responses. All the beast-shaped spiritual molds in the entire spiritualized universe were willing to join the 10,000 beasts border. He would bring the 10,000 beasts border to unprecedented heights and become the second extreme palace, a holy land for beast-shaped spiritual molds. However, at this moment, Wu Huang's peak moment, it was also his saddest moment. Why did this happen? They were unwilling to accept this. Bestial roars resounded one after another, spreading to the starry sky, spreading to the Supreme Emperor. More and more beasts roared, representing the unwillingness of all the beasts. They hoped that Wu Huang could win, he had to win, that was the wish of all the beasts. Why would there be a seal of the heavens? That was the wish of countless beast-shaped spiritual molds to surpass human-shaped spiritual molds. At this moment, they were incomparably close. They could not afford to lose. Wu Huang withstood Lu Yin's attacks again and again, and his aura and strength continued to decline. The red vertical line on his face dimmed, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Those beasts' roars were filled with unwillingness and anticipation for Wu Huang. It was the wish of all the beasts in the spiritualized universe. At that moment, it was as if countless spiritual molds had appeared behind Wu Huang and merged into him. Suddenly, Wu Huang raised his head, and the red vertical line on his face blossomed with resplendent light. His aura abruptly rose, and golden lightning covered his entire body. The seal the heaven sequence particles wrapped around him like a sea of clouds. He took a step forward and faced Lu Yin, clenched his fist, and punched out. This punch came very quickly, and the moment it was unleashed, the universe froze. Time, space, and everything else, even karma, seemed to have stopped, making way for this punch. This was Wu Huang's most powerful punch. He had desperately increased the power of the nine heavens transformation, and he had desperately borrowed the power of the seal the heaven sequence particles to unleash an indomitable punch. This punch was not just for him, but also for all the beast-shaped spiritual molds. This punch would either kill them or kill them. Everything was silent. Lu Yin's gaze was as calm as still water, as if he hadn't seen Wu Huang's ultimate punch. Behind him, open the nine heavens consciousness shook, and at the highest point, the nine heavens, the first sword of nine heavens. The sword of heaven slashed out, not caring about the process, only the result. In the past, Wu Wei had used this sword to push Lu Yin into the ground of his intent realm. What Lu Yin really needed was the fact that the azure sword was a sword of consciousness that perfectly complemented the transformation of the nine heavens, as well as its characteristic of stabbing towards the end. Wu Huang punched out with an indomitable will, while Lu Yin stabbed out with a sword that only cared about the result. The celestial sword passed through the void and pierced through Wu Huang's fist, instantly piercing into his body. Sword ripples spread out from his back, gentle but deadly. Wu Huang's fist suddenly stopped, less than a meter away from Lu Yin. The direction of the fist was silent, as if it had been cut off from time and space. Lu Yin stood in place, looking at Wu Huang, who was still in a punching posture. If he hadn't bumped into Lu Yin, the battle between him and Yu Sang Tian would have been very exciting. The golden lightning slowly flowed back, and the seal the sky sequence particles disappeared. Wu Huang returned from the nine heavens transformation state, the red vertical lines on his face dim. In the distance, the spectating cultivators looked on with complicated expressions. Finally, the battle had ended. Wu Huang had lost in the end. Only Yu Sang Tian could fight against Lu Sang Tian. The group of beast-shaped cultivators fell silent. Nine-tailed fox, a winged butterfly, and the others looked on in a daze, their eyes filled with sorrow. At this moment, the dream of the beast-form's spiritual molting was shattered. Wait for another peerless emperor. Could they wait? Wu Huang was the closest to Yu Sang Tian since ancient times. He had already reached Yu Sang Tian's level, but he just had to meet Lu Sang Tian. Why did this happen? Everyone looked into the distance, at Lu Yin. How strong was he? Lu Yin walked towards Wu Huang, raised his hand, and placed it on his shoulder. He pushed Wu Huang's body towards the distance, towards where Nine-tailed Fox and the others were. Take him back. Nine-tailed Fox and the others looked at Wu Huang's floating body in a daze. At this moment, their hope had collapsed. The peace of the universe was eternal. No matter how many creatures there were, or how many planets there were, nothing could disturb this peace. In everyone's eyes, Lu Yin stood in the starry sky, like the center of the peace. It was as if he had been there for a long time, and had always been there. The strongest Sang Tian, he's the strongest Sang Tian, someone murmured unconsciously. No one refuted that. Yu Sang Tian was not Sang Tian. He was on another level. Lu Yin was qualified to be called the strongest Sang Tian, even if he was seen as on another level. But how old was he? Had he lived for 1,000 years? Wait, I remember that during the Battle of the Abyss, Lu Sang Tian had a power that could transform him, someone suddenly said. A girl's eyes lit up. I remember. Lu Sang Tian looked so domineering and attractive. I remember too. I even drew it. Hiss. Does that mean Lu Sang Tian has not used his full strength? I can't tell. It's too terrifying. Further away, Duke Cheng's face was gloomy. He looked around from time to time, his expression changing. To surround and kill, or not to surround and kill? He listened to the discussions around him, saying that they had not reached the end. Impossible. If that was the case, why would Lord Yu Sang Tian let him live until now? Impossible. He must have reached his limit. Surround and kill. Duke Cheng made up his mind and picked up the spirit cloud stone. Do it. He waited for a while, but there was no response. Duke Cheng picked up the spirit cloud stone again. Just as he was about to speak, the spirit cloud stone vibrated, and a low voice sounded. Are you trying to kill me? Duke Cheng said, he has reached his limit. Do it. We will definitely be able to kill him this time. Shut up. Who do you think he is? Didn't you see the battle? Surround and kill such a person. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. We don't want to die. The low voice was filled with anger and killing intent. It was as if Duke Ching had tricked him. Duke Ching gritted his teeth. I can guarantee you that he has reached his limit. If we attack now, we will definitely be able to kill him. I can continue to increase the conditions we agreed on. Also, he just used the 9 heavens transformations. You all saw it. Capture him and interrogate him. Once you cultivate the 9 heavens transformations, your strength will completely transform. It's up to you. You don't understand that level at all. Before Duke Ching could finish, the spirit cloud stone said its last sentence and then ended. No matter how Duke Ching tried to contact it, it was useless. It was obvious that the other party did not intend to reply. Duke Ching lowered his head, his eyes filled with hatred. These idiots actually did not attack. Idiots. He did not dare to raise his head, afraid that Lu Yin would notice his gaze. Far away, Lu Yin waited for a long time. Why had the encirclement not arrived yet? Strange. Could it be that they were scared out of their wits? Duke Ching wanted to drag Wu Wei to surround and kill Lu Yin after this battle. At the same time, there would be others attacking as well. Lu Yin was waiting. Just now, he had rolled his die and entered the time-stop space to recover. Now, he was fully recovered. If someone really wanted to surround and kill him, he would give them a surprise. But there was no one. He looked into the distance and saw that there were many spectating cultivators, including Zhan Ming and the Ninth Spirit. He really wanted to keep them all here and drag them out one by one. But he could not do that. If he was too close to Zhang Yang, others would know that he had recovered. That would be disadvantageous to his future battles. Lu Yin sighed and felt a little disappointed. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Nine-Tailed Fox and the others. The Sealing the Skies Echelon's foundation was good stuff. What a pity. No one left. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin to leave. This was their respect for Lu Yin. But Lu Yin was not in a hurry to leave. He knew that there would be many people looking for him. The first to come looking for him was Rong Xiang. Congratulations to Lu Sangtian for defeating Wu Wang. Lu Sangtian is invincible. He is the strongest Sangtian. Congratulations to the Chamber of Commerce. Rong Xiang's attitude was very humble, even more so than before. He had truly witnessed a shocking battle. This battle had completely spread Lu Yin's name. In the past, everyone had said that only Yu Sangtian could suppress Lu Yin. Then, it had been changed to only Yu Sangtian being able to defeat Lu Yin. Now, it was changed to only Yu Sangtian being able to fight against Lu Yin. Rong Xiang was afraid. The entire spiritualized universe was afraid. Would it eventually become that only the legendary ultimate pinnacle could defeat Lu Yin? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36:18. If that was the case, the spiritualized cultivators' hearts would crumble, as most of them believed that the ultimate pole did not exist. At this moment, many people were guessing that Yu Sangtian had not acted against Boundless because he already knew of Lu Yin's strength and did not have the confidence to do so. Was that why he had stopped the expedition to the Tianyuan universe? This speculation was becoming more and more plausible, and Rong Xiang felt the same way. When he faced Lu Yin again, he tried to be as humble as possible. This person was different from the other Sangtians, he was completely lawless. Lu Yin grunted, "You're good with words. Say more." Rong Xiang was stunned, and his mind raced as he tried to think of the words that people had used to flatter him. He tried, Lu Sang Tian is, powerful. It's as vast as the starry sky. It's boundless and limitless. That's enough. You're not creative. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Rong Xiang quickly apologized and decided to find an expert at flattery when he returned. He had to train them. Did Lu Sangtian like to flatter others? Many people liked it after they gained power, but did someone like Lu Sangtian need it? Suddenly, Rong Xiang thought of old Tao, who seemed to be very good at flattery. Right, Lu Sangtian must be used to being flattered. Did that mean that if someone could do it better, they could replace old Tao? Rong Xiang was sad. He was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce and a spiritual prime, yet he was actually flattering Lu Yin. Lord Lu Sangtian, all of the profits from this bet will be sent to Boundless. It is the Chamber of Commerce's fortune to be able to serve you. Lu Yin raised a brow, all of it. Isn't it 60%? Rong Xiang smiled, all of it. This is the Chamber of Commerce's sincerity. Lu Yin smiled, not bad, I'm very satisfied. You've done a better job than the Yi Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your praise. Rong Xiang hurriedly replied. He was very familiar with this line, as he had said it to Yi Shang before he had reached the spiritual prime realm. Now that he had broken through, even Yi Shang had to respect him. He had not said it in a very long time. Thank you for taking care of the 4 horse and 100 leaves chambers of commerce, Lu Yin said. Rong Xiang respectfully replied, rest assured, Lord Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked at him, if you find any traces of Yi Shang, tell me. It's fine if you don't. Rong Xiang's face twitched, not knowing how to reply. Lu Yin smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Rong Xiang did not dare to move. It was the same movement again. Was the president found because of this? Let's go back. Rong Xiang exhaled and bowed again. Yes, then this one will take his leave. Lu Yin nodded. Rong Xiang respectfully left. The spiritual primordial realm was the primordial realm in the Tian Yuan universe. It had once been unreachable. Even when the ancestor of the past broke through to the primordial realm, he had carved words beside the mirage domain. And now, such a powerful cultivator was so respectful to him. This was the world of cultivation. This was life. On the other side, Elder Yu arrived and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu with a smile. Congratulations, Master Lu, Yu Lao said. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile, it's all right, quite tiring. Yu Lao sighed with emotion, you really have the strength to fight against Yu Sang Tian, this old man admires you. Lu Yin did not care, but I can't stop you from scheming against me again and again. Elder Yu laughed, there are some things that Master Lu doesn't need to care about at your level. Lu Yin's expression changed and he said seriously, I care a lot. Elder Yu did not know how to communicate with Lu Yin. From the first time they met, he knew that this person was not easy to talk to. But as his battle record increased and he became more and more invincible, it became harder to communicate with him. He had a condescending attitude and did not care about what others said. He was the master of the Jikong domain, when was he ignored by others? But Elder Yu had no choice but to change the topic, when did Master Lu learn the transformation of the 9 heavens? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, just now. Just now. Elder Yu did not understand. Lu Yin said, I learned it after watching Wu Huang use it. I am a talented person, I can learn any battle technique with just one look. Elder Yu was speechless, the transformation of the 9 heavens requires you to open the 9 heavens. Is it difficult? Just open it yourself, Lu Yin said naturally. Elder Yu had a headache. He knew that Lu Yin would not tell the truth, and he actually said that he taught him the transformation of the 9 heavens. This reaction speed was very familiar. He could see that Lu Yin's transformation of the 9 heavens was different from Wu Huang's. Wu Huang opened the 9 heavens normally, but Lu Yin opened the 9 heavens with his consciousness. This was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 days, nor was it something that could be thought of in 1 or 2 days. Even Yu Sang Tian did not open the 9 heavens with his consciousness, but Master Lu did it. He definitely did not learn the transformation of the 9 heavens in 1 or 2 days. But no one knew how long it took. If Wu Huang did not use the transformation of the 9 heavens, they would not know that Lu Yin also knew it. The transformation of the 9 heavens was not an ordinary battle technique. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sang Tian and Yu Shan knew it. Yu Shan's transformation of the 9 heavens came from Yu Sang Tian. Without Yu Sang Tian's help, Yu Shan would not be able to learn it. To learn the transformation of the 9 heavens, someone had to help open the 9 heavens. Elder Yu did not understand who would help Lu Yin open the 9 heavens, and who would help Wu Huang open the 9 heavens. With Wu Huang's strength, even without the transformation of the 9 heavens, he was still at the peak of Sang Tian. Someone who had the strength to help him open the 9 heavens. You only want to know this. Why don't you ask Wu Huang? Maybe I will have the same answer as him. Lu Yin spoke. He decided to stir up the situation, just like how he used the transformation of the 9 heavens before. Wu Huang knew the transformation of the 9 heavens, and so did he. What would the spiritualized universe think? What would Yu Sang Tian think? What would Elder Yu think? This pool of water would eventually be stirred up. Elder Yu was surprised. Wu Huang is not dead. Lu Yin shook his head. That old man will not die so easily. There is still vitality in his body. Elder Yu was puzzled. If that is the case, why did Master Lu let him go? Lu Yin and Elder Yu looked at each other. What do you mean? Do you have a grudge against him? Of course not. This old man does not want Wu Huang to die, or else the beast form spirit mold will be messed up. But with Master Lu's methods, if Wu Huang is not dead, shouldn't you capture him? Just like did Jin Yi and the rest. I do not have such a hobby. Wu Huang is worthy of my respect. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin deeply. Respect. What a joke. This person must be scheming something. Back then when he let Qian Men Fai to go, he did not immediately guess this person's plan. Later on, he understood that this person wanted to use Qian Men Fai to pressure Ming Chuan. He wanted to intervene in the fight between the Ming Chuan and the Ming Chuan. Now that he let Wu Huang go, he must have his own plans. Right, the transformation of the 9 heavens. Elder Yu finally understood. He looked at Lu Yin. You want to use Wu Huang. Lu Yin did not think that this little trick could be hidden from Elder Yu. Anyone with a keen mind would be able to understand it. But even if they understood, it was a fact that Wu Huang would cause the transformation of the 9 heavens. These people would definitely go to him. This was an open conspiracy. If he could not get the information here, he could only ask Wu Huang for confirmation. Lu Yin did not deny it. They were all smart people. There was no need to point it out. Elder Yu praised, extreme talent, the destiny of the child of destiny, and a shrewd plan. Master Lu, a person like you is very scary. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. I will take it as a compliment, but I still will not tell you who opened the 9 heavens for me. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin deeply. Everything has a condition. Lu Yin raised a finger. One person. Who? The 9th spirit. Elder Yu was surprised. The 9th spirit. Lu Yin looked into the distance. There was originally the 9th spirit, but she was no longer there. That woman would not meet him face to face. If you want to talk, bring the 9th spirit along, Lu Yin said. Elder Yu frowned. I don't understand. Why drag the 9th spirit into this matter between us? Also, the ninth spirit has never participated in any disputes of the spiritualized universe. She has been very casual since she became famous, not even fighting for resources. What does Master Lu have to do with her? Lu Yin was disdainful. Old man, stop pretending. Since I asked you to bring her along, how could I not know anything? You know it in your heart. It's fine if you can't see it, but since you can see it, you still want to scheme against me behind my back. Do you think I am too kind? At this point, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at Elder Yu. Do you believe that this finger can make you disappear completely? Elder Yu's eyes flashed. If I disappear, who will help the Tian Yuan universe? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Have you really never thought that my nine skies change came from you sang heaven? Elder Yu's eyes widened. Impossible, he had denied this possibility from the beginning, because he understood you sang heaven. Even if this person was a disciple of Paramount, he would not be able to force you sang heaven to open the nine skies for him. Unless Paramount himself forced you sang Tian to do so. But, would it be? Even so, where did Sovereign learn Paramount's nine skies change from? Could it also be from you sang heaven? What a joke. You sang heaven was now at the peak of bitter adversity. To break through to immortality, the only way was to restart a universe, not create an opponent and use the opponent's strength to break through. That was impossible. Whether it was Sovereign or Lu Yin, their nine skies change could not have come from you sang heaven. Impossible. Elder Yu was very confident in his guess. However, Lu Yin looked at him with a smile. The more he smiled, the more uncertain Elder Yu became, mainly because he had no confidence in Paramount. It was possible that Paramount had forced you sang heaven to open the nine skies for Lu Yin. Then, were there more possibilities? What did Paramount want to do? Elder Yu was silent. Lu Yin put down his arm and turned to leave. I said, bring the ninth spirit along to talk. I will only give you one chance. With that, his figure disappeared. Looking at the empty sky, Elder Yu's gaze was complicated. He had defeated Sovereign and almost became the first sang heaven. If he was a cultivator from the spiritualized universe, some things could be said, but this person was from the Tian Yuan universe. He definitely knew something, but why would he know? As a disciple of the Empyrean Immortal King, the Empyrean Immortal King could have told him. Why did he have to ask him? If the Empyrean Immortal King didn't tell him, how did he know? There should not be any clues from the spiritualized universe itself. In the distance, the cultivators left one by one. The cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border left silently with Sovereign without saying a word. Zhang Ming and the rest also left, their expressions solemn. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-19. This battle had allowed them to clearly see the strength of peak powerhouses. Perhaps even Sang Tian might not be able to do anything to those at that level. Now, they understood why Lu Yin was so unbridled and arrogant. He had even mobilized resources to where Sang Tian was. He had the confidence to do so. The third master of the Dayue Villa was truly invincible. The battle at Fu Heyuan had refreshed the history of the spiritualized universe. Before this, there had never been a battle between powerhouses at that level. Yu Sang Tian had no opponent, so how could he fight? But now, there was. No one knew when Yu Sang Tian and Lu Sang Tian would fight. When that time came, what would happen to the spiritualized universe? There were many powerhouses above boundless. Of course, it was also possible that Yu Sang Tian would lead the 7 great Sang Tians to the consciousness universe and flatten Elome. News of this spread, and many cultivators tried to find ways to join. Perhaps this was the final resistance of the consciousness universe. Once the consciousness universe was destroyed, it was hard to say when it would be reactivated. It could happen at any time, so joining this battle would be much easier than going after the consciousness universe was completely destroyed. No one was stupid. Once the consciousness universe was destroyed and the 13 celestial phenomenon were all killed, everyone in the spiritualized universe would want to go and experience the reactivation of the universe, especially the powerhouses who were nearing the end of their lifespans. It was foreseeable that there would not be enough battleships. No matter how many battleships there were, they would not be able to carry countless cultivators. When that happened, the chances of going would be very slim. This expedition to the consciousness universe was an opportunity that many people wanted to seize. When news of this spread, the boat region experienced an explosion of recruitment. Many cultivators wanted to arrange for their disciples to join the boat region so that they could have a chance to follow the battleships to the consciousness universe. Even if that did not work, their disciples could become familiar with the boat region, and perhaps even their family's ancestors could sneak in and follow them to the consciousness universe. This was a shortcut. More and more of these things would happen in the future. It wasn't just the boat region, the heavens craftsman region, spirit treasure region, and other regions also experienced an explosion of activity. Whether it was creating weapons or learning about spirit treasure arrays, the entire spiritualized universe was mobilized. Even the 100 Herb region welcomed many cultivators who wished to join Boundless. In the past, they had all believed that Limitless would definitely be destroyed, but the battle at Fu Hiyuan had shown them just how powerful Lu Yin was. Even if the spiritualized universe wanted to destroy Limitless, it would not be that easy. It was more likely that Limitless would completely integrate into the spiritualized universe and replace one of the great powers. It might even become the 8th great power, which would make it easier to join. Wu Jiang immediately refused. Without Lu Yin's return, no one could make the decision to allow these people to join. Lu Yin had disappeared for half a month after the battle at Fu Hiyuan, and everyone assumed that he had gone to recuperate from his injuries. This made Qinggong even more regretful, and he hated the cowardice of those people even more. The encirclement would have definitely succeeded at that time. Half a month later, Lu Yin appeared in the intent realm. No one had expected that Lu Yin would not return to the 100 Herbs territory, but instead go to the intent realm. When they saw Lu Yin appear, all of the cultivators in the intent realm bowed respectfully, their faces filled with apprehension and fear. Why is this Master Lu here again? There were many conflicts between this person and the realm of concepts. When they were gathering resources, the realm of concepts fought fiercely with the people from Boundless Boundary. After the guardian spirit, he was the first to come to the realm of concepts. What was the meaning of this? Does he want to destroy the intent realm at this time? Shi Xiu led the League of Crusaders to welcome him. Shi Xiu of the League of Crusaders greets Lu Sangtian. Exalted Feng of the League of Crusaders greets Lu Sangtian. The League of Crusaders. Lu Yin's expression was cold as he swept his gaze across the crowd. No one dared to raise their heads. Lu Yin was currently in the spiritualized universe. His status was not much lower than Yu Sangtian's. Both of them had unparalleled strength. Yu Sangtian used his status as the ruler of the spiritualized universe to make everyone bow down to him. Lu Yin relied on his tyrannical and lawless nature to make others not dare to oppose him. There was no difference between facing Lu Yin and facing Yu Sangtian. Where's Wu Wei? Lu Yin's tone was cold. Shi Xiu was not surprised, as he knew that Lu Yin was here to look for Wu Wei. The last time he had come, it had been for Wu Wei as well. Because of this, he had requested reinforcements from the realm beyond heaven, which had attracted the 9th spirit. Even Shi Xiu himself had attacked Lu Yin. Now, Shi Xiu was most afraid that Lu Yin would settle the score later, as he had come too suddenly. Reporting to Lu Sangtian, Wu Wei is not here. Lu Yin stared coldly at Shi Xiu. Not here. Where did he go? I don't know. Say it again. Shi Xiu's heart sank, and he bowed deeply. The last time Wu Wei left, he went to beyond heaven, but after that, I don't know where he went. Lu Yin looked at Shi Xiu. Shi Xiu lowered his head, and his face gradually paled. He was afraid that Lu Yin would attack him and kill him. As the leader of the Crusader Alliance and the current master of the domain, his strength was not enough, and he still needed to break through. He was confident that he could break through to the cosmic realm, and he might even be able to compete for the position of Sang Tian in the future. However, that was only possible if he survived. Even if he became Sang Tian, it would be meaningless to face Lu Sangtian. This short period of time felt like an eternity to Shi Xiu, and he only relaxed when he heard a voice. Why have you come to the domain, Master Lu? Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Lu Yin looked in another direction, where a middle-aged man in long purple robes walked out. He had a calm demeanor, and there was a smile on his face. He looked at Lu Yin with a calm gaze, without any hostility or wariness. He was just like a well-mannered uncle next door. This person was Zi Tianshu. Lu Yin had heard of Zi Tianshu more than once. His most legendary story was that this person had already become Sang Tian, but he had deliberately given up his position. If he wanted to, there would be no Meng Sang Tian or Bao Qi, as he could become Sang Tian at any time. This was publicly acknowledged in the spiritualized universe because he was so powerful that even the master of the Su sect could not compete with him. To some, Sang Tian was their life, but to others, it was like a fleeting cloud. However, Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that he had been forced to give up his position by Yu Sang Tian. This was because the most attractive thing about the position was not the power, but the wonders that one could see on the day of the sacrifice spirit. It was the path to Yu Sang Tian. Zi Tianshu. Zi Tianshu faced Lu Yin and slowly bowed. Zi Tianshu greets Lu Sangtian. She was Zi Tianshu's daughter. She had once wanted to take 9 steps in Ring Sun City, but she had been tricked by the little fatty from the Heavens Craftsman realm. In order to make up for it, she had provoked Lu Yin and was forcefully taken away by an old woman. With Zi Tianshu behind her, Zi could do whatever she wanted in the spiritualized universe. However, she had no confidence in facing Lu Yin, even if Lu Yin had not made a name for himself at that time. Now, she knew what kind of person Lu Yin was. It was too dangerous for her father to stand up for the Intent Realm. However, her father had come because the Intent Realm was supposed to protect this place. Yu Sangtian clearly knew that Lu Sangtian was hostile to the Intent Realm, but he had still arranged for her father to come here. Lu Yin sized up Zi Tianshu. No wonder everyone said that you became Sang Tian but gave up your position. I thought it was fake, but now it seems that you really do have the strength to become Sang Tian. Lu Sangtian is too kind. Compared to Lu Sangtian, my strength is too insignificant. Lu Yin asked, have you ever thought of becoming Sang Tian again? Wu Huang was defeated, so the position is vacant. You can try. Shi Xiu was surprised. Lu Sangtian wanted to support Zi Tianshu. Zi Tianshu's expression did not change. Wu Huang's position can only be replaced by a spiritualized beast. Moreover, I don't plan to become Sang Tian. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Yin looked away. What a pity. Zi Tianshu did not understand what Lu Yin meant. He had only met this person for the first time, and he wanted to support him to become Sang Tian. Shi Xiu looked at Zi Tianshu. Zi Tianshu looked at him and said, why did Lu Sangtian come to the Intent Realm this time? Lu Yin said casually, I'm looking for Wu Wei. Zi Tianshu said, Wu Wei is not here. If Lu Sangtian wants to find him, I can help you ask Wu Wei. Okay, go ahead. Lu Yin did not refuse. Tianshu was stunned. He was just being polite. Seeing that Lu Yin was serious, he could only take out a spirit cloud stone to contact Lan. What's the matter? Lan's voice was heard. Tianshu asked, where is Wu Wei? Lan was puzzled. Wu Wei. Why are you looking for him? Tianshu looked at Lu Yin and said, let him return to the intent realm so that I can go back. He can't return to the intent realm. That Lu Yin is watching him. This person is too lawless. He is fierce, cruel, and unbridled. Bang! The spirit cloud stone shattered. Shi Xiao and the others looked at Tianshu strangely. Tianshu coughed and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lu Sangtian. This spirit cloud stone has been used for too long. It's broken. I'll contact you again. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. Okay. Tianshu had no choice but to find another spirit cloud stone. However, he did not contact Lan this time. Instead, he contacted other cultivators in Wu Wei. None of those cultivators knew where Wu Wei was. Lu Yin watched Tianshu contact them one by one. If he did not ask him to stop, Tianshu would not stop. It was not that Tianshu was afraid of Lu Yin. At his level of cultivation, there was nothing to be afraid of. If he could not win, he would run. He still had this confidence. The main reason was that the atmosphere had always been harmonious. He could not take the initiative to destroy the atmosphere. Moreover, he had promised to help Lu Yin ask. If he did not ask now, it would feel like he was going back on his word. Unless Lu Yin asked him to stop. However, Lu Yin just looked at him and allowed Tianshu to contact anyone. Shi Xiao and the others could only wait. Tianshu looked at Lu Yin helplessly and continued to contact. Tianshu. It was Lan's voice. Tianshu coughed. It's me. Lu Sangtian is in the intent realm. Lan had already realized that if Tianshu only contacted her, there was no need to contact so many people. She guessed that he was forced to do so. Tianshu looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin reached out and took the spirit cloud stone. Speak. In Wu Wei, Lan's expression was ugly. She had just cursed behind someone's back and had been heard. She took a deep breath. Wu Wei is not in Wu Wei. Where is it? Only Lord Yu Sangtian knows. Nonsense. Lu Yin crushed the spirit cloud stone. Tianshu was speechless and crushed another one. In Wu Wei, Lan was stunned and stared at the spirit cloud stone angrily. This person was extremely rude. She crushed the spirit cloud stone angrily. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-20. Within the intent realm, Lu Yin looked around. Speaking of which, you guys don't seem to welcome me. Shi Xiao was shocked and hurriedly said, of course not. If Lu Sangtian doesn't mind, you can head to the Crusader League. I'll show you around. If the Crusader League's disciples can seek your guidance, they'll be lucky. Lu Yin said, there's no need. You guys can leave. I'll walk around by myself. He then descended. Shi Xiao looked at Tianshu. Tianshu shook his head. Let him be. Can we stop him? Even if he destroys the intent realm, there's nothing we can do. Shi Xiao looked down again. There was nothing they could do. If they couldn't stop him, then so be it. No one followed Lu Yin, and no one would monitor him. The intent realm allowed him to do as he pleased. More accurately, the entire spiritualized universe allowed him to do as he pleased. Of the 7 great powers, he had never been to the Gate of Arts in Royal God Mountain, but he would definitely find an opportunity to visit them. Lu Yin went to the place where Wu Wei had once hidden and stopped moving. He didn't leave for several days. Although Shi Xiu and the others didn't monitor Lu Yin, they roughly knew where he was. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, they guessed that he wouldn't stay here forever. That shouldn't be possible, as that would be too stupid. Zi Tianshu pulled Zi away. From his point of view, it was best to stay as far away as possible from someone like Lu Yin. He couldn't see through him and did as he pleased. Such people were the most terrifying. Shi Xiu naturally didn't want Zi Tianshu to leave, but he couldn't stop him. As for Beyond Heaven, Zi Tianshu admitted that he would continue to oversee the intent realm. He was only going out to relax and would return soon. This answer left Beyond Heaven helpless. After all, Zi Tianshu was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. Even Yu Sang Tian couldn't force him to stay. As for how long he would return soon, that would depend on when Lu Yin left. More than 10 days passed. Lu Yin raised his hand, and a spiral appeared at the tip of his finger. He flung it out and pierced the ground, but there was no reaction. He used the karmic wheel, which also pierced the ground, but there was still no reaction. Did it have to be the heaven sword? Of course, he hadn't come to the intent realm to find Wu Wei. He knew that Wu Wei was at Royal God Mountain to hide from him. He had only come here because he wanted to see that strange scene again. Behind him, Lu Yin's consciousness appeared as the 9 heavens changed. Above the 9th heaven, the azure sword stabbed out, and Lu Yin's figure appeared directly in front of it. He raised a hand, and the karmic spiral pointed out to meet the azure sword. In an instant, the world rumbled and everything turned white. The miraculous scene that he had seen before appeared once again. Lu Yin looked around him, and he saw another wall that was formed from karma. He then saw a land that was enveloped by karma, and the karma was boundless. This time, Lu Yin had been prepared for this, and he looked into the distance very seriously. What is this? The miraculous scene instantly disappeared, and Lu Yin recalled what he had just seen. A funnel. He had seen a funnel that was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit. It was definitely a funnel, but a funnel in reverse. It turned out that the spectacle had always been there, and it didn't only appear on the day of the sacrifice spirit. These funnels were formed from karma, so it was no wonder that he could see them. On the day of the spirit sacrifice, whoever could see the miraculous scene could become the next Yu Sang Tian. Did this mean that one had to see karma to become Yu Sang Tian? Or could it be that seeing such a spectacle meant that one could comprehend karma? Or perhaps, seeing this miraculous scene was equivalent to seeing the truth, and this truth was something that only Yu Sang Tian knew. Lu Yin dared to guarantee that very few people in the entire spiritualized universe knew of the funnel's existence, but Yu Sang Tian definitely knew. He looked in the direction of Beyond Heaven. Yu Sang Tian had always allowed Lu Yin to exist, which was definitely related to this. He had allowed Lu Yin to become Yu Sang Tian and allowed Lu Yin to see the miraculous scene. Lu Yin then thought about the funnel in front of him, as well as the 7 karmic lands that could only be seen through karma. Yu Sang Tian had always wanted to lead Lu Yin in a certain direction, but Lu Yin couldn't say anything. Lu Yin frowned and used the azure sword again. At his fingertips, karma spiraled and collided. White light flashed, and the miraculous scene appeared again. This time, Lu Yin could see it even more clearly. However, the miraculous scene disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared, but he could still see the funnel every time. Lu Yin used the azure sword again and again to look at the miraculous scene again and again, hoping to see something. He saw the karma that formed the funnel coming from the center of the word, spirit. Karma spread out from that direction towards the funnel. The funnel wasn't stationary, it was slowly rotating. Lu Yi knew that there was more than one funnel in the spiritualized universe, as there were 7 funnels. He looked in the direction that the funnel's karma was rotating, hoping to see further and clearer. After countless attempts, he suddenly saw something. Karma seemed to be coming from that direction. What was that? It was very thin and rectangular, and it was enveloped by karma. It couldn't be seen clearly, but it was shaped like a piece of paper. The miraculous scene disappeared again. Lu Yin felt weak all over. He had used the azure sword and karma too many times, and he needed to rest before continuing. He wanted to see clearly what it was. Far away and beyond heaven, Yu Sang Tian stood in place and looked in the direction of the intent domain. His gaze was emotionless and terrifyingly calm. Lan sought an audience with Yu Sang Tian. "My lord." Yu Sang Tian moved his finger, and Lan was pushed away by an invisible force and fell into the distance. She landed awkwardly and looked at Ji Gong in shock. Yu Sang Tian had actually pushed her away. This had never happened before. Even when Ji Gong was in seclusion and she had unintentionally disturbed him, he had never pushed her away. What had happened? She had never seen Yu Sang Tian like that before. No matter what, Yu Sang Tian was always calm, as if everything was under his control. But just now, she had felt that he was nervous and apprehensive. Was that an illusion? Definitely not. This was not something she could see, but something she had sensed after interacting with Yu Sang Tian for countless years. It was a mysterious feeling that did not make any sense, but she could sense Yu Sang Tian's emotions in that moment. Yu Sang Tian had never acted like that before. Far away in Ji Gong, Yu Sang Tian stood there quietly. Unknowingly, his emotionless gaze had become nervous. "Don't disappoint me." Lu Yin rested for a while and continued to use karma to touch the azure sword and observe the miraculous scene. Unfortunately, he could not see anything more clearly. He could only see a rough idea. Was that a piece of paper? Or was it an object similar to a piece of metal? But how could an external object release karma? Right, could it be a turbid treasure? Only turbid treasures could be so mysterious. He looked at his finger in a daze as the karma spiraled. It would be normal if he could use karma to see the funnel, but why did he have to use it with the azure sword? Was there a necessary connection between the azure sword and karma? The azure sword skipped the process and directly pierced the result, which seemed similar to karma. If this sword was the cause and the sword pierced the effect, then karma would be complete. Was that not the case? Was this a karmic battle technique? Lu Yin could not figure it out. If it was a karmic battle technique, then how could Wu Wei have comprehended it? If it was not, then it was too much of a coincidence. Lu Yin had comprehended this sword. Even if he had learned it from somewhere else and did not comprehend karma, he should not have been able to learn it. While resting, Lu Yin touched the azure sword again. Unfortunately, he had not been in Wu Wei's body for long, and he had only been focused on learning the azure sword. He had not been able to read Wu Wei's memories. Next time, he had to be within 5 meters of Wu Wei so that he could read Wu Wei's memories without using his consciousness. He had to make a trip to Divine Driving Mountain. As for now, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If he could see it, then could he touch it? If he could grab the karma in the funnel, would he be able to make up for his own karma? Lu Yin's breathing quickened when he thought of this. If he could, then his karma would immediately transform. There would be no need for karma spirals or karma wheels. He could just use karma land to smash everything, and no one would be able to escape. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Yin used the azure sword and clashed with the karma spirals at his fingertips. One funnel after another, they covered the entire spiritualized universe. They were clearly huge, but no one could see them. Was this a world hiding another world? No, from Lu Yin's point of view, it was more like a world that stood above another. The figure he had seen on the tribute spirit's day had been very casual, stretching lazily in front of the spiritualized universe as if it were an ant's territory. These funnels flowed liquid in the opposite direction. Lu Yin did not know what that liquid was, but he felt as if the spiritualized universe was sending it out. The more he understood this place, the more Lu Yin realized that this spiritualized universe was not as powerful as he had initially thought. He reached out towards the karma wall in front of him, and the karma spirals wrapped around his fingertips. He wanted to touch the boundless karma. There was no obstruction, and he passed through it without touching it. The funnels and the karma wall did not change at all. Not even a ripple was created. Lu Yin exhaled, and everything returned to normal. He retracted his hand. He had failed and could not touch it. This was clearly karma. In the heavens origin universe and the spiritualized universe, as long as he could see karma, he could touch it. He could even strike out karma threads in other people's bodies and use karma wheels to heavily injure powerhouses who were undergoing bitter adversity. However, he could not touch this karma. Looking at the two universes, he had been surprised by Yu Sang Tian, who could temporarily resist karma, and Jiang Qi, who could hide under a blanket, could not be invaded by karma. At this moment, there was a third surprise, which was this massive karma that he could see but could not touch. Was it really impossible to touch it? Lu Yin stood in place and pondered. Everything that appeared in the universe had a pattern that could be found. Even if the pattern itself did not have a pattern, it was still a pattern. He had cultivated various powers and decided to try them out one by one. If he could touch this karma, then he might be able to use it for himself. In a corner of the spiritualized universe, a youth stood on the rooftop of a bustling city and looked up at the starry sky. 2 rows of attendants stood beside him. There were both men and women, and all of them had extraordinary appearances. Red wine, beauties, music, and a lakeside. This place had everything that one wanted. This was a technological planet that was flourishing. There was no cultivation civilization here, and their material and spiritual enjoyment had been developed to the extreme. This youth was the wealthiest person on this planet. With this wealth, he had spent only a second to obtain an enjoyment that no one else on this planet could compare to. The youth waved his hand. The attendants on both sides retreated. His hand slowly pressed down. The city's lights were extinguished. 2 figures walked out from behind him. They were Meng Sang Tian and the old salamander. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-21. The 2 of them looked at the young man respectfully. I didn't see the end. Was this battle exciting? The young man asked. He looked at the dark city with only sporadic flashes of light. With his wealth, he could control the lights of the entire city. He could even control the entire planet. However, the people at the bottom were not restricted. They could not even see the young man's instructions. In their minds, the city's power system had malfunctioned, and the lights had not been extinguished on purpose. That was unimaginable. The old salamander sighed. It was an unparalleled battle. The changes in the Empyrean raised them to the level of Yu Sang Tian. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only Yu Sang Tian and you can participate in this battle. The young man held the railing with both hands and looked down at the city. Light up. With one word, the city lit up again. The neon lights at night illuminated countless people walking in the dark. Those people cheered. Extinguish. With one word, the city fell into darkness. To them, destroying the planet was a piece of cake. However, the feeling of destroying a planet and conquering a planet were different. Is it dazzling? The young man asked. Meng Sang Tian and the old salamander looked at the sporadic lights in every corner of the city. Dazzling, the old salamander said. The young man smiled. When the lights are bright, no one can see them. However, only they can hurt the eyes of those in power. It's not that they don't want to extinguish the lights, but they don't know about it. They don't know about my existence. I can decide their life and death with one word, but they can also work together to illuminate those sporadic lights until they hurt me. That's how I hurt the above heaven sect back then. Meng Sang Tian and the old salamander were silent as they listened. Sometimes, it's not bad to enjoy the extreme pleasure of ordinary people. The young man opened his arms and took a deep breath. Stay away from all sentient beings. Meng Sang Tian and the old salamander were puzzled. Stay away from all sentient beings. The young man looked up at the starry sky. No sentient beings can get close. When he saw Lu Yin's consciousness open the Empyrean, he left. There was no suspense in that battle. The scene that he saw made him ponder until now. He thought of a possibility. Could Lu Yin use his turbid treasure to merge with a sentient being? He was now certain that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with a spiritualized cultivator's body. Otherwise, the situation would not have turned out this way. Lu Yin's development in the Tian Yuan universe had always been able to foresee the future, which was very terrifying. He understood all of his enemies, but this advantage disappeared in the spiritualized universe. This was especially true since he himself had cultivated with a spirit seed, so he was very clear about the changes in his body. He was certain that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with the body of a spirit seed cultivator. What about sentient beings? He had been observing all this time, and his previous conclusion had been that Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with a consciousness life form's body. If that was the case, then any consciousness life form that appeared next to Lu Yin would become Lu Yin's spy. The fewer sentient beings there were, the more he could control the situation. His turbid treasure was really useful. Southbound world, Elder Yu had come looking for him. The shattered mountain valley had already been restored. Although the Heaven's Hand had been gravely injured and had completely lost the power of the 7 major powers, the Ninth Spirit was still holding down the fort in the South Turing world. Stupid old man. What are you doing here? The Ninth Spirit was curious. She and the foolish old man rarely met alone. She almost never participated in any disputes in the spiritualized universe. As for Yu Lao, he always wanted to see everything clearly from behind the scenes, so he rarely went to the front of the stage. As a result, they had not spoken much for many years. The foolish old man came to the mountain valley and said helplessly, "I have no choice but to come. I want to speak with Lu Sangtian, and he specifically asked you to accompany him." The Ninth Spirit sneered. "Are you senile? Do I have to accompany him just because he asked me to? What do you take me for?" The foolish old man raised his hand. "Don't be angry. I just have a few words to say. I will leave once I'm done." The Ninth Spirit was impatient. "Hurry up, I don't have time to deal with you. Yu Sang Tian is focused on destroying the earth of will and will not give us much time to rest. I also need to find some good wine. Otherwise, there will be no wine to drink in the consciousness universe." She picked up the wine gourd and took a swig. The foolish old man smiled. He understood the Ninth Spirit very well and did not care what she said. He continued, "When Wu Jiang first arrived, he took in those who violated the rules and provoked Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin roamed the stars and announced that he would carve words in the extreme palace." "Wait." The Ninth Spirit stopped him and stared at the foolish old man unhappily. "I know all of this. What are you talking about? Just say it." The foolish old man said, "No matter what, you should let me finish. Drink your wine. If it's not enough, the wisdom domain has more." The ninth spirit was disdainful. "Keep your wine for yourself. I'm afraid I'll be poisoned to death." The foolish old man had no choice but to continue. Lu Yin roamed the stars and passed by the great Liao domain. He could not stand a servant being humiliated. He captured the great Liao saint and stole the Milky Way. At Ring Sun City, Lord Qi launched a sneak attack. Lu Yin killed his way into the intent domain. Just after achieving Sang Tian, he immediately mobilized resources to control the spirit seed and limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. This is not all. Listening to the foolish old man slowly narrate Lu Yin's past, the ninth spirit continued to drink, rolling her eyes from time to time. After a while, the foolish old man finally finished. He looked at the ninth spirit. "You should understand this person. He will not give up until he reaches his goal. He must have his reasons for finding you. If you have no choice but to speak with him alone in the future, the situation will not be better than if I accompanied you." The ninth spirit put down her wine gourd. "If you've said enough, you may leave. I won't see you out." The foolish old man's gaze was deep. "Some things are easier for outsiders to see. Since he specifically sought you out, he did not mind my presence. You should know why." The ninth spirit frowned and stared at the foolish old man. "What, are you going to make it clear? You and I are not enemies. But we are also not friends. He has already seen it clearly. If we continue to feign ignorance, we will only be making fools of ourselves." The ninth spirit gulped down another mouthful of wine, very unhappy. "This guy is so powerful. So troublesome." The foolish old man smiled bitterly. "If not for this, I would not have come here." The ninth spirit did not want to know the whereabouts of Count of the Wind. Of course not. She had already gone crazy from wanting to find Count of the Wind. But after so many years of searching, she had become numb and had gained a kind of forbearance. Lu Yi knew the whereabouts of Count of the Wind, and wanted to use it to exchange for something from the ninth spirit. This was normal. The ninth spirit could give up anything, but Lu Yin's question could not be answered. When Lu Yin's question appeared, the ninth spirit knew that the possibility of obtaining Count of the Wind through conversation was not high. At that time, even if Lu Yin had not acted, she had wanted to act to find out more about this Tian Yuan universe expert. She had not been able to find out more, but she knew that she was not his match. The situation had reached a dead end. She had been thinking about how to break out of this deadlock. And now that the foolish old man had come and agreed to talk, it was equivalent to agreeing to Lu Yin's exchange. Even if she did not say anything, the price would be much lower for her. Most importantly, the foolish old man was right. Even if she did not say anything, Lu Yin would think of all sorts of ways to make her speak. Looking at this person's actions, there were some things that an expert should not do, but he did it without hesitation. This person was indeed unscrupulous. The ninth spirit shook her wine gourd. "Your wine from the wisdom domain. I hope it is not poisonous." The foolish old man smiled and took out his spirit cloud stone. Lu Yin tried a few more times, but could not touch the karma. He was still thinking about what to do when the spirit cloud stone vibrated. He connected. "It's me." Lu Yin grunted. The foolish old man said, "Master Lu, please come to the wisdom domain for a chat." Lu Yin knew that the ninth spirit had agreed. The waters of the spiritualized universe had finally been stirred up. He wanted to see what was behind it. "All right, wait for me." At the same time, in the boat region, one of the 36 domains, dark clouds covered the sky. The atmosphere was stifling. Huge objects floated in the air. Judging from their silhouettes, they were huge battleships. However, they were only half completed. The originally bustling production site was now desolate. Nearly half of the cultivators were scattered around, looking up from time to time. Some were mocking, some were nervous, and some were waiting for something. The boat region was huge and had many cities. Today, these cities were in chaos. Looting, killing, fighting, and quarreling were happening everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. In the center of the boat region, there was a huge city shaped like a battleship. This was the helm of the boat region, where the boat family resided. At this moment, the atmosphere in the boat family was far more stifling than the outside world. With a bang, a burly old man smashed a table in anger. His face was red as he roared, "Let's die together with him." The crowd before him was shocked and did not dare to interrupt. Zhou Qian was helpless. He stepped forward and said, "Father, if you really can't, why don't we agree?" The old man was the master of the boat region, Zhou Helm. He was also the second barbarian Zhou that old Tao had spoken of. Hearing Zhou Qian's words, Zhou Helm slapped him. Zhou Qian was already prepared, and retreated as soon as he finished speaking. He just happened to dodge Zhou Helm's slap. A moment's hesitation, and it was too late. This was the experience he had gained from interacting with Zhou Rui for so many years. After he finished speaking, he should have retreated. Regardless of whether what he said was right or not, it did not hinder Zhou Rui's determination to slap him. That slap was not because what he said was right or wrong, but purely to vent. Zhou Qian stepped forward and spoke, prepared to let his father vent. Of course, he also wanted to save face, and could not allow himself to be hit. Otherwise, he would be laughed at. The slap did not hit, but Zhou Helm did not mind. He glared angrily and said, "Unfilial son, stupid. What do you know? Once you agree, the legacy left behind by your ancestors will be snatched away." Zhou Qian was speechless. The legacy left behind by their ancestors had been snatched away by their bloodline. They were originally the branch family of the branch family, and would never have had a chance. Zhou Helm looked outside and said, "How many people have stopped now?" Zhou Qian looked behind him and looked at his son. The young man did not even dare to raise his head. He knew that it was his turn to be beaten, but he did not have the confidence to avoid that slap. He did not raise his head, and would rather die than raise his head. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth and glared at the young man. This young man was his son, Zhou Yin. Unfilial son, did you hear what I said?" Zhou Helm shouted angrily and glared at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's face twitched, more or less, half. After speaking, he took a step back. In front of him, a gust of wind blew past. What a familiar feeling. His slap missed again. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.